Welcome, 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 folks. You wait no longer. The time has come. College Genesis is here. You've been waiting all day for this, and you were waiting a long time. Well, not too long, 24 hours, whatever. And this show is consistent. Who else does a show every night of the week and for like 5, 6 hours and stuff like that? Who else does this besides yours truly, the College Genesis? So basically, tonight, we got a good show for you tonight. As always, these shows get lit. They're on fire. So what I need you to do is tell a friend, go get some snacks and popcorn, put your slippers on, kick your feet up and everything like that, get comfortable and everything, because we're gonna rock tonight. Because when you have topics like just what exactly is the black agenda, things are gonna get hot tonight. You know what's going down in Colorado. You know it's the right thing to do to be here. You know it's the right thing to do to tell a friend. You know it's the right thing to do to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. So the bottom line is, it's the right thing to do to be a loyal listener of the Collar Nation radio show and Collar Nation on YouTube. So stop what you're doing, go get a snack, like, share, and subscribe, and let's buckle in. Let's get right to it. I was thinking about this topic because, right now, Black America, the Black world, Black America is really in disarray. I was watching this one video I'm going to play about Haitians are really terrified in Miami about getting deported. They're like, the Haitian community up there. If this was like a generation ago, Black America would have rallied behind the Haitians 100%, saying that will become our new agenda. Protecting Haitians from getting deported and everything. What has changed over the years that make Black people in America adopt this so-called FBA attitude, where they basically not only are indifferent or not sympathetic to it, but also some Black people are looking forward to seeing Haitians and all these Black immigrants being rounded up and taken us. So what I answer this question: what is the Black agenda? Do we have a Black agenda anymore? Do we care about other Black people? Do we care about Black people at all? Or just basically we've turned white and we use an ADOS FBA as a cover for deep down inside, we're just really trying to be what we always wanted to be, which is white. That's what it appears to me. It seems like Black people are slowly but surely turning white, Kung Fu Fanta, I don't hear what you got to say, because you're a white man, and the white man is a troublemaker. So you shut up, Kung Fu Fanta. No one wants to hear what you got to say. So the bottom line is, I would say, we have a serious problem here in Black America. We don't know. Like I said, I try to get some insight one night, and I try to go to different platforms and see what I can find. 1 minute I'm going over a search for Huru. I hang around there, get nothing. I turn on, I go on Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, hang around there, dabble that a little bit, and I would just leave because I don't feel fulfilled and whatnot. Then, I turn on O'Shea Duke Jackson, I really don't get nothing. I turn on the Phil Scott show, and I'm like, that is a real shit show he has going on there. So basically, when it comes down to the talking heads on YouTube, I'm getting nothing, but babble, talk, and innuendo and nonsense and everything. And I still haven't figured out what the hell is a Black agenda. What the hell? Maybe somebody tonight could tell me what exactly is agenda. Why should we support it? And what is it going to do? How do we benefit from this stuff? Because I don't see anything. I don't see any Black agenda. Everybody say the Black agenda. What the fuck is a Black agenda? Negro sitting around waiting for listen to Tariq Nasheed, waiting for a freaking reparations check was not going to come. You got people out there like this guy FB that be on here. He got he really thinks that there's a reparations check. He checks his mailbox every day for his reparations check. You got a lot of people out here that really check their mailbox every day because Tariq Nasheed told them that there were reparations were coming. And Tariq Nasheed just did a video. He said I don't know, it was some slur from some immigrant. I don't know where it's from. I don't keep track of all the insults and slurs Tariq have. And he basically was saying that this person is trying to cosplay an FBA to get reparations. These people are acting like a reparations is a real thing. And then another thing they're acting like is that you got black immigrants are sitting around sneaking across the border so they can get hold of black people's reparations, reparations that don't exist, never going to happen, and whatever like this. And when I tell black people, well, Kala, they call me a traitor. They say Kala is really a tether. Anytime you don't agree with them, suddenly you're not part of the black agenda anymore. I've been called a tether. I'm from the Caribbean. I've been called an African. I've been called all these names because I don't go along with the so-called black agenda in 2025. The black agenda 2025 is a friggin' stupid, dumb, low IQ, damn near friggin' idiotic movement or not. That's why I said the idiots have taken over Black America. The morons are idiots. That's why I resent Phil Scott, right? I mean, the YouTube if you look at YouTube, you would think most black people are retarded. Really. When you listen to YouTube and all these platforms and whatnot, people got large platforms and everything. You would think if people, you have to realize, most people have realized that YouTube and social media is a reflection of a dark side of Black America. But there's no way people could believe this shit's freaking real Black America because they can't believe 45 million people are this stupid. How do you have 45 million people and you do not have nothing to organize around to take to a major political candidate and say, this is what we want? And given the dire condition our community is in, you couldn't come with a unifying message and say agenda. You don't have an agenda. Your agenda is just basically getting up there talking about the orange man, racism, white supremacy, and blah, blah, blah. To the point now anybody just comes along and uses the black agenda for their own good. Now the black agenda is being hijacked by the LGBTQ and the trans people. You got the hood rat Congressman Jasmine Crockett talking passionately about the trans people. They got their rights, civil rights gotta be protected, all this kind of freaking nonsense. They're not rather be talking about the Haitians here illegally and protecting them, not no transgender fucking shit. But when you don't have a real black agenda, anybody can come along and hijack you and steer you off course. Right now, Black America is being steered off course, for the LGBT. I don't even know why. Why are we going out there supporting stuff like that? It goes against our morals. Why do Black people voting to support expanded abortion? Why are Black people voting to open the borders that for people that's going to replace them, the Hispanics that's going to replace them and bring gangs and everything like this? So the bottom line is there is no black agenda. The so-called black agenda is nothing but an LGBTQ white liberal agenda, right? Maybe some black feminists and everything. It's all leftist Marxist stuff, which they use the black community, right, and call it a black agenda. Because we don't have leaders, right? I always thought that we had leaders that had a program, an agenda, and everything. I had no idea. Then again, Minister Farrakhan's like 90 something years old. I don't care, like this. He can't get into politics. He don't even know what's going on, But you got people like Al Sharpton. He's bought off by MSN. He ain't trying to mess up his check that he's getting for MSNBC and Comcast. He ain't trying to mess that up. So the bottom line, he goes along to get along. The get along is we need black people basically either supporting this new thing called LGBTQ, DEI. And also DEI is mostly going to benefit LGBTQ people, not black people, So when they say DEI, diversity and stuff like that, what they're really talking about is attack on straight white men. Oh no, IC3's in here. IC3, I swear to God, you mentioned gangs in this platform, I'm banning you. Mention it one time and you're gone. I thought he was an intelligent guy. I used to think he was intelligent, but he sounded like a moron lately, the black gangs and whatnot. What the fuck? Lord have mercy. How can you be an old man and sound like a fool? But it is what it is, There's no damn black agenda, There's no black agenda in the UK. There's no black agenda in America. There's no black agenda anywhere on this earth. Because the main thing is black people do not control the context of their reality. So there's no damn black agenda. But people are gonna come in here tonight. Kala, there is a black agenda. We just got to get on code. Like we got our boo boos, like Principal coming here. So we need to organize. We need to organize, nigga. We've done all that before. I'm all organized out. I've joined every organization. I've been part of everything, and all it does is lead to a big pile of what bullshit, a heaping pile of stinking bullshit. That's the end result. What I've seen all my life. They're just bullshit. Negroes talking, and Negroes talking big and not doing anything. So, like I said, let's be honest with ourselves. There never was a black agenda. There was never a black agenda. Nobody really gives a damn about us. And the bottom line is, you are basically on your own. If you think there's some big black organization that got it figured out, you just need to plug in. You are a friggin' fool. You are on your own. You're by yourself. You're on your own. Everything like that. And the bottom line is, don't get caught up in this white man system, because you will be on your own. Don't be a fool for these fucking people. Don't be a fool for black people. That's one thing I've learned over the years, man. I tell people all the time, yeah, do what you can do, help who you can help, but get out there and live your life. Don't put your life on hold for Negroes. It ain't worth it. It's not worth it. Don't be me. No, we don't have to create no black agenda. IC3. It's bullshit, because I don't trust no black people anymore. Do not trust black people. The only agenda I have is the one I'm promoting, which is nationhood. Anything else, I do not want to hear anything what anybody else got to say. I don't respect anybody else, and I don't respect anybody else. So if you want to follow me, you believe this idea of nationhood is the end game, then come join me, because I really don't give a damn about nobody else anymore. I don't respect anybody's opinion outside of nationhood. If you only talk about nationhood and African nationhood, we have nothing to talk about. That's the way I am. So people can talk that nonsense, all that. We need to organize. We need to do this. We need to boycott. We need all this bullshit that never got us any place. This is what we have, folks. 2021. I trust myself. The only person I trust in this world is myself. And I only trust people that's following what I'm saying and agree 100% what I'm saying. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, no, I don't trust you. As simple as that. There's a lot of people who are trying to get near me I do not fucking trust, because I know the nature of Negroes. The nature of Negroes is to be treacherous and stab you in the back and slip up behind you and slit your throat and whatnot, just so they can get next to the white man and whatnot. So basically, I know I'm going to deal with Judases, traitors, and Judases among my midst and whatnot. I know I'm going to have to deal with that. Do not trust Negroes, whatnot. You think it's any accident that people, I put it out there, in plain term, the idea in 2025, if black people have a collective movement, it should be the movement towards nationhood. But yet all these people are coming out of woodworks talking about FBA, reparations, whatever the hell it is, as a distraction. And so the bottom line is, no, I don't trust black people. No, I don't. Because black people, all these people want to do is just grift, make money, and waste people's time. Umar Johnson's been trying to build a so-called school for like 15 years now. It's ridiculous, and I'm like sick and tired of candy coating this shit. Most people out here ain't shit. They're fake. They're phony. They're only out for their own grift and their own thing like this. No, I'm talking about the Negroes. I'm talking about black people like me. That's one thing. The 90% of you are Negroes. No, I don't trust you. Real black people like me, that's who I trust. But I don't trust Negroes. I don't consider you a real black man, IC3. I think you're a Negro. You're a UK Negro. If you want to ask, since you ask. I don't give a shit about white people, They're not in my life. I'm not trying to get a reparations check from them. So I have absolutely nothing, no use for them, no nothing, They have nothing to bargain with me with. We have nothing to discuss. All I want is real soldiers and warriors and scholars for this movement. Right? That's what I'm trying to build with. The people who got to worry about white people are the people who think the white man's is going to cut you a check out of his sympathy and goodness of his heart. You're the one that trusts white people because you think that's going to actually happen. Like I said, I have a PhD in Negroology. I really do. I have a PhD in Negroology. I know about the UK Negro, the Nigerian Negro, the Liberian Negro, the South African Negro, Negroes worldwide. The white man created this thing called the Negro. Black people, real black people, are proud and they'll get down with you because they're proud of their race. They want to see their race succeed and everything like that. Negroes are the ones that basically sit around all day complaining, and they really don't think they could live in a world without white people in control. That's a Negro. The Negro will sit there and talk about, they'll make any excuse to engage white people and everything instead of building a black nation. A real black person realizes he believes he knows he could build something of his own. He don't need the white man's world or anything like that. I said the other day, a couple of days ago, the black man in America, we need to go ahead and build our own stock exchange, a global stock exchange where black people business. Like, it's a shame. We're gonna talk about a black agenda. How come that the black intelligentsia haven't thought about that? How come basically we got all these companies that we support, those Tyler Perry Picture Studios? How come they're not listed on a stock exchange where black people could buy into these things that we support? How come, let's say, Ice Cube's sports teams not listed on there? How come some of the top black businesses, World Network, whatever, David Stewart, how come he's not listed on a black owned stock exchange? How come we don't have a black owned stock exchange? So all these things, like I said, until I hear people start talking like that, don't talk to me. Don't talk about no damn black agenda because everything is just a fucking lip service. Until we talk about building a black stock exchange or not, which eventually going to build us, we could basically have offices throughout the globe and everything, and black people have we could take the money that we generate and put it into assets and stuff like that around the world, and we could get financially free from this white man system and whatnot. Don't talk to me. Because all I hear is the same friggin' stupid stuff I've been hearing all my life. We got to do this. Man, we got to do this. It's like, take your what we got to do ass the fuck out of here. These all these what we should do ass niggas, What we ought to do, caller. What we should do, caller. What we have to do, caller. Man, take your what we have to do ass the fuck out of here, Well, I don't expect somebody like you to understand how a black stock exchange constructed IC3. It's above your pay grade, bro. But we're already discussing it, It's not that smart. It's not that complicated, The stock exchange is one of the simplest forms of business and everything, Look, black people in America do have their own bank, and the laws are we can build a stock exchange, just that we don't have the friggin' leadership to do it. We don't have people saying, look, this is what we ought to do and do it. All we have is a bunch of friggin' idiots that sit back and sit there and complain about racism and all kinds of stupid stuff, which I'm sick and tired of hearing. If you're not talking about building nothing, please stay off my platform. Don't come near me. Don't talk to me. Don't do nothing for me. That's what I'm at right now. I have to get some of this dead weight out of here. I will. That's the only thing I want to hear from is people that know how to build shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you're Black Americans. See, like I said, when you say something stupid like this, you're Black Americans, people are pookies, drug dealers. No, we're not. So, why don't you get the fuck out off my platform? How about this? Get the hell out of here. If I one more time, I'm gonna let time out for a minute. One more remark like that, disrespectful ass remark like that, and you're fucking banned. I will never have to see your ass again. I'm tired of dealing with fucking people who talk shit, IC3, unlike you guys in the UK, we actually got businesses in America that do fucking multi-billion-dollar operations, We got the financial, legal, we got all that shit like that together in Black America. But our people in Black America work for white people. We got that stuff like that. We have some of the best stock analysts in the country, in the world here. We got all that stuff here. Black America is way more advanced than you people in the UK, Africa, and stuff like that. We're not the same people. You know, I can't stand these people fucking coming from the UK, coming from the islands, really thinking we're on the same level, you know? So I can't stand that shit. That's what's so frustrating. Black America, I know if we had our own shit, we'd be the most powerful group of people on the fucking planet. We rule the world, you know? But we compare to these freaking stupid ass island people and these people from Africa and stuff like that. We're like they're on our level. It's just frustrating. So I want to hear some answers tonight. But what is our fucking black agenda? How do we take over the world? How do we rise? You know, I don't want to freaking hear nothing else. Don't want to hear nothing else. All I hear is excuses and bullshit and stall tactics and everything like that. I want to see what we could do. You know, you can't do nothing because you got people out there talking about I'm half in the streets and half in. No, you got to be either fucking all the shit. Like I said, if somebody say I'm in the streets, I say if you want to go that way, go for it. Do it 100%. Whatever you do 100%. Don't be half fucking in the fucking movement and half in the fucking streets, man. That's lukewarm. Can't stand lukewarm. You make me sick. You know. You know. Why wouldn't I be a proud Black American, Rico? This is what I come from. This is who I am. I'm proud of who I am, you know? I don't let nobody freaking disrespect my people, and still, I'm not a racist towards other people. I don't discriminate against other people. I'm just saying, hey, look, I think our people are just a little more special. That's all. Every group of people has the right to think their group of people is more special. And more like, it's just like I said, I love all Black people. I love Black America. African America is just a little bit more. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. These are my people. It's where I come from, you know. There's not no slight against any other group of people. I just know who I am and what I want to be, you know. But what exactly is a black agenda? I would love for somebody to come in tonight and say, give me specifics about what a black agenda is. I just really want to know, you know. I want to know what is a black agenda, you know? What is a black agenda? You know, how do we go from here? What is are we unified, you know? I see three. Are you not something stupid like that? We need proof of white people. Look, whoever's in charge of the laws in this country, you know? You understand that? Like I said, you sound IC3, you're fucking ignorant, you know? We live in the United States. If we can't just open up a bank, open up a business without licensing and everything. Yes, we live in the United States. How stupid can you fucking be? What are you, like 75 years old? And you tell me you're still that fucking stupid? God damn, I hate disrespecting people, man. God damn, man. I said this movement brings out the stupidity in people. Where you need proof of white people. No, I get proof of the government. You know, if they're white, they're white. If they're black, they're black. Whoever's in, who's gonna be in a government agency? It's an agency, not fucking white people. Like there's a board of white people sitting back saying, we're white. You gotta know. You go to the government and you apply like anybody else to do all the stuff like this. If you got all your paperwork in order, that's what you got courts and lawyers for. You know. So the bottom line, it ain't about white. It's about the law. Well, what I can say, you come from a third world shithole. You probably wouldn't understand how the real world works over here. There's no fucking white people. It's a law you got to answer to. It's a country of laws, not a country of white people. I hate that when people always try to make the United States out to be some shithole part of the world they come from. America is a fucking highly advanced civilization, highly advanced. You know, on the business world I'm in right now, people don't even see color and race. They just see performance. But when you over in the UK, you don't really have a career, you're not in the business world, something like that. You think everything is about white people. No, it's about people who are in business. I deal with black people that are on top too in banking and stuff like this. It's the truth. All these fucking third world people and that, geez, it's so fucking annoying. That's why we gotta build. I want to build a movement based on just first world black people. First world black people with first. I got first world problems. I don't have third world fucking problems. I don't see a white man under every fucking rock. But I don't know. Maybe we have some people in there tonight that fucking explain to me what a freaking black agenda is. You don't see. I've laid out an agenda. We need a long term. We need a nation of our own. Short term, we need to start building Pan African business, cultural links, and everything, and political support for our movement globally. That could be an agenda. Trade. There's no trade between Black America, and then we need to build our own distribution systems and everything like that. Wholesaling, distribution, logistics, and everything. The black man needs to be part of the global supply chain. So it is what it is. Dusty people. Not dust, man. I love my dusties too, man. But I got you. I think I think I have enough dust. I've been choking on the dust, man. There's too many dusty Negroes around me. It's like, damn, man. I love you, brother, but y'all dusty Negroes, man. Y'all make a nigga choke on that dust. So yeah, I'm just still really bothered, what I was seeing about those 200 prisoners executed in the Congo. That's reality, That's the reality of fucking the mother continent, right? Human life means absolutely nothing. Human life means absolutely nothing in Africa, right? I mean, it's sad we have not advanced, You know, what you call it? IC3 with his reparations and whatnot. Adolf Vet Carnell is another fucking welfare queen. She's somebody that don't have a real fucking steady job, steady income, and all stuff like this. IC3, all you fucking people that fucking talk that reparation stuff are nothing but broke loser people who never amount to anything in life and everything like that. That's why you think reparations is owed to you when ain't nothing owed to your fucking ass. You know, so I'm not talking about the prisoners trying to stage a coup. I'm talking about people rounded up for petty theft and criminal activity. That don't deserve the death penalty. And then to be publicly executed like that. In America, when people are executed, you don't see it. They don't even show the person being executed. It's not even televised. You can't bring a camera in there. You only have a few witnesses. So let the people. In America, we let people die with their dignity. That's the Congo. Yeah, I know there's the Congo. They have their own laws, but I'm sick and tired of people telling me that, Kala, man, you got to go to the Congo, become a Congolese. No, I don't want to fucking be a Congolese. I don't want to be a fucking one of you. I know they got their own law. That's why I said don't be asking our people to come there and be part of your shit. I don't want to see my people get caught up in this shit. You know. So this is what we talk about tonight, folks. It doesn't matter what African welcoming. I go to Africa. I'm going there next month. Doesn't matter what these Africans that on the panel live in this country. They live in this country. They're poor, broke, powerless. They have no power and no influence. I got more power in Africa than most of these Africans that come on this fucking planet, including African dumbass. I got more power and influence in Africa than most of these people. So I don't really need them to welcome me to Africa. I go there. Well, Africa's not there for them. Whether say I do got power. You know, I could go to any country in Africa and whatnot, and I'm known. You know, so you can sit there and talk all you want. African, please, it's like get the hell out of here. You know, get the hell out of here. Talk about friggin' you know, the Africans all want to come here and whatnot. You know, they all want to come to this country. You know, they want to come here because they can't make it in their own countries. About Africans, Africans basically they can't turn down. Look at Ghana. Please, African Americans, come here. When every country in Africa is trying to lure Black America to their shores, right? Africa is in no position to be dictating who can come in and come out. Man, please stop it, bro. You got no power, you know. Africa, yeah, oh yeah, man. All the engineers in my community, they're all Africans, you know. All the doctors, yeah, they're all Nigerians. They're all doctors, man. I'm walking down the street and whatnot, you know. I'm walking down the street, man. I just see the construction crews. They're all Nigerian. Okay, okay, but then you come into the real world, you know. That's a fantasy. The Africans all over the place doing all these great things in America. That's online. That's fantasy stuff online. But real life, they ain't doing shit. And you just say all they're doing is driving Uber and doing washing dishes and mopping floors. That's what 99% of them are doing. Stop it, bro. Come on, they're coming over here doing all these great things. Okay, yeah. What are we gonna do without these African immigrants? You know, that's what makes people mad. When I don't even bother with African immigrants, but you guys come over here and freaking start this shit with your nonsense. And when you get your feelings hurt, you're gonna call me, Colin, why are you so anti-African? No, I just put these stupid African trolls in their place. You know? So I don't want to be in Africa right now. How about that? I have a business here in America, a really lucrative business, you know? Something that what I do for a living is beyond your comprehension. You know, behind the comprehension of most Africans or immigrants that come here. They'll never be able to do what I'm doing on my level. You know, so play your own play your position. You're not in my league. You know, and I don't give a damn how many of you guys come over to America. You know, because somebody got to mop floors too. You know, America does need lawn care and street sweepers and taxi drivers. So I basically want to talk about the topic, and I got people trolling me in the chat room, asking me a bunch of stupid questions and whatnot. You know, what does this got to do with the topic? The topic is, what exactly is the Black agenda? You know, yeah, we got weeds growing in America, and and as long as we got Black immigrants, they can go freaking cut those weeds and whatnot, earn some money. You know, I bet you anything, Life Water is a fucking Caucasian. A Caucasian troll. They come here and they basically troll and acting like they're African, you know? Yeah, I don't have to go to Africa. I don't want to, you know? I go there to visit, you know, where I'm going to do business. I connect with people on the ground. That's it. I have no intention right now of ever living there, you know? I don't want no land, no property. I want none of that shit, you know? I just want to see the continent grow and be free. You know, I don't want no. The thing is, with Africans don't know how good they got it. They got a strong ally in America who don't are not interested in your goddamn gold, not interested in your cocoa, your cuckoo. You know, not interested in your diamonds. You know, not interested in your mineral wealth. The Africans with the mineral wealth, you know, got mineral wealth and you're still poor. Not interested in that shit. You know. Yeah, actually, three. The white man's Thanos, whatnot. We don't have a black stock exchange because the white man snapped his finger with the Infinity Gauntlet. And that's what I said. Goofy people like IC3, we can't listen to no more. We don't have a black stock exchange because nobody's brave enough or had the insight. I'm the one that fucking say this. Like I came with the idea of the African. I'm a freaking leader, you know? And I'm gonna keep saying until the right people come along and say, "Yeah, Colin, you know something? That's a good idea." You know. So whatever. But yeah, all black people living in poor ghettos. Whatever. Let me tell you something. There are no poor ghettos in America, right? You got some low income area, but we don't have fucking ghettos here because it takes a certain amount of money to live in a ghetto. You know what I'm saying? That you know what rents are in the ghetto? Expensive. We got no freaking poor neighborhoods in America. No such thing. America is expensive just to be here. Just to be here, the base level is like what $14,000. That's a poverty line, right? And that is outside of America. That's fucking upper middle class. $14,000 a year. Less than 5% of the world's population makes over 30,000 USD. Less than 5% of the world population. 90% of black people make more than that. So black people just by being in America, black America, being a working class, earn more money than 90% of the rest of the world. So you guys could talk all you want. Black American this, black like, please stop your shit, Yeah, we don't have slums like that because we got zoning laws and what we call inhabitation laws. You can't just there's no slums like you do in the third world with no electricity and whatnot. That's what they think. Like we got black people living here like fucking like Lagos, Nigeria. That's how stupid these fucking people are. Yeah, we got run down neighborhoods. Those run down neighborhoods have electricity. A lot of crime, but we got electricity. Still better off than most of the stuff you see on every place else. So I want to hear from the folks. What is the black agenda? Come up, come up, come up. Let me know. I'll put the link in the chat room, folks. If you want to call in, add to the conversation, you can. What is the black agenda? Is there such thing as a black agenda? Or we've been fooled all these years? No, we can't live. We cannot live in America in a world without we're first world people. Yeah, it's like a fish out of water. We'll die without electricity, running water, sewer systems, and whatnot. No, we can't live like the third world fucking people. No, we can't. I'm not gonna subject my people to that either. No, we can't live in the fucking third world. We don't have to. We don't have to. That's what people resent. They resent the fact that fucking we live in the first world and we don't have to be subjected to their bullshit, their third world bullshit. They really resent that. The third world of life expectancy is like 35 years old. People are dying in the third world. You want to see some videos? Oh, please. Third world people are dying. Yeah, they got young population, but they don't age because they produce people, but the people don't live long lives. IC3, the black population is a strategic plan. There's no damn strategic plan. What are you talking about? Self-centered priorities aimed at addressing issues. Yeah, every time I look at somebody, they would say address an issue. We're the most addressing issue ass Negroes in the world. Yeah, but these issues have to be addressed. I said, okay, let me go ahead and address this issue. See here, address the issue. The issue stays there like it is, nothing changes, but at least somebody friggin' addressed it. Yeah, IC3. Yeah, so good at that. Yeah. the aspirations of the community. When has ever anybody really gave a damn about the aspirations of the so-called black community? Never. Like I said, I'm realizing now, I listen to IC3 right here, that there never was an agenda. It's all bullshit. That's what I love about this show. And this show, we go there. We expose all the bullshit and everything like that. No one's going to give it to you like the College Genesis, right? And I'm proving tonight, before the show's over, you're going to prove that fucking, that there never was a black agenda, It's just a bunch of emotional trappings where people talk about a bunch of nonsense and do nothing. It's a bunch of feel-good stuff that basically leads to absolutely nowhere. So it is what it is, folks. All these people, what we should do, man. Take your what we should do ass the fuck out of here. What we got to do, what we should do, Carla, what we should do, what black people should do, blah, 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 babble, 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 blah, blah, babble about what we should be doing. I go, shut the fuck up, man. Really, I can say that is because I made it in life. I have a business. I could do what I want to do. I travel to the continent. I travel, put together a tour. I did all that without a so-called fucking black agenda, Yeah, like I said, man, this is all fucking a show, a shit show. The black agenda is nothing but a fucking glorified shit show. The black agenda. That's why I said I don't want people to get caught up in this shit. Look, nobody. You got a lot of people like me. When I was younger, I got caught up in a bunch of shit. That wasted my time in life, man. If I think about it now, let me tell you something. When I was in college, right before I came to Virginia, I was like 22, 21, 22. Right before I moved to Virginia, I was still with my parents in New York, right? Anyway, and I was dating this Spanish Puerto Rican girl, right? She was fucking beautiful, right? And basically, I got caught up in this black shit, right? Like, I thought about it, man. I thought about what if I was stuck with her right now? We probably have mixed Puerto Rican and black kids, whatever, beautiful family, married, blah, blah, blah. I had probably have grandchildren by now, blah, blah, blah. This chick was like, we was in college together, right? She had just got a brand new, I remember this, she went out and got a brand new Geo Prism. Her parents left her some money, whatever like that. She got a brand new Geo Prism. And then basically she basically got a good job, right? She was going to college, I was going to college. She basically had like the downstairs part of her parents' house, whatever, in Port Jervis, New York. And then basically she was telling me that because I used to give her a ride home from work, she goes, I could basically live with her. I wouldn't have to work, just go to school with her. She would take care of all the bills, everything. And she was drop dead gorgeous. I fucking blew that shit over this fucking. I was on to come out of Virginia and join some black nationalist movement, and blah, blah, blah. I hope that I fucking feel like I fucked up. Imagine how my life would have turned out if I was basically went that route instead of pursuing this black national shit like I moved to Virginia. It's been nothing but disappointment, And now at this point in my life, I just want to simply ask me, is there a fucking black agenda? Because if it's not, what I want to do is quit this fucking movement and move on with my fucking life again. Because I really getting to the point where if people can't convince me, I got 2 more years in this shit. If you can't convince me that there's a real black agenda, we're organized, and we want to do something, I'm fucking leaving this shit altogether. So I'm saying I'm sick and tired of black people talking shit, you know? Oh. IC3 example anti-black. Yeah. So in other words, basically, so we gotta be reactionaries. The white man did this, so we gotta organize that. So that's all it is. We're just sitting here as a punching bag, you know, a whipping boy. You know, what the fuck are we sitting here? So that's it. We stay in America fighting fucking against racism for 20,000 years in the future. That's the agenda. That's the agenda. No peace, no end game, whatever like that. Just fighting Jim Crow and racism forever and ever. That's all it is. IC3. Yeah, is that the agenda? IC3. Lord have mercy, man. Like I said, I wish they would have told me that years ago. I wish you had told me that at my age, this would I be still talking about: Jim Crow, anti-black agenda, racism, Klan. If I would have said known this years ago, I would have went through another point in my life. Or I would have took a new direction. So this is all I got to look forward to the rest of my life. You know, worrying about racism and all this kind of stupid shit. You know, not building shit, not having shit. Oh yeah, mercy, man. Yeah, what you call it? Big Black. Yeah, I know, I get it. Black people and everybody coming together on my channel, but to do what? I appreciate the support. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate people coming by, and I would like to have 10,000 subscribers. But what the hell is the end game? What is it all for? You know? IC3, anti-black agenda, resistance to reparation. Oh yeah, that's the fucking agenda right now. Some stupid agenda called fighting for reparations. Okay, or fighting against the forces against reparations. You know, that's why I say nobody. That's why nobody takes black people seriously. You know, that's why the whole movement is a fucking. Listen to IC3 in the chat room. That's why everyone, the black people are a fucking laughing stock on the fucking globe. Everybody else is the Asians and everybody else are triumphing, building cities, building stuff like this, building banks, doing real finance, everything like that. What do you got, IC3? You know, we got to fight against the people talking against reparations. You know, basically, there's nothing going on. There's no agenda. It's just all bullshit. IC3 is another bullshit artist. You know, so it is what it is. I'd rather have small views, but I'm telling the truth. I'd rather have it like this than get on here and have a bunch of people listen to me, have 10,000 subscribers, and I'm fucking not living my truth. I gotta tell like it. Now, if I could grow based on what I say, and people come to my agenda and they start supporting the African, I'm all for it. But I'm not gonna sit here and change my opinion or change my views to get a fucking audience. If you think that is, then you're sadly mistaken. I am not changing my views for no one. You know? Yeah, IC3. You're gonna dismantle racism, the systemic racism. Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all the most dismantling systemic Negroes in the world. Everything's systemic, and we gotta fight the power. We gotta do all stuff like that. And all these years, y'all still talking the same shit. You know, still ain't made no progress, no nothing, man. It's all bullshit. So it is what it is. We're the most systemic racism fighting, system fighting Negroes on the fucking planet. But do we get any place? No. Do we accomplish anything? No. Do we have an end game? No. Do we ever have happiness? No. Do we ever have victory? No. It's just all you need to know is that you're black, and the black agenda is just basically taking L's for the rest of your life. So IC3 is telling us that's get used to it. All we have to do is worry about taking L's and whatnot, you know? Individual institute must be accurately, please, so I don't know what you talk about. The BAO is an African American organization dedicated to the idea of independent black infrastructure. That's an agenda. But the bottom line, I know the BAO is too complicated for most people because it actually takes work. And the bottom line, you can't fake with the BAO, You either you have infrastructure or you don't, you know? You can't get up here to have these fucking vague and abstract, we got to fight systemic racism. That's vague and abstract. The black infrastructure is about, yes, we need to build infrastructure. We need banks. We need a stock exchange. We need shipping companies. We need logistics. We need warehousing. We need military. That's the real and the tangible. All this other stuff you talk about ICT is a vague and abstract. So. Well, I'm like this. When I say global black now, look, I believe every black person, black nation, ought to be a black nationalist. Ibn Traore is a black nationalist, but he stands where he stands is Burkina Faso. So where you choose to make your stand, a black national. Some black people are they think America is where black Americans should stay, whatever like that. So they make their stand in America, the black nation in America. Some black people in America feel like they want to make a stand in Ghana. That's why you got these communities building in Ghana. I said I want to make my stand in Liberia, and hopefully one day maybe Angola. So it's where you stand. So the bottom line is this: in order to build this infrastructure, we need freaking capital, money, and investment. A stock exchange is going to do it because it'll allow people to invest in things like railway companies, highway construction, buildings, and stuff like that. Infrastructure, water systems, and everything like that. We need infrastructure to take it to the next level. The black man in the West needs their own infrastructure. They need their own land and their own infrastructure. I don't know what else to tell you. Anything else is just talking bullshit. And I am not playing games with no one anymore. I do not want to hear no goddamn, all this vague and abstract, blah, 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 So bottom line like this, whatever we make a stand at. If I want to make a stand in Liberia, I'm going to make a stand like that. Nobody can stop us doing whatever the fuck we want to do. You got Diane Samir. He made his stand in Sierra Leone. You got Brandon, Pan Strikes Back. He made his stand in we don't want a fucking piece of land in fucking America. We already have a land in America. We got what land we own in America. We already got that in America. What we want is independent nation state. We can govern. And it's our absolute right. So if you don't believe in that, then you need to go someplace. Liberia's infrastructure was built by us. We built Liberia's infrastructure. But the bottom line is this: it's not sustainable enough. But I'm sick of stupid people making stupid comments. So, Life Warrior, you're on your last leg. I'm sick and tired of dumb comments. You don't start saying something smart, man. You're out of here. That's another thing people don't like. The fact that on one hand, people like IC3 relies on white people one day having the sympathy and saying the right thing to do is give black people a check. And I'm saying we don't need fucking white people for shit, Shut up, Elvis. Look, we don't need white people for shit. That's what the African movement's about. We don't need goddamn anything them to sign anything. We don't need to approve anything or anything. That's what one thing me and David here do agree. We don't need their approval or anybody's approval to do anything. When you start talking about reparations, you're talking about negotiating with the very same people that fucking enslaved you and shit. Why the fuck would they do that shit? So you put the power back in the white people's hands. How stupid these people sound when they talk about reparations. Yeah, we gotta go to Congress and petition. So you're saying white people are gonna fucking give you a reparation. Same people that put you in the situation in the first place, they're gonna give you reparations and say, "I'm sorry." Okay, I see three. Okay, now I got it. That's the black agenda. Okay, okay. I had no idea. I mean, oh, it just comes to me like an epiphany. It's like a bolt of lightning. Like the cloud just parted, cloud opened up. I see the light. I see three. Man, I wish I would have seen this all this time, man. You know. So life would have shut the hell up. You get timed out for that comment. Shut the hell up. You don't tell me about where the fucking librarian is. You know. You can't fucking somehow it's comment fucking I can't fucking delete this fucking person. I don't know what's going on with this fucking StreamYard. Getting on my nerve. Speaking of getting on my nerve, it's fucking come on Elvis.
What's going on, Carla?
What do you want, Elvis?
I mean, just want to give you a word of encouragement, man. I know it can be
Man, I
difficult.
don't need your damn encouragement, nigga.
I mean, hey,
I
we're
feel
part of a community, right?
what?
I said we're part of the community, right? We
You
got
ain't
we got to
part of the
show.
damn community, man.
Carla, you got to take a different approach to life, man. You're getting too old. Be more forward looking. Be more, you know, positive. Stop being so pessimistic,
I
man.
ain't
Damn.
listen. No. I asked a simple question. What the fuck is a black agenda? There,
Carla, that's a big question. You can break it down and
well,
say,
if that's such a big question, why is everybody walking around like there is a black agenda?
but listen, you can say what's the black agenda politically, economically,
No, I mean, listen.
socially.
What is the fucking? Why do people feel like they have the right to get up on YouTube, television, and preach to black people like this is what we got to do? I'm saying if you don't get your what we got to do, the fuck ass
Carla,
out.
you feel like you have that same right. You
Well,
say you
no.
need to
I said like this.
understand. You
I
advocate
said
for it.
my agenda is what an end game is clear. I believe it's time for black people to have a land of their own. I think we're gonna move heaven and earth to make that happen. That means Africa has a responsibility, and whoever else. We're not. But the bottom line is this: we believe that's our end game. And I said like this: I said, look, black people, why haven't we built a black-owned stock exchange? Where black business can list and everything. We can own a piece of all the stuff that's going on in Black America, right? Why is all these black people bragging about their billions and whatnot, but they don't share none of the shares with the black community and whatnot? Should
Carla, there are anti-discriminatory laws in this country. You can't just build a business or organization for a specific grade
no, no,
of
no,
group of
no. We're
people.
especially hold on. Then tell me why the Jews got their own stock exchange, right? That's pegged to the NASDAQ and stuff like that. So the
In
Jews
this country or in Israel?
do it. They got their kosher laws and stuff like that they observe. The Amish do it, yeah, and they exclude other people. Why can't Black America do that shit?
I haven't seen it. Where is it listed at?
What?
I haven't seen it. Where is it listed?
Okay, which we call the Jewish Stock Exchange is in Israel, but it's pegged to
There,
the
there you
NASDAQ.
go. That's the
And a lot
difference.
of people, like I said, we could build a stock exchange here, but we could basically open up offices anywhere in the world. It's just about companies. Your exchange, all it is a place where you can list shares of stocks and whatever.
Yes, yeah, but you have to be. You can't be an American living in America and start a stock exchange that's exclusively for Black
No, I'm not. I
Americans.
never said that. I never said that. But the bottom line is this: when you have a black-owned bank, right? If most of the depositors initially black, it's technically a black bank, right?
Is a David Stewart company public or is it still a private company?
Oh,
David Stewart.
I don't think so. It ought to be fucking public.
Yeah, I mean that's the
You know,
thing. You know, black people can invest in this company and boost it up.
he
That's a
should
way of doing
if he's
stuff.
gonna expand, he should fucking really, you know. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Black owned, uh, publicly traded companies. Black publicly traded companies. Black
Yeah,
publicly.
and that could be a thing, Colin. You can push black-owned publicly traded companies so that black people can invest in those companies, make them successful, and and get a dividend on the investments. That could
And
be good.
bottom line, but the thing is though, every time you start talk about a black agenda, this is stuff that fucking people don't want to talk about. They talk about everything else. I have no idea what the hell it is. Okay, black owned marketing part reached over. Wow. Yeah, black owned media company, black owned marketing partner reached over 200 million Gen Zs. Wow. That's by, leading black content, whatever. I'm not really sure. Black owned trade, 7 black owned trading companies to invest in. Let's see this stuff. Publicly, I'm going to say, these are topics I want to start exploring. But I got LC3 still in there talking about reparations, man. I'm sick of that welfare thing. You know,
IC3 is the British guy, right? I
yeah, he's a
think
British guy.
he has the dreads. He's the older guy.
He's a black
But
capitalist.
why do you disagree with him? What is his view? You
Because
can
the bottom line,
invite
the
him
whole
up.
thing is, he really thinks that black people should just sit back and look. Let me tell you something about reparations, right? When people reparations, it's disingenuous, right? Because it's anti-black power. Reparations. Look, there's been a reparations bill in Congress since 1964, with 61 years, right? And the bottom line, aside for a joke, whatever like that, it has no chance of getting out of on the
Do you
forefront.
know what's in the bill, Carla? What is it asking for?
Basically, we all black people is done by a group named Cobra. It was basically saying that black people owe reparation for slavery, past atrocities, and blah 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 blah. John Conyers started it. Former Congressman Conyers started it.
From New York, right?
No, from Detroit.
Okay, Kanye.
And so
Okay.
anyway, the bottom line, this is not anything new. Just that Yvette Carnell and all of them jumped on it like they were doing something. And Tariq Nasheed jumped like they were doing something new. This has been talked about for generations now. And so people jump on this stuff because they're lazy. There is no real black. So the easiest thing to do is gravitate towards reparations because they know for a fact of the matter is they don't have the willpower to do anything that was actually bring. Now, what I just said right there with a black-owned stock exchange, however we got to do it, whatever like that, where black-owned companies can be publicly traded, new companies, startups can get capital, whatnot. That's a fucking agenda. I just gave people a real agenda. And so bottom line is this, what you don't see, but I got a small platform. I can't really do much. But you got people there, all they do is sit online all day, wasting time, talking about a bunch of stupid stuff that means absolutely nothing, and I'm fed up with it. That's why I said I'm coming for people's heads nowadays. This platform grows. If I ever get like 10,000 subscribers, I'm going to start bringing people down, because I'm sick and tired of people playing games without people, just because they want to talk. They talk, yeah, you drill them. What is your plan? I don't know, man. I should to fight systemic racism. Shut the fuck up. That's all they do. They're fighting racism and blah, 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 blah. That's the agenda? Fighting racism forever, not getting anything, not building anything. This is why other people,
Invite him up, Carla. Let's hear his perspective.
uh, investing, 7 publicly traded companies. That's Robert Johnson, BT. I didn't know it's publicly traded. That's his ex-wife, Urban One. I didn't know they were publicly traded. When I say black-owned stock exchange, don't mean white people can't invest or whatever. List American Care Hospital Services. Now, this guy, Life Water in the chat room asked about black-owned stock hospitals. Do we own one hospital now? I just showed you one. There's a publicly traded black-owned stock hospital corporation, Life Water. You asked about that yesterday. I meant to get to you about that. Yeah. This video's for fair use, folks. Fair use. Axiom therapeutic. Amazing. There's 7 companies. That's amazing. But there should be like thousands of companies that we could invest in, pulled in one place, you know? Well, I'll say that'll be my dream, you know? Make that happen. But the only way it's gonna make it happen is you gotta keep talking about it and demanding it. And when people start demanding that, every time you get in somebody's face, whatever it's Phil Scott with his fucking slurred speech, say, look, we need our own stock exchange. You about that? If you ain't about that life, then shut the hell up and get off YouTube. That's the way Black America has to start being, right? Stop letting people waste our time. You know, talk a bunch of nonsense and everything, not do it.
Paula, why don't you invite IC3 up?
For what? I don't want to hear nothing about reparations. I really don't. If you don't talk about reparations, please go up on somebody else's channel. I don't want to hear it. I only want to hear what I want to hear. You can't talk about business and whatnot. IC3 has no business acumen. You know, I'm not wasting no more time with people who don't know shit about business. You know, that's the way I'm at right now. I've been studying this stuff for decades now, how to build financial institutions and stuff like that. I've been talking about nation building for years and how to liberate ourselves out of this stuff. It's right there. All the stuff that Black America needs is right there in black and white in books, you know? But we refuse to pick up books and read and study, you know? So it is what it is. No, nobody said we have to go to Africa, right? We're saying that Africa is there. Why not expand? It's our manifest destiny. Why not expand? You know, people act like we gotta go to Africa. No, we can go any place we want to. We're trying to become global. You know, and the bottom line says that's our ancestral homeland. You know, why not go there and help build? You know. Yeah, that's all right. I don't want to hear. Honestly, with all due respect to IC3, I don't have nothing against the brother, but I'm past listening to all these arguments on reparations. All it does is just waste time. All it does is waste time. It's never going to happen. And all black people, particularly black millennials, they're the ones that's in that shit mostly. They're the generation that grew up with single mothers and shit like that. And they're used to people, women getting emotional and getting their way and stuff like that. So a lot of these guys grow up like that. They think they could be emotional and get their way, and the world operates on their emotions. You know, that's a sad part about these black millennial brothers. You know, they act emotional like women. Let's see. Baruti says, Kala, black agenda of all Africans, optimize African use of multi. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. There is no black agenda. Look how vague and silly and ridiculous Mabudu sounds. He says, Kala, the black agenda of all Africans, included so-called African, is to optimize African use as a multi-level wherever the particular African lives. For Africans needs a dual citizenship with Africa. What is that supposed to fucking mean? You know, that's not a fucking agenda. That's a suggestion. Agenda is actually a real plan. Reparations is not going to be given. Nobody fucking gives you reparations. Reparations can only be taken. Just like power is never given. Power is taken. You know, black people don't have no ability to take reparations by force. So it'll never happen. Nobody's just going to just say one day, you know, out of the goodness of their heart, oh, we black people, we did so wrong. Let's bankrupt ourselves and add trillions to the deficit to pay you Negroes money, which y'all going to spend back with us anyway, but we're going to give it to you. I mean, I'm just sick and tired of people that should be intelligent fucking thinking like this. But I realize now that we don't have intelligent black people, right? The internet's bringing all stupid idiots out of the woodwork and giving a voice to freaking clowns and fools. So that's what I feel. Yeah, black-owned, publicly traded companies. You know, I said, let me see, top black-owned. Okay, 1 year ago. Let's try to look at this one.
All right, February 1st, start of Black History Month. So I actually put my money where my mouth was. And I should say my mouth is. And I found these publicly traded black-owned stock companies. And I went ahead and invested in them. Well, first I added them all to my watch list on my Robinhood. And I'm going to show you the ones that I actually purchased. So I deposited $35 and I got RLJ Lodging Trust, one share of that. Urban One, which there's a second company that's blended with Urban One. I got that one also. I'm gonna skip over these because I got a story about those. Got Carver Federal Bank. Got Broadway Financial Corporation. Skip over that one. Yeah, I got the American Shared Hospital Services. All right, so I grabbed those. Now, this Ping Identity Holding one right here. I couldn't find it on Robinhood, so then I went on my Webull account, and Webull shows. I think it says something about a corporate action or something like that, so it wasn't available. So I couldn't get that one. I think it was corporate action pending, like delisted or something like that. Let's see here, Global Blood Therapeutics. That was another one. It wasn't on Robinhood. And then I went on Webull, and Webull showed that it was been delisted. So that's the status of that one. Now this one here, Awesome Therapeutics, it is available on Robinhood. I have it right now saved on my watch list. Now I will be buying this one, but I think it was like $73, $74 or something like that. So it was a little bit more than other companies that I purchased. So I will be getting it throughout the month, but right now it's just on my watch list. But I will have it by the end of the month. Citizens Bank Shares Corporation. That was another one, I believe, that was not available for trading. I believe that's what that was. Just not available for trading, not necessarily delisted or anything like that. I just couldn't actively trade in it. I believe that status was the same on Robinhood and on Webull. So I got those. The mates, what? Let's see here. 1, 2. And I remember there was a second spinoff for this one too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Haven't bought that one yet. 6. So purchased 6 companies with a $35 deposit. So no, like I said, we'll come back and buy this one before the end of the month. But yeah, it just like, it's as a Black American, I mean, there's companies out here. Now, obviously, these are not like names that you're instantly going to recognize, like a Tesla or Apple or McDonald's or anything like that. But I mean, something's better than nothing. So, as a big active investor and a believer of Black wealth, I mean, it's only right to. I mean, I invest in other stock companies, so it's only right to invest in something that's Black owned. So yeah, like I said, I just put my money where my mouth was, and now I'm not really looking for these to do anything number wise, but out of support, yeah, I will definitely hold these in my portfolio.
Now, what it says, interesting, it says, I'm interested. I still think that we can get to the point where we can make Black-owned stocks really profitable. But not only are you helping Black things by providing capital, but you're actually making a return on investment. Something like that. I want to get to that level where we're basically those of us who, as we enter the stock market, can you imagine basically Black America becomes a community of investors. We move from working class to investment class.
So, Carlo, the danger of that is, say, it's a publicly traded stock. Somebody who is a billionaire, say a white person, could come and buy like $100 or $200 million worth of stock, and now they get a seat, multiple seats on the board of directors, and now they can control the direction of that company. So you can always lose control when
The
you have
bottom
an
line
investor
is,
who invests heavily in your stock.
Bill always says, all fair love and war. That's what risk you take. Well, like we say, it's better to have love and loss than never have love at all. Not having Black-owned capitalism and stuff like that is not an option anymore. Whether we do it, and let's say we don't do the right things, the right stock reports, and the right streamlining of management and costs and everything like that. Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You run the risk of losing it to a non-black person because it's public, and if they start getting taxed, and they're going to start buying it.
It doesn't really matter. It's better to do that. It's better to lose it and then not have it done it at all. So I'm not worried about that. I think Black people freaking get too scary ass. Like, a white non-Black person are taking it and they end up not doing anything. Like me, if I took my business and said, "No, we can't."
But that's probably the reason why David Stewart is not trading because he wants to have full control of his company.
Well, I know that, but you don't have to trade your whole company. You can list shares. Let's say he wants to expand. It doesn't take his original stock. He wants to create a third company that he wants to list and raise the capital to. Like, let's say he wants to build a duplicate, something like what he wants to do, right? So he says, I'm worth $12 billion. I'm going to put $2 billion in this new company, right, and raise the other $2 billion on this new stock exchange, to do something other than that, a new startup.
He's smarter than that, Carter. He knows the people want where the real action is. They're not going to some unproven company that he just started. They want to know the proven company that's been profitable for years.
I want to see more Black companies listed, whether it's NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange. Once you have enough Black companies listed, then the idea of that we can build a stock exchange becomes a reality because we have so many thing. And also, we have to get more black trades. Like this guy was like just now, just like a little bit on Robinhood. But in order for it to do that, I believe we should have the planning phase for it right now, where it's realized that when you got tens of thousands of black people who are using like Robinhood app and stuff like that, now you're ready to build a stock exchange. But there's not right now. There's really not enough black people investing. We have to turn. That's what the agenda is. Let's turn. A goal is to have every black person have a stock portfolio. That's an agenda. If we could do that agenda, now that's doing something. That's changing people's financial and also changing people's social life. Because what happened is people start getting together and forming investment clubs and stuff like that, investment study groups. So you're creating socialization, And so this is what I'm talking about. This is what it could be a black agenda, And so, but I'm only one person. I put it out there. I put that idea out there back in the 90s, I said, what if we had investment clubs and whatnot where we show people and people show each other where to trade, where to not to trade, whatever like that. We're working together, we're sharing, pooling information and stuff like that nationwide. We could be pulling in. Black America could be potential. Like I said, we talk about in African, that's what we're going to need. We're going to need Black America to be able to raise $1 billion like it's nothing, And so that's what I'm talking about, But since there's no black agenda to coordinate black capital and stuff like that, and black people, for the most part, like I said last night, when we talk about success and everything like that, right away people run from you. Oh no, we can't have success. We got to sit here and worry about a reparations check. That's why I hate that reparations shit so much. Because stuff that we could be doing to build, whereas wasted time is wasted on these fucking people talking about reparations. And stuff like that. So you have people, younger people.
Reparation is not just about money, Carla. It's also about justice. So you got wealthy people who want justice for their people.
Let me tell you something. I know black people. It's about money. It ain't about no fucking justice. It's about money. They really think they're going to get a handout, from the government, Because the people that talk about reparations are people that, for the most part, like me, I never got a handout from the government. So I know it's impossible. But if you basically spent your whole life getting money from the government, you think that's a real possibility. No, that's the problem. I know black people, I look at the people that had the California reparations day, all the people showed up there. These are guys in their 40s and 50s that look like they just never made it in life, And you got a lot of black people like that. That's like me and Ramon talk about. How you 50 years old? What the hell do you do with your life? And you fucking broke and you fucking don't have anything. And that's what you have. People, I want reparations because they spent their whole life bullshitting, not getting an education, not taking advantage of opportunity here and stuff like that. And then they say, oh, I just want a reparations check. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I hate to break it to people, but it's not going to happen. So it is what it is. But if people want to keep wasting their time if that's the black agenda, then count me out. When I don't know what the hell to tell you, because that is not going to happen. I know that for a fact. If I know anything about this country, I said that is never going to happen. They don't give a shit about black people. In order for that to happen, you have to really believe white people are just and they freaking love black people and they want to do it right. That's not the case. You have a country that was founded on the fact that they hated black people, and they basically, by law, they could condemn you to slavery for being of black African descent. So that's the reality. That's reality. So, and the bottom line, their whole idea is just be lucky we set you free. You know, people at FB in the chat room. The white people gave us freedom. So if they gave you freedom, why would they give you reparations? They gave you your reparations. That was your freedom. So when you really fundamentally believe white people can give your freedom to you, not just freedom is something you were born with by God, but freedom could only come from the white man. Why the fuck say white man is going to give you fucking reparations? It's just ridiculous. Big Cheese, and you are waiting for reparations. You go to the mailbox every day when that waiting on a reparations check. Yeah, keep fighting for what's owed. Yeah. You're gonna keep fighting. Keep fighting until you're never gonna have it. But go right ahead. If that gives you something to do, fine. But just like I said, just don't count me in this shit. That's why I hate when if you, like I said, if people really believe that, that's fine. But why do always people always come to me and act like I gotta support this shit? That's what I don't understand. If you believe in reparations and that's what you feel in your heart, that's fine. Go ahead and do it. I have nothing against that. What I do have a problem with is when people basically, Colin, why aren't you on board? Because I think it's stupid. It's not like, oh man, they start browbeating me because I'm just having an opinion that's just stupid. It's a waste of time, The Big Cheese goes, stock market's too volatile. Yeah, you have a better chance of the stock market than sitting around waiting for reparations, bro. The stock market too volatile. Says somebody has never invested in his life. The stock market is so freaking predictable, man. Simple. You buy low and you either hold it and get dividends, when it matures, or you sell it or trade the stock and make profit, Okay, you got more property and assets and income. I don't think so. And people who got property and assets, right, don't sit there and publicly talk about reparations. That's just my opinion. I don't see people with money and stuff. People with money and stuff like that don't even fucking, for the most part, be on YouTube. They're not even on YouTube for the most part. Much less sitting around talking about reparations. So it is what it is. So what's the rest of the crowd at tonight? Black people are never going to get reparations. Bottom line is this: the only time you'll get reparations is somehow white people somehow start seeing black people as human, as equal to them. Right now, they don't think that. They don't think black people are human like they are. Any other group of people, they respect their basic human. Native Americans, they say, "Oh, Native American got some reparations." Japanese people, yeah, they respect their humanity. They don't respect African humanity in this country. They don't respect. They don't see you as human like they do Native Americans, and it's been like that since day one. They saw the Native Americans at least as human. They didn't see black people, black men, and black women as human beings in this country. They said the same thing about slavery, yeah, but it was white people into slavery, at a dear price and everything. But the bottom line is this, they're not gonna pay you no damn reparations, People got this freaking, I don't know. Like I said, these people like Big Cheese, you're never gonna convince them. They really do think there's a reparations check coming in the mail. All right, Big Cheese, your reparations check is coming in the mail tomorrow. It's Friday. You should have it either tomorrow, Friday, or Monday. Your reparations check will be in the mail. Native Americans didn't get reparations. They put them on a reservation. And the bottom line, they lost everything. They never got reparations. How you going to quantify, let's say, the state of California worth trillions of dollars or whatnot, Imagine if California was still native indigenous land, And so a couple of reservations, a couple of casinos, that's reparations? Are you kidding me? You see how Native Americans live, The big they said about civil rights. Let me tell you something about civil rights. Big Cheese, you must be Jonathan Miller. You must be Jonathan Miller. Because that's how Jonathan Miller fucking talks, Civil rights only came because Jews, homosexuals, Asians, Hispanics, and all these other people, leftists and all these feminists, anti-war people, that whole cabal came together to make that happen. It was not about black people. By the time the civil rights bill was passed, it was so watered down, it had no effect on black America. That's why 4 years later, this country erupted in race riots all across the country. And then America was so shocked, they went and said, We had a Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act. Why are we still having race riots in this country? So they commissioned the Kerner report. You know, let me see if I can find this right for the big cheese. You know, the Kerner report. The Kerner report said one of the fundamental reasons why I mean, thing is it's called white racial prejudice. And this guy Moynihan came out with a policy called benign neglect. We have to neglect and ignore the black population, you know. And so the bottom line, black people never benefited from the civil rights movement, you know, for the most part. Only people that benefited was Asians, Hispanics, the new immigration laws, maybe some black women got elevated, and a couple of token black people, but for the most part, the masses of black people never benefit from the civil rights movement, brother. You know what didn't happen. You know, Kerner Commission. Okay, here it is, right here. This is for fair use, folks. You know, let's see. Let's see.
Welcome to today's presentation on the Kerner Commission, presented by the National Abolition Hall of Fame and Museum, whose mission is to honor anti-slavery abolitionists, their work to end slavery, and the legacy of that struggle, and strive to complete the second and ongoing abolition, the moral conviction to end racism. The bipartisan Kerner Commission was composed of 11 individuals appointed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1967 to investigate the causes of the widespread race riots that were occurring in many American cities during the mid-1960s. The Commission's findings were presented in a report released in 1968. Otto Kerner Jr. was a federal judge and governor of Illinois who chaired the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, also known as the Kerner Commission, established by Lyndon B. Johnson. The establishing of the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders was influenced by the 1967 Detroit and Newark riots. These were two of the most significant urban uprisings in American history. Both riots were sparked by incidents of police brutality against black citizens, but were fueled by years of systemic racism, poverty, and inequality. The Detroit riots began on July 23, 1967, and lasted for 5 days, during which time 43 people were killed and over 1,000 were injured. The Newark riots began just days later, on July 26th, and lasted for 6 days, resulting in 26 deaths and hundreds of other injuries. These riots led to widespread destruction and looting, with many businesses and homes burned to the ground. The riots also drew national attention to the plight of Black Americans in America's cities, and were a major factor in the formation of the Kerner Commission, which highlighted the causes of the riots and suggested underlying issues of racial inequality and injustice were to blame for those riots. The Commission's report, published in 1968, found that the riots were caused by a combination of factors, including poverty, unemployment, police brutality, and systemic racism. The report warned that the country was moving towards two separate and unequal societies, one black and one white, and called for a massive effort to end the racism and poverty in America. The Commission's findings were controversial at the time, with some politicians and commentators criticizing its focus on racial inequality and others dismissing its recommendations as unrealistic. These conclusions were significant because, at the time, many Americans wanted to blame the riots on outside agitators, like communists, or even just on rowdy black men who were out of control. However, the Kerner Commission contradicted these beliefs, stating that white-driven racism, not black anger, was causing the riots and destruction. The report, which was published in a 708-page report, underscored the role that police brutality played in stoking the riots. When black communities were agitated, the government sent in a National Guard and police who often were working out of fear themselves, shooting innocents, and escalating situations with the use of firearms. That, among the lack of progress in the daily lives of Black Americans, despite the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and Civil Rights Act of 1964, which often did not manifest in the personal lives of Black Americans, combined with other injustices like inadequate housing and mass employment. These factors of
Hold up. Did Big Cheese just hear what she just said? Despite the 64 Civil Rights Bill and the Voting Rights 65, didn't affect them. It was all window dressing. People like these bourgeois types like Big Cheese thinking they really did something in the civil rights movement. The black people, like I said, my parents, everyone else back then, they said, man, the Civil Rights Act was a joke. You know, that was a freaking joke. Nobody took it seriously. You know, and what gets me is since it was such a joke, black people were angry that they kept telling us how free they were because some civil rights act was passed. Black people knew you can't legislate people's hearts. You can't legislate people out of poverty. You can't basically have people shooting black people in the street, police, and systemic racism. As long as that white racism is there, the civil rights was meaningless. You know, and the Kerner Commission basically said that. It said, yes, white systemic racism is the root of all of this. You know?
So what would have been your alternative, Carlos?
I don't know. Like I said, look, let me tell you something, right? And that was very poignant back then because black people were so Americanized and everything like that. Like Malcolm X said, his book, you know, Message to the Grassroots, and by any means, Ballot of the Bullet, whatever, his speeches, he said black people are trapped in America. It's a prison. The black man in America is in a prison. You know what prison means? That means your ambitions, your natural growth, and everything is arrested. You know, you're in prison because although you are oppressed in this country, the country is all you know. You know, the way of life of America is all you know. So black people cannot have no alternative but to be miserable and angry in a system that oppresses them. They can't part ways with that system because they don't know anything else. They haven't been given the tools and the means to do that. So we're trapped inside of a country that basically rejects us. That's just the dangerous thing about that. And that's still like that to this day. You know, black people feel like they're trapped in a country that friggin' that don't like them or whatever like that. So this like these riots and stuff like that happen in the 60s could happen again, you know. You know, so like this. So you have Big Cheese. The majority of black people not living in poverty, but we want reparations. Okay. All right, Big Cheese. You know, these reparations people talk out their fucking ass. You know, let's talk finish.
of oppression were the legacy of systemic racism, ingrained into society by Jim Crow laws and the ever-present mindset created by the legacy of slavery. Therefore, the Commission concluded, quote, white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it. End quote. Despite the report becoming a bestseller, published in its book form, and receiving coverage by big media sites such as NBC and CBS, the recommendations made by the Kerner Commission were largely ignored, even by Lyndon B. Johnson himself, who had commissioned it. The Kerner Commission has suggested massive government spending on social programs to uplift Black Americans in areas where they face challenges in escaping poverty due to systemic racism ingrained into institutions like education, employment, and voting, to name a few. Individuals like Lyndon B. Johnson, however, had wanted the Commission to assign blame to outside agitators, unruly reporters who were stoking inflamed passions, or even just on the very individuals conducting the riots. However, the Kerner Commission centered the bulk of responsibility for the riots on the white middle class. Overall, the public was not on board with what the Commission had to say. According to the polls conducted after the Commission, 53% of white Americans did not accept the notion that racism was the cause of the riots, whereas 58% of Black Americans believed otherwise. This demonstrated how support of white Americans for civil rights had already begun to dwindle prior to the publication of the Kerner Commission report. While a majority of Northern whites had backed President Johnson's civil rights policies in 1964, making it possible for him to pass landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Polling revealed that most of them now felt he was being too forceful in his approach.
Now, see what you just said? It was white people who basically forced civil rights. Not this is Big Chief about we got out there and FBA got out there and demonstrated. No, it was white people, mostly Jewish white people, that made the civil rights movement happen. So the bottom line. So let's stop with this nonsense about some FBA came there and all that. These so-called FBA thing after doing absolutely nothing to pass civil rights for the most part, right? They want black immigrants to kiss their feet like y'all did so much for us and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, black people, for marching. That's all bullshit. Black immigrants don't owe y'all shit, So the bottom line is, it is what it is.
Approach just 2 years later. The response of white Americans to the Kerner Commission report played a part in the emergence of the Law and Order campaign, which helped to elect Richard Nixon that very same year in 1968. Instead of facing the reality of systemic racism, Americans adopted a discourse that advocated for the militarization of police forces and a harsher crackdown on crime in inner cities. This legacy of being tough on crime, instead of addressing the cause of the crime, continues to this day. Despite the rejection it faced, the Kerner Commission report was essential in understanding the root causes of the race riots that plagued many American cities in the 1960s. The Commission found that the primary cause of the riots was the pervasive and institutionalized racism that existed in the United States. The Commission noted that the lack of opportunity, police brutality, and poverty in many urban areas contributed to the anger and frustration of Black American communities. The Commission's report argued that these issues could only be addressed by addressing the structural inequalities and systemic racism in American society. For example, the report called for significant changes to policies, including those related to employment, housing, and education, to address the root causes of inequality and discrimination, and to ensure that Black Americans have access to all of these sectors and areas. In conclusion, the Kerner Commission showed the power of government-led investigations, especially if they were bipartisan, and underscored the need for a more inclusive and diverse society. Its legacy continues to be felt today as the United States continues to grapple with issues of inequality and discrimination. At the time of its publishing, in 1969, 1/3 of Black Americans lived below the poverty line. Today, that number has declined to well below 30%. However, it continues to be twice as high as white Americans, underscoring that we still have a long way to go to acknowledge the truths espoused by the Kerner Commission so many years ago. Thank you for watching today's presentation. Please help us by completing a brief survey at the link on your screen and also in the video description. Your feedback will help NAHOF receive funding and help plan future projects. Additionally, please contact NAHOF with any questions or comments, or if you're interested in learning more about the organization.
Yeah, I said it all. I said after the Civil Rights Act went out, with riots exploded in the country after the Civil Rights Movement, Civil Rights Act went out, so Big Chief said, I was there. We went out there and voted. What'd you get? You had riots and everything like that. You had increased poverty and everything like that. So what did the Civil Rights Movement actually do? It did absolutely nothing, Now the big cheese going around talking about, we're going to do the same thing with reparations. Well, now you ain't getting no damn reparations, because the bottom line is this. It was right after the response to the Civil Rights Movement was Richard Nixon was elected in 1968. Just like right now, the response to you Negroes talking a bunch of nonsense online, like you going to do something and whatnot, you got no political power, nothing, You have the Congressional Black Caucus, a joke, and now you got a MAGA government in power, a Donald Trump government in power. What are you going to do? What the hell are you going to do, Big Cheese? What are you going to do? You're going to try to roll up on Donald Trump and tell him what to do with his right-wing agenda, his fucking Pete Hegseth, a fucking combat veteran, It ain't about a defeatist. I'm a realist. I'm fucking real. I'm just telling you like it is, And like I said about the topic tonight, man, there is no damn black agenda. All there's a bunch of emotional Negroes like the Big Cheese, who he says he was down in the civil rights movement. He's been the type of people that's been leading our people to nothing for years, you know? I will be dragging this retarded, flabby, mentally ill flop in his challenge days. Collar Nation 2. The argumental retard. So, oh no, that must be Nakmeezy. You know? Using my profile picture, you know? Okay, whatever. Dim folks. You sound like Phil Scott. Dim folks. Ain't no dim folks. You know, I don't need dim folks or whatnot. You know, I got everything I need in life. Where I'm a black nationalist. I don't fucking need fucking America. I don't need no reparations. I don't need no civil rights and whatnot. You guys call it civil rights. The civil rights. When I say no, it's civil rights. Oh, I always thought it was civil rights. It's like this color silver. No, it's not silver right. It's civil rights, you know. But you Negroes don't know that. Yeah, said Mabudu says, and Elvis, don't get upset when I'm about to say. You know, don't get upset, Elvis. You know, he says that African immigrants to the U.S. are happier with a brighter future outlook than Africa overall. Why not? You know, if we look, the bottom line is this: you got to understand the difference, right? The African immigrants is coming from a place where, you know, where there's open defecation, no water, no electricity, full electricity, no anything, no education, no food, no anything. So when they come to America and they see all this abundance, you know, everything, they're kissing the ground, you know. They don't care how it is. They'll say in America, they're kissing the ground. So, but black people who are born into the society, right, have higher expectations, Baruti. You know, higher expectations. So they want the best. Black people judge themselves by what white people have, not what the minimum America wants them to have. Black people always looking at white people saying, I want that. You know? So we got a troll here today talking about colonization too. You know, I don't like trolls, so let me get this clown out of here. You know, oh, sorry, PV early. I blocked the wrong person, you know. Yeah, I PV early. Sorry about that. I blocked the wrong person, you know. I accident. I blocked you by accident. I meant to block this Colonation 2 character, you know. But it is what it is, folks, you know. It is what it is. You know, I don't know what to tell you anymore, you know.
Carla, you're looking young in that Carla 2, Nation 2 profile picture though.
Yeah, that's a fucking from years ago. You know, when I was doing Dynasty Show. That's one of my pictures from Dynasty Show. You know, so I had to block that fool. I don't like trolls. Sound like Nakmeezy, you know. You know, I'm gonna come out there and colonization. Keep doing what y'all doing, man. Y'all only making me more popular and stuff like that. You're spreading my message and everything. Go right ahead, you know. But like I said, you know, the Negro in America, right? I have a PhD in Negroology. You know, the Negro is a unique animal. You know, I studied the Negro. You know, and a Negro will lie, he will cheat, he will steal, he will run his mouth, he'll say things that he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's what the Negro. So I know the Negro.
That's Uncle Ruckus right there.
Yeah, I know. You can call me Collar Ruckus. You know, a nigga will lie, the nigga will cheat. He'll say things that you don't know what to talk about. You know, these things that put fear in a nigga. You know, a whip, a nightstick, a job application.
A job application.
Yeah, a job application. I'm glad you think I'm comical, Big Cheese, and whatnot. I'm hilarious, and I admit it. I'm hilarious. You know. when you're dealing with Negroes, the only thing I got is my sense of humor, man. It's the only thing I got left, you know. Yeah, I was in check this. I was in this I was having lunch today at my favorite place, my pizza place, right? They sell New York style pizza, but it's owned by Muslims, though, you know. It's hilarious, right? They got cannolis in there, Italian food, pasta, whatnot, pizza. I always order 2 slices of pizza when I go in there. Reminds me like when I was a youth back in New York when I get my slice of pizza on, whatnot. Anyway, this guy basically I come in there, I get my 2 slices and soda, whatever like that. So I went to the bathroom, right? And the fucking one guy is in there on a fucking prayer rug. And I said, man, if other things I want to do, I do not want to be, I don't want to get on a prayer rug. I don't want to be a Muslim, you know? I don't want to be like alhamdulillah, and whatnot, you know? I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't get on the prayer rug. And you know something, how much that costs a business, right? I guess because the guy was there, I guess he's a relative, whatever like that. They got to stop and pray 5 times a day. How do you get anything done, you know? So I'm like this. How is that compatible with the modern world? You're running a business, say you're running a factory or a trucking company, right? And the bottom line is, you'll say, why is truck number 52 pull over the side of the road 5 times? And you go to the camera or not, you'll say, you see one pray on the side of the road, pull the prayer rug out and start praying to Mecca in the middle of a shift or whatnot. 5 times. They got to do that 5 times a day. Pray to Mecca and whatnot. You know, I'm like, it just, I don't know, man, you know. I'm not big on this multicultural shit. I think people come to America and just try to fit into this country, man. You know, we don't fucking pray 5 times a day. It's not necessary. You know, what do you think about that, Elvis? Praying 5 times a day, is that really necessary? It's not necessary. You know, you don't need to pray 5 times a day, you know. Why we in touch with my Allah? I'm like, oh, Lord, okay. And no offense to my Muslim brothers out there, man. I just don't understand certain things, you know. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, respect to them. It takes dedication, but I'm a Christian, not a Muslim.
You know what I'm saying? In this country, right? Okay. Let's say you're doing that. Let's say, and this guy was, I guess, the owner is Muslim. He was Muslim in the back. First, I said, what is that? First, I thought he was painting the wall or something. I kept going down. I said, I thought he was trying to get to the crack. I thought he was bending down to like paint in a corner or something like that. Then I looked up, it was a prayer work. I said, oh, he bowed his head and he came back up one night and started saying, Alhamdulillah, whatever like this, you know? And so basically, I'm like, oh, he's praying, you know? I come out of the bathroom, you know? I'll say, he's praying. I was wondering for a second. Well, I come back out, he's still praying. I could hear his head knock against the floor. You know, they put the head on the floor, whatever, all the way down, you know, whatever, like that 5 times a day. I be wondering, how do they know they're praying to the east? You know, how do they know they're facing east? That's what I wanted to know, you know? You know, how do want to know they pray to the east? They got a compass or something? I don't know, you know? But hey, it is what it is, man. You know, this country is becoming more multicultural and shit like that. Yeah, man, Big Cheese. You guys marched back in the day so these guys could come here and pray 5 times a day. Whatnot. You know, that's what you march for. Mabudu says, Kala, a video you showed suggests that LBJ needed Northern white soldiers to pass civil rights laws despite black agitation. Yeah, bottom line, ain't nobody thought what black people thought, you know? It was white liberals and whatnot who basically supported the civil rights. That's why it got passed, right? And then those same white liberals turned on him when the reality of black people trying to move into their neighborhoods became a reality. They said, wait a minute here. And black people started, like Malcolm X said, black people started getting some of their jobs and everything like that. And their way of life was threatened. That's when they pushed back. So we really never gained anything from the civil rights movement. Don't let people like the Big Cheese. They want a pat on the back. I was there. I was marching the civil rights movement when I did. Ignorant people, you know. So it is what it is, you know. The civil rights movement, you know. Civil rights movement was a farce. You know, we had civil rights movement, man. We wouldn't have fucking Trayvon Martin. We'd have George Floyd. We'd have none of this stuff like this, you know. You know. You said, why does LGBT value so white objective civil rights were turned the past? So white objection to right, no shit. White objection to civil rights as deterrent to passing. Well, yeah. The bottom line, when white people start rejecting this, that LBJ did a fucking beeline and said, you know something, man, maybe I was just kidding about all the civil rights stuff. You know, that's the truth. He turned on black people one night. You know, he said, yeah, okay, I did my part. You know, and the Kerner Commission came out, '68, and it put the blame really on white systemic racism. That was the root of it. That's the root of the poverty. That was the root of everything in this country, still to this day. White systemic racism. They simply wanted America to be a white country, you know, and that means that black people were not allowed in their institutions, their businesses, and stuff like that. So how do you gonna have 40 million people with no fucking? You cannot like Rod Sterling said from the Twilight Zone. He said, a country that basically rejects a man for just because of his race is not a country. That's not a good society. Like I said, what it showed about America was a wicked, evil society. You know, any country that makes so when people talk about a civil rights act did something wrong, they're lying to you. Fundamentally, the heart of America didn't change. So, part of America, basically, like this, is Big Chief said, "Collie, you don't know clue what it's like for Black America in the '60s. Yeah, it was horrible. No kidding. My father told me all about it. You know." So the bottom line, the thing is, though, even though everything was legally segregated, my family moved to the north. In the north, we did have, we were able to go to white people like Coney Island. Took a look at pictures of Coney Island. Let me show you something. People don't realize this. Let me show you something, folks. Let's see. I'm gonna show you a video. New York in the 1940s. New York, City. New York City. Let's go to the 1940s. Watch what you see on the streets. See, the North was already integrated. We already have friggin' people, black and white kids. Let me show you friggin' this thing right here. What I'm talking about. I think you, Big Cheese. I think you living in your own reality, bro. I didn't have to live there. I know. Okay, what am I doing? New York City, 1940. Let's see something. Let me see. Sure, so. This is fair use. See how you see black and people and white people walking down the street together? This is the 1940s. See how you see black people, white people going to the subway together? Now, what was why wasn't there no need for civil rights? The civil rights movement is something that affected the South. Black police officer. You saw that? Let me see. Show you black children. Black children. Black police officer. New York City. It's the 1940s. Black children playing, dancing, break dancing. This is the 1940s. New York City. So I'm sick and tired of people thinking that the civil rights movement was when black people were already chilling, for the most part, nationwide. The civil rights movement and the march, that was something confined to the deep South, The North was more segregated. That's the same stupid, ignorant stuff. I'm from the North. I'm from New York, right? And something, let me tell you about a story, right? I remember one time I was in high school, right? No, actually junior high. I was in this, I was on the track team, right? And all of a sudden, one of the schools I went to, was called Crispell, right in the country, right? Crispell Middle School and Circle Middle School. Crispell is more in the country, right? In upstate New York, right? In upstate New York, right? Circleville is the junior high I came from. That was more in the suburbs, So anyway, on Crispell, both schools, the high school is called Pine Bush. That's the high school I went to and graduated from. So anyway, but Crispell was right next to Pine Bush, so that's what we used to go to for our track meet and stuff like that, right? Because it was near the high school, right? Because both the middle school and the high school use the same track. Well, anyway, one day we used to always in between practice, right? We used to go backstage when I mess with the kids that would do plays and stuff like that. All backstage and whatnot, watch them act and everything like that. The kids that were in the theater. Anyway, I went back in the theater in the room, right? And I just happened to look down and I saw a black and white class picture from like the 1930s. You know what I saw? I saw black kids in the class. And it dawned on me, I said, this is Crispell. This is like really racist. Well, racist, upstate New York. I don't know. It was used to be a lot of Klan up there in that area, but they're mostly anti-Catholic at the time, I heard. This is Pine Bush, New York, right? This is where I came from. This is white people, This is where I grew up, right? This is really white, upstate New York, So anyway, I looked in the class pictures of black and white fit, a big picture, right? That were in the side, right? And you saw black kids in the classroom from the 1930s. I was like, whoa, that just hit me. I'm like, fuck it. I did not think black people went to school with white people back then. Then I did more research and found out that, yeah, except for in southern states and whatnot, black kids and white kids were going to school since the 1800s in New York. So this idea that civil rights movement changed something. People in New York, black people want jobs. They want an opportunity. They ain't give a fuck about what you talk about. Black people and white people already mixed together in the subway system, the trains, and a lot of black people and white people live in the same high-rise building towers in New York City, Yeah, there was more sundown towns. Shut up, Big Cheese. You're a fucking idiot, There was much more sundown towns. No, we didn't do that in the North, So the bottom line, don't listen to Big Cheese. He's a fucking idiot. Just like this stupid reparations movement. Stupidity. That's why, yeah, man, when you go look at the history and whatnot, there was a lot of friggin' integration going on in the northern states, especially places like Massachusetts and stuff like that. That's been going on for a long time. And when you talk about racism, you're talking about something that was rooted in the deep South, maybe in the Midwest or something like that, but for the most part, Indiana's not the North, Indiana's not the North. He only know a map, but Indiana's out west, is in the Midwest. That's not the North. And yes, there was KKK chapter North, but the KKK in the North were mostly anti-Catholic, and anti-Jew. They weren't really anti-black because there was no real black problem in New York, The killing in Mississippi in the 1960s was anti-black, But Mark Clinton, for the most part, in the 1920s, when the heyday, were mostly anti-foreigner and anti-Catholic, and anti-Muslim and anti-Jew. Than they were actually anti-black. People like that don't know their fucking history when they're trying to fucking school me. Don't know your history. You older than me when you live like you don't know shit. How does that make you sound, Big Cheese? So it is what it is. Marie says, Kala, you believe that northern whites support desegregation? So yeah, look, the bottom line is this: northern whites basically were accustomed to being around black people. Remember something. You had black communities in New York that were above the white communities. You had places like Harlem, they called Sugar Hill, and stuff like that, where they saw fancy black people and whatnot. They had in mind places like Islip, Long Island, Mount Vernon, places like Nyack, New York. White people were in Palisades, New Jersey. There was always places where white people saw thriving black community. They always had it in mind there was a black race in America that was doing well. They came across them. They always see that fancy colored guy, that fancy black man that owned business and stuff like that. That was in the North. There's a lot of old black money in the North, So it's not like the South where white people naturally thought they were straight. And most white people in the North were immigrant background, I studied black history. You don't know black history. If you knew black history, Big Cheese, you would have a show, not me. Let me tell you about a story about my father's boss, the Von Wells, right? They were from Germany, right? Mr. Von Wells came to the United States during the 1940s, right? After the war. He lived he could barely speak English, right? He was a chemist in Germany. He came to New York after World War II, and he lived in a building with my Uncle Lake in the Bronx. In the Bronx. And so my Uncle Lake, right, a lot of immigrants in New York could not speak the English. So they relied on the black community. They made good friends. Like the Polish community, the German community were really close to the black community in America. The German community and Polish community, probably the most closest to any black people in America, right? And they used the black people's infrastructure and networks to get to survive here because we knew the language. And the lay of the land, we helped him out. So my uncle Lake, my great Uncle Lake, he was my father's uncle, right? Uncle Lake. When you go over his house, it's like you go to Uncle Lake's house, you gotta be dressed a certain way. You don't speak unless spoken to and whatnot. Uncle Lake he would sit there in his chair reading his newspaper with his pipe and whatnot. That was my father's uncle, Anyway, when you go to Uncle Lake's house, Mr. Von Wells, my Uncle Lake loaned him money, right, to basically start his business, right? And then what this how they thought back then. When Mr. Von Wells got his business started, right? And my Uncle Lake said, all you have to do is make sure my nephews have a job, right? And so therefore my Uncle Lake didn't know nothing about shares of stocks and stuff like that, because Vaughn Products became a multi-million-dollar corporation, right? But my father always had my father's first real big break as a job, right? And that's why we was able to grow up in a middle class because my father basically had a good job with Vaughn Products. If that had not happened, I don't know how my life would have turned out. I could have been another statistic, But my father basically had that good job in New Jersey, Oakland, New Jersey, and we was able to move out of the city to upstate New York and buy a house and everything like that, So it is what it is. But the point I'm trying to make was the relationship between blacks and whites was completely different in the North Because North, you talk about immigrant white people, you know? They came over here poor, destitute, and everything like that. And the black people were like the upper class to them, you know? You know, so I don't know what the big cheese is talking about, you know? Where's he talking? He's talking all this goofy shit. Blexit.community. Well, yeah, a lot of Italians, whatever like that, if they move out of a neighborhood and whatnot, I don't think that's really thing. But Italians really kept their neighborhoods, like Bensonhurst, Red Hook, and stuff like that. That was always they're still Italian American. You know, I don't really, we have neighborhood now. I'll tell you what, and be surprised in Amityville, Long Island, right? That's where you had like working class and middle class black people and Italian people living in that one city, Amityville, Long Island. I'll never forget 1988, I went to go see Eddie Murphy Raw. Oh my God. The movie theater was half black. Me and my friend Derek, we went on a double date with these chicks, right? And it was half black in there and half Italians, right? And man, I was like, oh, so it's gonna go down here tonight when they start telling the Italian jokes and whatnot. I was like, oh shit. Half the theater was Italian, all middle class black people and middle class Italians whatnot. And Amityville, Long Island whatnot. For what they gonna see Eddie Murphy Raw when that was fucking stuff like that. What is your comment, Brody? You said do you believe the northern? You read the northern whites supported desegregating public facilities and so. Yeah. Northern whites basically supported the desegregation because they saw these images of black people sitting in the back. There were no images of black people sitting in the back of the bus or Negroes to the back or colored signs or water fountains in the north or whatnot. So they were appalled at what they saw. Images of the South and everything like that. So they wanted that change and whatnot. That's why all these northern students went down there. And that's why you had those three civil rights workers murdered in 1964, you know, because they wanted to change these racist laws and whatnot in the South. Even though the North had its own racial problems, it was nothing like the South, the dehumanizing racism you saw in the South. That's what the civil rights movement was supposed to be addressed. But civil rights movement, people they expected the Civil Rights Act to address racism in the South, discrimination, Jim Crow, and also deal with the root of everything in Black America, which was poverty and racism. It didn't address that. That's why the Civil Rights Movement is a failure, you know? You know, Big Cheese like, Colin never studied Black history. I do know Black history. I know real Black history, not this fake bubblegum stuff you've been taught, you know? So it is what it is. So I asked the question, is there a Black agenda? The answer obviously is no. It's the same thing, you know. It says Italian Irish hated Black people. You know, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Some Italians didn't like Black people. Some Italians got along with Black people, you know. Let me play some more videos. Let's say all these people that fucking don't know shit. Let me talk to you about that. Black people and white people in New York pretty much were more advanced. New York was more of a cosmopolitan area one night. It was way more advanced than the rest of the country. You can't judge America by the stupid bumpkins in the South. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna try put Harlem. Harlem. Harlem and German district. This is for fair use, folks. Fair use. I don't film. Wow, look at all that segregation right there. Look at all that segregation, you know?
We can't see it, Carla.
Oh, hold up. Oh, shit. Let me see. Hold up. Let me start all over again. Sorry about that, folks. Let me start all over again. Section 102 of the Copyright Act allows for use of copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching and I'm critiquing. Okay, so this is fair use. All right, now watch the picture right here. This is 1939. Watch it. This is a German district in Harlem. Notice how you see black and white sitting there on the street talking, socializing. You even have black police officers. Now look how clean the people look and civilized and whatnot. I would love to go back to these time period, right? I would love to go back to these time period. This is when Black America was at its best before the so-called civil rights movement. You know, this is 1939. Look how people look: peaceful, happy, prosperous, everything like that. You know, this is Harlem. This is the beginning of the housing projects in New York. At first, they started off good, but then later, years later, when they started bringing heroin in, and so that they went to shit. The civil rights movement was an abstract failure, Bruce. You know, the NAACP stands for Negroes are actually colored Polacks. You know, you got the NAACP, the SLCC, the NLFO. All it means is BULLSIT. Bullshit. Audrey, I don't know what a crock is, you know. I don't speak Shinagalaga Nigerian, you know. Hey Audrey, can you say what you can you take that wig off and see what you look like?
Carla, you didn't have this shrug for that mango lady. You got it
Who?
for Audrey.
Because Audrey's always talking shit about me, you know. They're talking shit. This is Mango Lady. She don't insult me and talk shit. If she was insulting me, she get it, you know. So you show me respect, I'll show you respect. That's how it is. I am. She goes, "They cornrows." All right, yeah, okay, Audrey. Okay, Audrey. Take that mop off your head, Audrey. Let's see that bald head of yours, you know. I saw you that. So what do you think about this, Elvis? How does New York City look back in the 1930s?
I mean, it's nice. You ain't got along with other races. That's nice. I don't have a problem with it.
That's what Black America used to be before we started fucking talking about integration and fucking civil rights and all this kind of bullshit, you know? There was nothing to see. White people and black people living in the same neighborhood and stuff like that. This is way before the so-called civil rights movement. Also, people like freaking Big Cheese and the civil rights generation, they not see he's not happy unless he's fucking yeah, these people basically are so far up white people's ass they can see out of white people's noses. You know, separate people, separate and segregate are two different things. Most black people lived in separate communities, right? But they weren't segregated. Segregated is when basically somebody controls where you live at. In Harlem, we voluntarily lived in Harlem. We voluntarily lived in the Bronx, you know, in parts of Queens and Brooklyn and stuff like that. That's not segregated. That's just us saying this is where we want to reside at. We built our little enclaves. That's not segregation. And people don't understand the difference between the two. That's why we have these arguments, right? Things are segregated, you know, so we got to integrate, you know? Like, dude, we don't want to fucking integrate. Black people see like they're back then. My grandfather used to tell we were happy in our own fucking neighborhoods, you know? We had everything we needed, had each other, we had everything we needed. When somebody decided, oh, no, you can't do that. We got to go to a white school, whatever like that. You got to go like this. So this idea, this narrative created for us that black people always want to freaking, now everybody has to get out. You know, New York City is still mostly black American, bro. It's still mostly black American. My family's still in New York, you know? Big Cheese on what the hell he's about New York's becoming gen. No, it's not. You know, that's bullshit. Black people, Black America still has strongholds like Harlem, Jamaica Estates, Mount Vernon, you know, Yonkers. That's still Black America. You know, Islip, Long Island, Hempstead, you know, Uniondale. All these things are still Black American strongholds, you know, and which was Sag Harbor, still Black American strongholds in New York. So I don't know what you're talking about, Big Cheese, you know. Take that someplace else, you know. Take that and get yourself a reparations check, you know. So it is what it is. So step right on up, and get knocked right the fuck down. The college Genesis is ready for all comers, you know. The Iroquois and Algonquins are two Native American tribes in New York. He goes, during the 2030, Black people not. So what? Why the goal of Black people was not. We built our own communities, and also we had better communities than the white community. We did not have. What did we look back then? Everywhere was tribal. Most white people lived in white communities. Germans live in German communities. Italians live in Italian communities. Irish live in Irish communities. You know, Black people for the most part lived in our own communities. Right? What's the fuck was wrong with that? You know. Black people were not allowed to live in white people. Who the fuck? What kind of sane Black person, right? No, you civil rights people, man. You guys think in the South, I get it. You civil rights people, y'all want to live next to white people. I get it. Us people in the North, man, we were doing our own thing. We were chilling in our own communities, you know? Mount Vernon's not no Black Caribbean, bro. My family from Mount Vernon. It's not no Black Caribbean. That's what they always do. They always make everybody a fucking Black Caribbean. Oh, yeah, Mount Vernon's Black Caribbean. Next thing you know, you're going to say fucking Jamaica States is Caribbean. Oh, okay, you know? Next you're going to tell me fucking Islip Long Island's Caribbean. Oh, okay. Next thing you're going to tell me South Jamaica Queens, Hollis Queens is Caribbean. Oh, okay. You know? All these speaking people, all these Caribbean people that people say, oh, that's all Caribbean. Yeah, Caribbeans are moving in now, you know, and so a lot of businesses there, but the majority of people still living there are still Black people, you know, from America. As always, they're always the majority. There are no real majority Caribbean neighborhoods. They don't exist. You know, Caribbeans come here, integrate with Black America. Mount Vernon is 100% Black Caribbean. Okay. Oh, Lord, man. Why is God doing this to me? Jonathan Miller. All right, Jonathan. Jonathan, you're up. What do you want to say?
I know you miss me, Kyle. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, right.
What's up, Elvis? Kyle, you know integration wasn't a failure everywhere, right?
What?
Integration wasn't a failure everywhere.
I didn't say it was a failure everywhere, but I'm just saying the problem I have with integration is this. Now, in the North, Black people wanted jobs. That's what we wanted. We wanted jobs. We wanted an end to like racial occupation of our community. We really felt that these communities were ours, Harlem, like that. But they said, why do we got these white businesses and white police force occupying our neighborhood? That was a fight in the North. Why is it that we can't get jobs at the bus companies, stuff like that? You know, we came a long way in the North, you know, certain jobs we couldn't get, you know, even sanitation, you know, for the most part, you know, to drive the truck was always a white guy. The guys pick up the trash were Black guys, you know. But now you got Black guys driving the truck. You got Black people on the MTA board of the transit board, the subway transit board in New York City. So we came a long ways. You know, that's what we were fighting for in the North, you know, that what they were fighting. It was like two different countries, civil rights movement. You know, in the North, we felt like we were neglected, you know. We were like, what the hell? You know, we didn't ask to go to no school with no white people. We want to build our own schools and shit, you know. That's how we build in the North. Most likely at the time we're living in the North, you know. So the civil rights movement did help the South, Black people in the South. Like you go to a place like North Carolina, yeah, integration did work because in the South, unlike the North, when I moved down to Virginia, all I see was white mixed race. Like Virginia Beach is a mixed race. So it came out in the civil rights movement, right? Virginia Beach is a product of the civil rights movement for the most part. It's a completely mixed race suburb, you know? You know, black people and white people buying properties out here coming from the inner city, Norfolk and Portsmouth, and whites were coming from other areas and whatnot. And so basically it was like black and white people mixed for the first time. Schools, everything was black and white. So it did work here in the South, you know. We have mixed neighborhoods, but in the North, we didn't do it like that. You know, black and white people didn't really mix in neighborhoods like that in New York, you know. I go to my old neighborhood in New York when you don't see no fucking white people. You see one white person, you know, I don't need to use a policeman or somebody do with Con Edison, you know. That's the only time you saw white people. It was a fireman or Con Edison, a utility person. That's the only time you saw white people in our area, you know. South Jamaica, Queens was like living in Africa, you know. That's how black it was, you know. So I don't know. So I don't know what this big cheese is talking about. He goes, the civil rights would influence the entire world. Okay, sure it did, you know. That's why they had these fucking riots in 1968 and the Kerner Commission came out. Did you see that video I played of the Kerner Commission, Jonathan?
Nah.
Okay, well, let me play it again.
The civil rights movement didn't influence the world, though. I'm not going to go that far. That's nuts.
Yeah, I know civil rights would influence the world.
It didn't influence the world.
He was back there in that time period, so he wants to big it up, though. You know, I get it, you know. Okay, the Kerner Commission. Let me play a different one. This is for fair use, folks. Fair use. Can you guys see it?
Kukui brings customers to our shops two ways. By reaching out with SEO and bringing them in through Google.
Hello, welcome to AP Sources Simplified. Today we are looking at the report by the Kerner Commission, which was organized by President Lyndon Johnson. The report was released in 1960.
See, this was 4 years after the Civil Rights Act, right? And all across the country, there were race riots all across the country, you know, really deadly race riots. Right now, Baltimore and Detroit and Newark has never recovered from the race riots of 1967, 68. Still, that's like my lifetime, whatnot, you know, have never recovered, right? Still, you got burnt down buildings, everything like that. What the hell happened? What was the unrest? They said they had the civil rights movement, everything else, and it actually made things worse, you know? And this Kerner report is going to explain what happened.
68 detailed many of the racial problems that plagued American society. In the 1950s and 60s, the civil rights movement had made incredible legal progress. From the Brown v. Board decision that called for schools to be desegregated, several presidential actions like President Eisenhower's sending in federal troops to escort black students to school in Little Rock. And the movement seemed to culminate with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which legally banned many types of discrimination, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which struck down poll taxes and literacy tests which had kept Black Americans from achieving any sort of political representation for decades. However, these events and acts did not resolve the social and economic inequalities in society. By the mid to late 1960s, many civil rights and protest movements began to splinter, with some groups taking a much more militant stance. In the African-American civil rights movement, there had always been different philosophical approaches going all the way back to the late 1800s, with Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. In the 1950s and early 1960s, MLK had a counterpart in Malcolm X, who offered a more Black social and economic liberation movement that was not dependent upon a white assistance approach. In the mid to late 1960s, the more confrontational Black Power movement and Black Panthers picked up steam. This more confrontational approach, also fueled by the deep poverty, systemic racism, and lack of opportunity for Black youth, manifested in riots occurring over the course of several summers in major cities across the U.S. The riots of 1967, however, were the most serious, engulfing 22 cities in July and August. 43 people were killed in Detroit alone, nearly all of them Black, and $50 million worth of property was destroyed. President Johnson called in the National Guard and U.S. Army troops. In 1967, the worst of the riots occurred in 22 cities across the United States over the course of 2 months. While Black leaders understood why the riots were happening, they tried to calm them. MLK went to one of the worst hit areas of the riots, Watts, Los Angeles. His appearance did not have the intended effect, as he was even heckled by the crowd, with one person shouting, "We don't need your dreams, we need jobs." President Johnson, dismayed by the violence, organized a presidential commission to study and produce a report on the situation. This will be led by Illinois Governor Otto Kerner. Now, taking a look at the key points of the report, it provided both causes of the situation and possible remedies. First, on the causes, can be summed up with this line from the report. Our nation is moving toward two societies, one black and one white, separate and unequal. Again, it is important to think about the context. This is after the Civil and Voting Rights Acts. So while those were great pieces of legislation, they did not change the day-to-day struggle felt by many Black Americans. The report did not excuse the rioters, but put their actions into context with their hopeless situation, as they had been shut out of a white-dominated society with no real economic opportunity to live out the American dream. For a solution, the report called for a costly and drastic aid to Black communities. Unless programs were quickly created to help the situation, the report said that there would be a, quote, continuing polarization of the American community and ultimately the destruction of basic democratic values. Now, taking a look at the report's intentions, it is from the point of view of politicians, many of whom had experience in dealing with race relations and riots, and their purpose was to create an honest and forthright government report about race. Finally, let's take a look at the legacy of the report. President Johnson mostly rejected the report. In my speculation, I believe this is because he felt he was in the process of tackling the problem with his Great Society and War on Poverty programs already in place. However, the public, scared by the riots, would turn away from liberalism in the 1968 election and towards Richard Nixon, who promised a conservative approach and a return to law and order. 1 month after the report was released, Martin Luther King was assassinated and riots broke out in more than 100 cities across the United States. Looking much later down the road, the report contained pretty accurate predictions about the future if the problems were not addressed, one of which was that cities will have Black majorities by 1985, and the suburbs will remain largely all white. In the late 1990s, 2 reports were funded by the Eisenhower Foundation, and they found that the divides between white and Black society had only increased. Quoting from the Locked in the Poorhouse report, "Today, 30 years after the Kerner report, there is more poverty in America. It is deeper, blacker, and browner than before, and it is more concentrated in the cities, which have become America's poorhouses." Okay, I hope you liked the video and it can help you out. I appreciate it if you'd give that like button below a smash and subscribe to the channel.
I love Monday.com.
What's
White people in
Monday.com?
their stories.
You don't know Monday.com? This is Monday.com. It's a platform that helps us run our work, collaborate with other departments, understand our business, and reach our goals.
So, project management.
No, work management. Any type of work, any kind of business at every scale.
So there it is, folks. The Kerner Commission has said it black and white. He said the root of it is white racism and stuff like that. And also, after that, poverty got worse in America. You got 2 Americas, 1 black, 1 white. So tell me again what the Civil Rights Movement did. You know, it said the situation in America got worse. You know, it is what it is. You know, there never was a black agenda, you know. You know, so I just proved that tonight. There is no black agenda. I asked for something in the comment section. What I got the same babbling. We need the reparations. There's no fucking black agenda. There's a bunch of people babbling.
Carla, wait a minute now. How you gonna say there's no black agenda?
There is no black agenda.
You ain't never heard of the
Okay,
the
go
goal
ahead.
to have one. You haven't heard of the goal to have 1 million black businesses by 2030.
Okay, Jonathan.
Is that Reduce unemployment to 0.5% by 2035.
Where's that at? How's that going to happen?
It's already happening, Kyla. Dang,
Where's it happening, Jonathan? Jonathan, and not in your imagination. Show me now. Point to it. Upload a video. Point to it on the map.
Okay, shit. Hold on.
Is that a goal of 1 billion businesses? Yeah, more Negro dreaming, man. You know.
Okay, hold on. Kyla, you know what happens, right? This is what happens when you have a lot of people that be like, see, we ain't got nothing going on. We can't work together. We can't do this. We can't do that.
I admit there's a lot of stuff going on. And a lot of success going on, right? But to say that in the bottom line, the people who got shit going on are the people who got shit going on. You know, they got business doing business deals, making money and stuff like that. Yeah, but they're not part of any collective black agenda. I'm talking about the people basically who was talking all stuff, because I noticed something. The people who got stuff going on have almost no political or community support in the black community. There's out there a little groups and they doing their thing. They're making money and they're making waves and everything like that, but it's not something that's valued by the community at all. Yeah, I noticed that for a fact. You know, there's no friggin' people don't. I said earlier tonight. I said black people ought to get serious about building this stock exchange, right? A black-owned stock market, right? I said, look, I was playing a video where this people are now starting to ask, you know, on Robin have black-owned publicly traded companies can we invest in and stuff like that. That's on a small scale. There's only like 7, you know, or whatever like that. However it is, it's too small. We should have tens of thousands of black businesses that are publicly traded, and then eventually it should be so many publicly traded companies that now we could justify building our own exchange, you know?
Carla, what's the criteria to be publicly traded? What do you have to meet?
To be on the New York Stock Exchange, you got to be worth a few $1 million, you know? To be on the NASDAQ, it's much lower, you know?
That ain't the requirements, Carla.
What?
That ain't the requirements. You got to have a certain growth of revenue over a certain time period, like 5 years, up to 7 years.
You have a certain level. You have a certain amount of level of assets and liquidity. You know?
Right. Most of these companies don't meet that requirement.
You know, so bottom line,
there's a lot of companies meet the requirement, but a lot of people don't want to go public. Why would you want to do that?
Well, the whole idea of public is this, right? If you want to expand, right, or double the size of your business, you go public. That's why you do it. You know,
Worldwide Technologies is doing great. They're not public.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying is this though: if you want to expand your business and whatnot, and grow your business, the biggest businesses and whatnot are publicly traded companies. You know, so
Worldwide Technologies is one of the biggest.
I know that, but it's Worldwide Technology. But imagine if it was a publicly traded company. You know, if it was a publicly traded company.
Kyle, the reason why people go public, it's not because they want to really just expand. They're trying to get on the stock market so they can cash out.
Oh no, they go public. Why they go public because they're trying to raise. You know how stocks work, Jonathan. They go public because they're trying to raise capital for expansion. You know, and
you believe that, Kyle?
The stock's value is the assets plus liquidity, earnings revenue, right? If a company stock and the revenue is the earning revenue reports are good, the stock shoots up, right? And the speculators learn that ahead of time. Who's stock analysts realizes that this company is about to get another contract right here. That means the earnings are going to go up, right? So speculators go ahead and buy or sell the stock on margin. That's before it even basically lists, the value, because they're speculating that the value is going to go up. So they'll buy at this price or they'll sell at this price. Like they feels is lost to say they're going to sell this price out here before they like this. That's why insider trading, people learn about a stock about the tank before it does, and people pull out. That's illegal, So, but the bottom line is, if you're a stock analyst, you know what stocks are trending, what's going up and what's going down. And traders and speculators speculate on the value of the stock based on earnings reports, whatnot, government policy, all that stuff.
Tyler, thank you for the education. The overwhelming majority of companies that go public fail, though, right?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, where's the proof for that? You got proof? Where's the article?
Yeah. What happened to what's that company called? It was supposed to be a tech company, but it was a
Oh
real
yeah,
estate
tech
company.
companies. Yeah, tech companies.
We were.
The
What's up
tech
with we
companies
were?
or not, you know. But last time I remember, United Healthcare, which I should have bought stock in when I first got contracted them 15 years ago, is like stock is like through the roof, like $2,000 a share. Back in like 2009, there was like $56 a like 2,000. I could have made so much freaking money if I would have bought up shit when I had the chance to back then. That was stupid of me. Humana, all these companies I work with, Humana, United Healthcare. I think Molina is about to go public. Molina, that's another healthcare company about to go public. And Aetna, they're all on the stock exchange. They go. You know how much money United Healthcare makes gross a year? You don't tell me they failed. No, they're too big to fail.
You're naming the top companies.
Yeah, what I'm
But the
saying, I know, but
majority of the companies that get
most
listed on there,
companies
they
fail or
fail.
not. United Healthcare is publicly traded. It's not going nowhere.
Apple's publicly
Nabisco's not
traded.
going nowhere. Amazon's not going nowhere. So I don't know what you're
So
talking about.
you name four companies, the largest companies in America that clearly ain't going nowhere.
Ford and GM are publicly traded. They're not going nowhere.
You naming
Yeah.
all of those. You naming all of the old and successful companies.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Now
I'm saying.
name the ones that failed, Colin. There's plenty to go for.
Well, I don't know any publicly. I don't pay attention to those startup friggin' stupid stuff they start with, because they friggin' what is a joke,
So
I don't know about
right? And now, back in the days when companies went public, they actually had intentions to do good.
Check us out.
Right now, this is a dumping ground. Buy it so we can go ahead and fall.
My phone system is Ring Central, right? I remember when I first started Ring Central, and now they're publicly traded and doing well. Ring Central, that's my phone system for my office.
I
they
agree.
do really
Because
well.
how long has Ring Central been in business?
Since about, let's see, what year was that? That was back in 2000, about 2013. And it's like that's
Ring
when I
Central
first
been in business
got them
before 2000, Colin. That's not no new company.
Well, I
the
know
new companies nowadays, they're going public just to dump the stock.
Back then, most of their services were free. Most CRM companies, right? Like Zoho, they used to have software that was free. They let you get hooked on there and whatnot. Now you can't get it. Like Ning, the site that I do my website, my thing on, that basically was free at one time. They got it out there, and now they publicly traded. Whereas the Ning site's publicly traded. That's how it is. Sometimes you do good, sometimes you do bad. But Ring Central started. It was just a start, and they used to give us a lot of stuff for free. Now, when I go there and I said, what happened to my other extensions, right? They took them off. Said, well, you got to pay for those now. When I first got it, they gave you unlimited lines with the app, And so now you have one line, right? I got one line for the office, one line on my app, and all me and my brother and sister, we got to take turns using it if we use it, because it'll be like a whole a separate charge for each one that with their own line. Before they gave us a line, but now that they're publicly traded and everything like that, every little thing pushes the earnings up, so they can't give out nothing for free anymore. Now basically now, like which we call Uber and Lyft. That used to be friggin', they took a loss. They went in the red. Companies always go into the loss, right? When they're building a business, right? Then when they come back, right, it's different, right? They stop giving away free stuff. They stop giving away promotion, everything like that, because they're in the red, So, like I said, we black people, we've never really talked about stocks because it's too much work for a lot of black people, and stuff like that. I think, if we have if Uber could do it, Lyft could do it, Amazon could do it. Why can't black companies do it? Because we still want to take the time to do anything like that. Stock exchange, He said the stock market is too risky. It's too risky not to have stock. I think an average working person, when they could buy stock here and there and stuff like that, buy a portfolio, get a little portfolio, put in trust and stuff like that. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I think we need to move away from being working people to investment people, investment savings people. That's what I think the future is going to be. If we're going to build anything, especially when people talk about going overseas and living when we can't be no friggin' relying on work on the job force. We need to be investment people, with stocks and interest and so dividends payment. We need to be those type of people, you know, with investments. So that's what I believe, you know. But we don't have
I
a
agree
black
with that part.
agenda leading us to that. So what can you do?
There's a black agenda, bro.
There's no damn black agenda, Jonathan.
There's a
It's all in your mind. There's no black agenda. Only black agenda want to do is sit around and talk about
I think the
about the
problem is
black
color.
man,
You
about
went
the
through your
white
Pan
man.
African phase,
Check out the
in which
whole.
y'all just wanted to get out of America. Y'all was like, we
No,
don't
no,
need a
no,
black
no, no,
agenda. We
no,
need to
no.
get
We
away from
actually
the
have a
white man.
freaking agenda. You know, bottom line, look, I ain't trying to just get out of America like that. I want to build real global black business. You know, that's why I said this stock exchange and stuff like that. And you know, all the stuff I'm talking about, whatnot. This is basically make us globally connected. Because what's the sense of getting out of America when basically you got to come to America to make money? I want to know what it's like to live on the African continent and actually have to maybe making money over there like I do America. That's not a possibility right now, you know. So Mabudu says, Kala, you posted earlier that pre-civil rights 60s conditions north for black living there were, now, I didn't say they were pretty good, but they were livable, you know. But we didn't have jobs. That's what it was. People had nice. Well, look, black people in New York up north always had housing. We stuck together, stuff like that. But the bottom line is this: it's something about basically having a job that made you a man. If you didn't have a job, you didn't feel like a man. Like I said, like I said, the boo boo mentality, the boo boo phenomenon in Black America, right? Every black family got a boo boo, you know. The dude that sits around, he ain't got no job and whatnot. You always tell him, you gotta get a job, boo boo. You gotta go out there and get a job or not. And he boo boo can't get a job or not. He's living on under your roof, and he's in his 20s or whatnot, you know, and he's not respected. He can't get the boo. When boo boo gets that job or not, and the female's like, oh boo boo, you got a job now. Yeah, he's somebody or whatnot. But that day never comes for a lot of people, you know, a lot of boo boos. They never get that job, you know? And so that's what people anger about in the North, you know, not being able to work, not being able to advance themselves. That's what that was about, you know? In the South, they've been about living conditions and stuff like that, segregation. In the North, it was like, we want a part of this thing called the American dream. As simple as that. What part of people don't understand that? Yeah, I think Pookie and Boo Boo are the same thing, you know? Say Boo, I like saying Boo Boo, you know, everybody says Pookie, you know? He goes, keep reading the rest of the question. He goes, if so, what caused the condition? Yeah, look, riots basically were caused by anger, racism. Look, let me tell you something, Broody. Let me tell you something about black people, right? And like when I was playing those videos just now, black people did not see themselves as less deserving than white people. So when you have a white person just off the boat, can barely speak English or whatnot, you know, and he can get a job and get his life. And the only reason why you're being discriminated against is because of color of your skin. Yeah, that fuels anger and violence. You know, that's what happened in the North for the most part. People are like, damn, you know, I did everything I can. And not only that, you had a lot of black men coming home from wars, World War One, Korea and Vietnam, and they can't get work, they can't get jobs, they can't feed their family. Remember, back in those days, young men were marrying. Young men in their 20s, you were 23, you already had a wife and 3 or 4 kids. What kind of you tell me you could only live in the slums, live with rats and roaches, and the bottom line, you can't get that good job to pull give your kids a better life and better education? Yeah, that leads to rioting. You know, I thought people knew about our people. You know, I'm surprised that so many people don't know shit about Black America. You know, don't know shit. You know. Like I said, riots caused black flight of the middle class to the suburbs. Well, yeah, riots did that, but the bottom line is you got to go to the root cause of the riots. You know, you're blaming the problem. You know, the symptoms of the riot. The symptom of the riot was racism. You know, black people feel segregated. A lot of it has to do with just people not feeling like they're part of society that they tell you part of. But when it comes down to fighting America's wars, they're quick to draft your black ass, you know. But you can't have a job or be treated fairly by the police or anything like that. But you could go out and die for this country in war and whatnot. You know, it's just hypocrisy. And black people are rebelling against that hypocrisy, you know. That's why Muhammad Ali said, I'm not going to be inducted in the army and be used. You know, he stood by his guns. You know, I think we need to go back and listen to our history. And Muhammad Ali was going through that. There was a movie called One Night in Miami that was really, really poignant about what was the conundrum black people face themselves. On one hand, Muhammad Ali is about to be world champion, and they're all down in Miami, and they're really discussing the civil rights movement, the direction of our people, and stuff like that. You know, let me see if I can find this clip. You know, let me see if I can find this. You know, so I'm giving y'all some education tonight. You know. Let's see. One night in Miami. This is for fair use, folks. Educational purpose. Please don't suspend my account. You know.
Tyler, I don't know if you noticed. I just listened to you, and you do all the things that old man does, man. You know, you do a lot of grunts, like what you did just now. When old people are typing something, they say the word before they type it.
Really?
That's funny, man.
Maybe.
Ready.
This was
as ready as a person can be.
You know,
after the
really
fight,
good.
we're all coming back here for the champs
people. I didn't
victory.
see all of them.
Don't be late.
Malcolm X. Good news, the chariot is coming.
You know I'm the greatest. That's right.
Jim Brown takes the ball.
Your record is going to stand the test of time.
How's everybody feeling tonight?
All together, yeah.
New heavyweight champion of the world.
Say, champ, you don't suppose you could sign an autograph?
Yeah, of course, man. Give him an autograph, Jim.
Actually, Mr. Cook.
Oh, sure thing, brother.
Yeah, that's the sound.
Don't you think it's about time to party?
Tonight is a chance for us to reflect.
You mean no one else is coming?
Well, this is off to a hopping start.
You all are a bright and shining future.
You need to understand what is at stake here.
Everything's not so black and white like you make it out to be.
But we are fighting for our lives.
You know I know what's going on out there, right?
Listen, listen. Brothers and sisters, listen, listen, listen.
Miami, the champs!
Swear we'll never find a way to where we're going all alone.
The goal is for us to really be free.
Hear the bells ring out.
We want a world
Speak now.
where we're safe to be ourselves.
Speak now.
I told him.
Can the angels cry out?
To think like we want.
Speak now.
Without having to answer to anybody for it.
Speak now.
We have to be there for each other.
Who's the greatest?
You brothers could move mountains without lifting a finger.
That was a good movie. You want to watch something? That was a powerful movie, folks. Powerful movie. Regina King. She's a queen, brother. She is a queen. That is a queen right there, you know? But just like I said, you know, people don't know our history. People don't know. I look at social media right now. We have freaking people who don't know Black history. It's a sad part. They're not read.
You know, she's Huey and Riley, right?
Yeah, I know that. I know.
That's kind of cool.
I know. She's both of them. Yeah, Regina King is something else, man. I always freaking loved her. She's like, she's one woman I would not say a word. I just sit there and listen. You know, I just think she's just all that. She's a queen, you know. To me, she is. You know, she's just a freaking queen. She's queen.
Yeah, my condolences to her. She lost her son. He was like 32.
Wow, really?
Yeah, she lost him like a year ago. That was pretty sad.
Brody says, Colin, many people believe that Jews largely supported desegregated South to a black spending power across space. I have no idea what Jews. It could have been Jews were actually sincere about helping black people. You never know. There were people
No,
together.
in New York, the blacks and the Jews, they stick together like a hand.
Well, no.
And the Jews
Let me tell you
benefit.
something
When I say stick together, hold on now. The Jews benefit from the blacks there a lot. Through music, managing them through sports.
Let me tell you something. How Jews operate in New York. Like I said, not all bad and whatnot, But every time I had a Jewish teacher, whatnot, they always talk to you in riddles and stuff like that. Blah blah blah.
It's called parables, Kyla.
Yeah.
We
So
Africans do that too.
Anyway, I grew up with Jews. I know all about them, and everything. And the bottom line is this: they're the type of people. Let me tell you something. In places like Rockland County, New York, right? It was mostly black and Jewish, right? Rockland County was nothing but Jewish people had a lot of businesses, retail, stuff like that. And they just mastered the idea. They said they have businesses, right? And they have a lot of retail stores and stuff like that, chain retail stores and everything like that. Black people needed jobs, right? It was a match made in heaven. Black people needed jobs, Jews needed labor, And so the Jews really mastered this idea of using black people. They always give black people credit in their furniture stores and whatnot, and look things about credit. There were car dealerships. The black people learned about financing and credit on time, paying something on time or whatever like that. So Jews and black people went together. So some people were like, well, Jews, did this one and Farrakhan, all of them. A lot of times they were just jealous of the power that the Jews had, influence they had in Black America. I never forget, my Uncle Coochie used to always, he was always find places.
Your uncle who?
His name was Columbus, but his nickname was Coochie,
They call him Coochie.
Don't make fun of my uncle, bro. Don't do that, bro.
I ain't say nothing.
The man's an honorable man. All sons graduate from college.
Well, don't you think that's a weird name though, or did it mean something different at that time?
He's from the deep south. His name was Columbus.
That's what I'm saying. You think it meant something different in there?
Let me tell you something about Black America, right? Black America always give kids. We always have nicknames for our people. Nicknames. So Coochie was one of his nicknames he got from childhood. It was like they always called him that. So his name was Columbus. So anyway, he would always find deals. I remember one time. This is back in the 80s, right?
Kyle, I want you to ask this guy a question.
Let me finish what I'm saying first. Fuck the guys.
No, no. I'm just gonna say. Then you can ask a question. His comment. Ask him that question: why he chose Italians over Jews?
Save the comment for when I'm done talking. What I'm saying, all right? Just save it up. Save a comment.
Kyle, I've been quiet tonight because I didn't want to get up in a fight with you. You didn't even give me 5 seconds to say something.
Well, what you call it? I don't. I'm talking about something. Let me come back to that after I'm done talking. Well, my point was we used to go to these places, right, in Brooklyn, right, Brownsville, Brooklyn, right. Black is the place. Brooklyn is. Brownsville is like the blackest place on earth, right? You think Queens is black, Brownsville, Brooklyn, right? But in this freaking place, this rundown freaking warehouse place, when it was like a whole bunch of produce, stuff like that. 2 fat Jews come out and whatnot. Hey, how you doing, Columbus? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I forgot. I realized years later that Brownsville was once Jewish. That's where the Jewish gang started, right? But the bottom line is this: they are making a freaking killing. All the people in there shopping were black, and no produce coming from the South. Watermelons, oranges. My uncle used to get all kinds of bags of oranges, apples, cheese. All the stuff at like real cheap, right? And he and also he just come home bags of boxes of chicken. A whole box of whole chicken, all stuff like this. Jews, And so they knew how to make money. He was just basically, just like so in love with my uncle I like he wanted to jump in his lap one night. He's like, "Hi, how you doing?" Well, because the uncle comes there and spends money. And so you see these black people out there, we're good for making Jews money. So a lot of black people resent that shit. They're like, "Oh, Jews only here because they make money." So what? We're getting cheap stuff and everything like that. They're bringing in stuff like the latest clothes. A lot of fashion design from the 70s, this polyester and all that, were done by Jews. I don't know, it was just so funny. That was a question you were going to ask me? Elvis, what's the question you want to ask me? Okay, let me give you this. Jews are directly involved in slavery of Negro. Refuse to admit that. Okay. So everybody was involved with the slavery. I'm not here to defend Jews and like that, but I just can't stand when black people basically sit there and single out the Jews and say nothing about the Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxons. They'll say nothing about the white Anglo-Saxons, who are the biggest enemies or the oppressors of black people. They always pick on single out the Jews. I never could understand that logic.
They do that because they cuckoo. They'll be like, the Jews did this, the Jews did that. Did the majority of them do it? No, some of them did it. Just shut up.
They always find one Jew, and black people
This is
think
what the
like that
Jews
is
did.
stupid black people. I'm just saying, what Minister Farrakhan, I was like, I love Minister Farrakhan, but people, it's stupid, man, it's just dumb. It's just fucking stupid. All that fucking anti-Semitism shit. A white person is a white person. Jews in America are white. That's all you need to know. White people are white people. Bottom line, Jews work for their own benefit because they're smart. They know how to make money. We could do the same thing. Nothing preventing us from doing the same thing the Jews do, other than the fact that we just don't have the willpower to do it, to carry nothing out. Carl, opening the South to black dollars and white made industrialists rich. White Southern opposed integration despite black power with the white people in the South, it was like you gotta understand something, bro. White people opposed integration because it was customary that white people it was a white and black culture down there. You gotta understand something. Black people also practice white supremacy in the South. I'll tell you, black people value light-skinned people. We had the same values they did, but we just exalted white people above everything. Black people were just as colorist and racist as white people were. I know this because I come from that shit. Black people in the South maintain that color shit and everything like that, and black people saw white people as pure and angelic and stuff like this. So it was easy for white people to put that on because we believe in white supremacy our damn self.
Carla, no, nah.
Yeah. Yes.
Nah.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Black people believe in white supremacy.
I reject that fake ass point of view. Hell no. We did not see white people as angelic or anything of that. We thought they were the devil.
Jonathan, dude, please don't tell me. I lived in this country my whole life. Black people.
Carla, you lived in New York your whole life.
Well, no, I lived in the South. I lived everywhere in America. I lived in America my whole life, right? And everything in America, from First Miss Black America, to everything we do, we value what looks white. Trust me, that's Black America. Anybody tell you that is fucking lying to you. That's what it is.
So Carla, on your show recently, right? You said that black people always looked at white people as the unmoral people. Now you're saying that
hold on. Let me clarify what I meant, right? Black people still to this day click white people more, but we still worship them. A lot of times when I was growing up, when you said a white person basically went to church, it was like, oh, what they do? We didn't think so. We just thought they were just white. They didn't need church. They didn't need to go to church. They didn't know Jesus. They didn't know something like this, like that. But the bottom line is, black people, for the most part, I heard them say, and that's why I had my Uncle Michael. He was very militant. He Malcolm X follower. Black people, for the most people, think white people have the answer. They would say in Black America, Jonathan, you probably don't know this for your time. They said, now who is they? It's usually white people,
Carla, my question was the guy was saying that you would rather live next to Italians than Jews. Do you think that's a true statement? What do you think about that?
No. Look,
what do you think the difference are between Jews and Italians?
I don't know. He's from Chicago. I don't know. All I know is I had a lot of Italian friends and stuff like that. I have Italian friends but for the most part, Jewish people are not violent. You know, whatever there is whatever they Jews have with black people, it's never been about Italians and Irish. It's always some always.
Jews are cunning, Italians are violent. Is that it?
What you say?
I said Jews are cunning, Italians are violent. Is that it?
But for the most part, yeah. I grew up with Italians. My friend Louis, I used to sleep over his house one night, and we was kids one night. His mom.
You slept at a white man's house?
What? Yeah.
That's why they call them Guidos.
Jonathan, I wasn't in jail when I was a kid, right? And I had friends of all different races.
Really?
No.
You got to bring that up.
At a white man's house.
So I'm supposed to apologize, but I'm not a fucking racist. You know, I never was.
You can't be a racist. Carla, the other day you said racism equals prejudice plus power.
Jonathan, miss me with that fake ass racist. Black people cannot be racist, bro. Black people don't have the power to be racist, you know. So stop.
Why you say? Okay, that's what. I just pointed out the other day that you said that. You just said I ain't no racist.
I'm like this. Look, I grew up. I had Polish friends, Jewish friends, Italian friends, Puerto Rican friends, Chinese, whatever. Like that. I was just a kid, you know. Shoot me. I had a normal life.
Carla, you was with the Rainbow Coalition when you were younger.
No, I wasn't. All that is all my friends were not. We chilled together, but the bottom line is this: I was proud. I knew I was black. They knew they was Jewish. We didn't cross that line. Look, I never dated white girls when I was growing up. Right? That's one line we didn't cross. And also, my friends, they didn't date my sisters. Simple as that. We were friends. Other than that, we were buddies. Like that. We didn't cross the racial line when it comes to dating. That's the only thing. So anything else was cool. You know. We was on sports teams together, basketball teams, football teams, everything like that. I had a normal.
You talking about high school, middle school?
High school, middle school, whatever. I was a normal kid, you know. So I was a popular kid too. You know, I was popular. You know, so I had a lot of friends. You know, so I was okay. I can't. Somebody else, other people.
That's why they call you Crazy H, Colin.
I'll say, hold on. Some of you people that were weirdos when you were growing up. I can understand that, but I was very popular with everybody, you know.
I get it, Kyle. It's weird though now, because when I was growing up, we still was segregated.
Well, I know
we may have went to school with other races, primarily white people.
I'm from New York. Look, I'm from New York.
We went right back to our black community.
I'm from New York, right? When we moved to upstate New York, right? Upstate New York, where I moved to, just like Virginia Beach, right? It was a mixed place. Most people worked in the city of Jersey, and we lived in this community, upstate New York, as a planned community and whatnot. I had Italian friends. They were working class too. Italian friends, Jewish friends, Irish friends, German friends, whatever, like that. We just all chill, play ball, kicked it together and whatnot, and Puerto Ricans and whatnot, you know. Then when we got older as teenagers, we sort of went our separate ways, you know. We went sort of our separate ways when it came down to the world of dating and stuff like that. That's it. But we were like preteens, junior high. Yeah, we were all kicking it together. When we got older, and then also as we got older, like 19, 20, whatever like that, we stopped seeing each other all together because we're in two different worlds. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a normal childhood, you know, like anybody else. When I wasn't no friggin' white people, they were not no big deal to me, man. You know, there were people just like I was, you know. Or no fucking big.
Maybe it's the area that you grew up in. Y'all was just all, you know, all lovey-dovey with each other.
No, we weren't lovey-dovey. There was no lovey-dovey.
Did you say 1920s?
What?
You said in the 1920s. I think you mean the 2000s, right?
What are you talking about?
You said 1920s. I said you grew up in the 1920s. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I grow up in the 1920s? I grew up in the 1980s. Now, why would you say something stupid like that, Elvis?
You misspoke. That's what I'm trying to correct you. You said in the 1920s.
I did not say 1920s. You're being you got waxing here. You need to clean your ears out. You know? Maybe Mike is causing a thing. Because
Carla, do you think it's interesting that all of our experiences are so drastically different?
Well,
you being in New York.
Also, like I said, if I grew up in the South, right? Like I said, I went to school 1 year when I was in 5th grade in the South. Completely different, right? But the thing is, when I went to the school in the South, right, it was black and white, right? But the whites and the blacks were united against who? Me, because I'm from New York. Whites and the blacks, no matter what it was, there was no black unity when I, you know. I used to get jumped and beat up by white and black kids because I was a New Yorker. That was when I was in 5th grade. I remember that shit. You know, there was no black unity or whatever like that. I'm just black.
There
No,
was black unity.
no, there
Just
wasn't.
that they
No,
see you
okay,
as an outsider and they
when
whoop you.
when I grew up in the South, when I went to school in the South one night, they hated my ass because I was from New York and they said I talk funny. You know, so the bottom line,
I went to school in the South too. Nobody whooped
I don't
my
know.
ass.
Well, I don't have no idea what you went through. I'm just talking about what I
Tyler,
went
it might have just been you.
No, it wasn't just me. I'm just saying the bottom line. A lot of my friends, had the same thing happen to them years later when they grew up. They tried to go to North Carolina Central and whatnot. Do you know a lot of my friends had to leave North Carolina Central from New York whatnot because these niggas down there were so bad and whatnot, threatening and whatnot. You New York people. A little bit of that in that movie, Spike Lee's. Spike Lee's. What's that movie with Spike Lee? School Days. You had a little bit of that movie, School Days. Yeah. People in the South really resented people from the North. I went through that shit. A lot of people go through that shit. So
that's because y'all New York people, y'all go to the South and bring trouble.
No, we don't bring no trouble, nothing. Just people are fucking just jealous.
Nah, y'all bring trouble. I had a friend of mine.
Yeah. Look
the
at
airport. She got in bed with a New York dude.
Yeah, let everybody know. I'm from New York. I'm from New York.
Nobody say that from New York. Just that these motherfuckers down there, when you come down there, the girls are interested in you, and so they want to fucking fight you when that because the girls they want to talk to these niggas, so because they're corny when that country, we call them country bumpkins, we say you bunch of country bumpkins. We come down to New York one night where we style ourselves and whatnot, these motherfuckers had no style in the South, man. A bunch of stupid Negro. Anyway, but my point I'm trying to make is, yeah, that's what happens with kids and everything like that. So I was blessed, that that I didn't have. I spent 1 year in the South. My parents said because we went down south in 5th grade when I was in 5th grade to escape racism in the North, and then we go down there, and I said it was worse down there because at least in the North, we black people stuck together a little bit. We go down south for 1 year, and I'm getting beat up by being chased by white kids and black kids and whatnot. What the fuck is this shit, So I got the fuck out of there, got the fuck out of the South.
Yeah. Yeah. Colin, when you were younger, did you talk like you talk now?
What are you talking about?
Like you fucking, y'all little, country bunkers, y'all stupid.
No.
New York, we get together, man.
People look, back in the days, you not tell people stupid. People knew they were stupid, so you didn't have to tell them, Yeah, they know they're stupid. I mean, really, I'm dead serious, right? The shit I've seen and whatnot, when I went back up north, I said to myself, now I see. We all said it, me and my bro said the same thing. I see why white people fucking segregated the motherfuckers and kept them in the back of the bus. I actually say that. I said I see why white people don't like these motherfuckers. I don't like them, the black people down there were just fucking mean. I was just like, what the fuck, man? And they're only mean to other black people. They're not mean to white people, And then we had like Klan activity and whatnot. Still, these motherfuckers, you would think black people unified because those threats are like, at the time, those threats are like the Klan and shit like that. These motherfuckers still, man, they still want to fight you and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I said, man, I can't deal with you motherfuckers, man. I told my parents, I was staying with my grandmother for 1 year. I said, bring us back up north, man. I'll deal with white people and racism and whatnot, but fucking this shit, man. These black people out here are stupid, I'm dead serious, bro. Yeah, I'm dead serious, man. That's why I am the way I am right now.
And then, Kyler, after that, you moved back to the South. Now you in Virginia. They see that, Kyler.
Look, let me say something. This technically is not the South.
It's the South, Kyler.
Look. Most of the people that you see here in Virginia, right? Virginia come from other parts. And we got a whole diverse area. When a lot of people from New York, Jersey, everything here, whatnot. The South, yeah, we got a side of the city. The area, whatnot, the rural areas of Virginia, that's the South. I have nothing against the South, whatnot, but like I say, growing up back in North Carolina, maybe things are different now, man. But back then, man, I was like, no, I don't want anything to do with this shit, man. These motherfuckers are ignorant. Maybe that was before hip hop and stuff like that. To be honest with you, before hip hop and before maybe somebody, they heard a rap record and got conscious a little bit, Maybe that probably
No, likely y'all New York yourselves. Y'all went down to the South and
No,
y'all
no,
were
no,
just
no, no.
y'all
It
was
wasn't.
looking down on
Look,
looking
first of
down
all,
on our people down there.
it wasn't. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It was a fact of the matter is that people in the
I don't believe that, Kyle. Let me tell you why.
How do you explain why white people act the same way? People in the South, for the most part,
No, white people just racist. Forget them.
Look,
But with the New Yorkers,
it's just a natural thing in the South. They don't like Yankees, and it permeated from the white community, which white people really don't like white Yankees, really tell you the truth, right? And black people adopted the same thing. Oh, y'all Yankees, what are Northerners, blah, blah, blah. You always coming down here. So I had a guy tell me that one time in Virginia when I first moved down here. And the guy was basically like,
but no, Carla, wait a minute. You know they're right though, right?
What?
Y'all know the northern niggas will go down there in the South and do stupid shit.
Like what? I didn't do nothing stupid.
Unfortunately, the northern dudes will go down there and they'll think that they could just talk to a white lady because they could do it in New York.
No. First of all, that's
y'all just doing crazy shit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, right? Because us northern guys, right, in New York, we don't talk to white girls like that, And so southern dudes and whatnot. You
said you had a friend that was dating a white girl and he came up missing. Is that true?
Yeah, he was the exception. He was like, what's wrong with this fucking the whole family? The Edwards boys, they all dated white girls and whatnot, and then Sean got killed, And so we was like, yeah, well, what the hell? They warned the motherfucker, stay away from white girls. When back then, when I was coming from in New York, white boys will tell you, man, stay away from the white girls, we'll kill you. They were warned, stay away from white girls, we'll kill you. So I said, hey, fine. But we did the same thing. Don't come near our fucking girls or we'll fucking kill you. That's how I was back when I was growing up. So like Sean Edwards and whatnot, these guys thought they were different. They thought they were special and whatnot, and so he was a football player too. He was a good-looking kid, man. But anyway, white boys didn't see it like that, man. They had her set him up, and he would meet her behind the school, and they jumped him and stabbed him like 33 times. Still unsolved.
And that's why they tell us to this day, stay away from white women. I agree.
So you don't have to tell me that shit, You tell these fucking negro. You gotta tell them.
Tyler, you had a light-skinned, a non-black girl before. Remember, she was doing the car wash. You had like a lot.
She wasn't light-skinned.
She wasn't. She was a non-black. What was she? Whatever she was.
She was black. She was black.
She was black.
But hold on, it doesn't matter. But she was as long as she's a woman of color. Well, now I never deal with a white woman.
What?
When you say white, she's white. She's white is white. She's black. Now Shamika, she's black.
The lady that was doing the car wash.
Yeah, she was black.
I thought she was
she was heavily mixed. She was heavily mixed.
Black. She was not mixed. She was black. So I don't know. I was with her. She was black.
She was black. She was black as Richard Dollars, though.
And she was black, Elvis. Don't tell me. When you say I'm lying, she was black.
I think you're right. I'm just saying that's what we said.
I'll tell you her last
name. Elvis, she was black. Damn it! Shut up.
Her last name was Jones. So tell me, her last name was Jones. She was not white.
So your last thing you tell you is you're black or white.
Well, the bottom line is when you look at a name, look at a birth certificate, it says African American, Black American. That's all you.
She was an exotic looking kind of black girl. So that's why.
Hey, look.
I always thought she was Asian. My bad.
My sister Trina looked like that. So was she not black? My sister wasn't black.
But she did look exotic, though. You agree with that, right?
Oh, my sister, what?
I'm saying she did look exotic. You agree with that, right?
She looked exotic. To me, she looked normal.
Okay, all right, Colin. That's all right.
Don't do that.
She was exotic to you, because
she was ambiguous, Colin.
Yeah. Hold on. She was ambiguous to you.
Jonathan saying the same thing, bro. Not just me. Everybody served.
My sisters, my nieces, my cousins, they all look like that. So were they ambiguous too?
Okay, Colin, that exotic, ambiguous gene passed you by. You don't look exotic or ambiguous.
It doesn't really matter. They're black, right? That's Black America's genes pool. Some of us.
Jonathan's black. I can look at Jonathan and tell you.
So the bottom line is, hold on. We're not the same people. Right? We have different gene pool in our community. You know, that's still black.
Kyler, you can look at me and tell I'm black.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, you're also saying. So we have other people in our community that are black. What like David Hitt, you know, he's a very fucking light skinned dude.
He's mixed. He said he's 12. He said he's mixed.
And so the bottom line is, and he basically is black in his soul. You know, that's why you guys don't understand. You can't compare yourself to us. You know.
Kyler, I just said Captain Hitt said that he's mixed. I think he has an Italian mother or something like that.
He's not mixed.
He did say he was mixed.
Yeah, he got some ancestry that was different, but he's fucking almost like 80-90% black, you know?
What? Oh man.
So just get off it. We're not, you know, we got people that are different, but they're still black. They still
I know. I mean, black people come in all shapes and forms, right? But there's certain black people when you see them just based on their complexion.
As a foreigner looking outside, like
their parents, you assume that they have some kind of advantage.
Black America is diverse, more diverse than other groups of black people.
Is Nicki Minaj mixed or is she black?
Nicki Minaj is not black American, you know.
Nicki Minaj.
I'm just saying. I'm giving you an example.
I have no idea. She grew up in Queens, you know, so she comes by Queens.
I'm talking about her DNA. She's clearly mixed.
She has mixed race background, but
what about Beyonce? Is Beyonce black?
Beyonce's black.
She's black.
Nah. Beyonce's mother is
black. No, Beyonce's not mixed. She's black.
Her mother is mixed color.
Her mother's not mixed.
Her mother darker than her. That's what you're talking about.
Beyonce, people know Beyonce has bleached her skin.
Hold up. Beyonce is not mixed, no. Get over it.
Her mother Tina is really high yellow.
Beyonce is not mixed, bro. She's black. She's African
American.
Her mother's not mixed. Her mother's not mixed.
Her mixed color. Her father said, her father bad. He said he went to talk to her mother because he thought she was
black. Let's look it up. He
only realized she was black later on.
Yeah, right. Whatever. Where do you get this?
That's what her father said on Black TV. You go look up your
stop it. You know, stop it.
I'm only telling you what her daddy said, bro.
You guys just all you guys are just jealous. That's all that is.
No, the guy said he went to talk to Tina Knowles because he thought she was white.
If you guys would
found out later that she was black.
If you guys would stop being so obsessed over Black America, you get somewhere in life, you know.
I mean, I'm not obsessed over. I'm just saying that clearly some people.
Oh, look, she's a black.
Purely black. Absolutely.
You know, everything. She looks black. She is black. You know.
Wesley Snipes is black.
Just get over it. Yo, so is
Whoopi Goldberg is black.
So is Smokey Robinson. How about that?
Yeah, Smokey Robinson is black or is he mixed?
Smokey Robinson is black.
Yeah, you can say he's black, but obviously he's mixed with some white
Smokey Robinson, all you need to know is he identifies as black.
Okay, so I guess that's what you mean. Okay, you're just talking about people.
He identifies as black, and he's black. You know.
Yeah, you can identify as black, but certainly you might have a high percentage of European DNA in your blood.
His DNA, his identity is black. You know. So that's
you think if somebody is 60% white, they can claim to be white?
Elvis, let me tell you something. This is Black America. We're not going to change our rules for you.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
Oh, look, Adam Clayton Powell, one of our friggin' top black leaders in America, right?
Yeah, and we agree. He barely looks black.
You know, he's black and whatnot, this and the other thing, even though he does not typically look 100% black, you know?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about.
Elvis, we're not Africans, man. You know?
I'm not trying to say you're African, Colin.
We're not Africans.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that some people, celebrities, you can look at them and see that they clearly have some white blood in them.
Yeah, so what? 90% of
we all got white blood in us, Elvis. That ain't special.
There might be 30% white, 40% not white. And you can see
all
it.
Got white blood in us, Elvis. That is not special.
Get over it.
Elvis, interestingly, I know people from Africa that are lighter than Beyonce. And I mean like the just weirdly lighter than Beyonce.
My late sister Trina was a red ball.
But when you see that person, you don't ask the question, Jared. You don't just assume that they're purely black. You might have seen that.
Elvis, when you finish taking this shit, and then
most often they all talking mixed.
But you guys, if you guys would stop obsessing over us so much and move on with your lives, where you get somewhere.
Oh, Colin, relax.
It's true, bro. You know, you guys would stop obsessing over us, so when you get someplace.
Are you going through Wikipedia to tell you she's white or black? Look at her pictures.
I'm saying, look at her career. I thought you maybe there was some information about her. Let me see if I can find her. Tina Knowles.
I mean, at first glance, you can't just assume that she's black.
Look at her right there. That's a black woman. That's a black woman.
That's not a typical black woman.
At first glance, you can look at her and see she's black.
That's a fucking black woman. You know? That's a black woman. A black woman. You know? As a typical black woman.
Go to the regular pictures, Colin.
This are pictures right here, you know.
Go to Google Photos.
Okay, that's her pictures right there. You know, she's black.
Go to Google Photos, Colin.
You know, shit, hold up. Let me see. I fucking fucked up. Let me see. Tina Knowles, stop sharing. Let's see.
See what the guy said in the comment here. He said Tina Knowles is a Creole Negro.
Oh, whoever said that's a cornball.
And you know what that means, right? When somebody say they're Creole, that means they have admixture.
I'm part Creole.
We all got
admixture. Yeah, but you admitted, Colin, that you have white people on your family.
It doesn't matter. All black people got fucking white people in their family, bro. I got white fourth cousins and whatnot. You know.
Who's your white relative?
I can't
know, but they in some old ass pictures that I looked at, and I used to be like, "Why we got white people in our pictures?" When I was a kid, they're relatives, unfortunately.
You know, so my mind is this is what you call as Tina and Beyonce. You know,
look at that picture.
Look, you might not say that African women, you know, they might pass for African women, but those are black women in America.
Yeah, I mean, you identify as black, but she could be mixed. Like, if you look at Ellen Johnson, her mother was half white. Her granddaddy was white.
These people are black.
But she looked black.
They carry out genes, they carry out DNA. They're us, you know. And this is Solange. I think she's the prettiest one, you know, Solange. That's a black girl, bro. You know, live with it.
I'm not arguing their blackness. I'm just saying that they're mixed.
Just saying. As I said, that's why I said, man. Some of you people, man, you got.
Why can you admit that they're mixed? We're
all mixed, Elvis. That's not special,
bro.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. But Colin's saying that she's black.
Yeah, she's black, but she's black. She's a black person. Elvis, let me put to you. She's African American. That means she has.
I get it.
You know,
but Wesley Snipes is African American. Whoopi Goldberg is
we're African American,
and they're black. But she's African American, yes, but she has some white blood in her that's visible to her parents.
Hold on, Wesley Snipes look like an African. Kanye West looks like an African American.
What do you mean look like an African? So the darker you are, the more you look like an African. Is that what you're saying?
Their facial structure, you know.
Nah, it's about complexion. You're just a bigot, Colin. You think the darker you are, the more African you look. If you're light skinned and light brown, you're African American.
Look. All right, if that's about a complexion, Chris Rock is almost like 30% Caucasian. You know that? And look
you said Chris Brown?
Chris Rock is 30% white.
That's possible. You see his hair? He got more.
Chris Rock probably has more white in him than Beyonce does.
Beyonce has Creole background. Creole people are mixed.
Creoles are black, you know.
They're mixed. That's why they're called Creole.
No. Creole just simply means a culturally mixed. That means that you don't speak. This is what Creoles come from. My answer is Atlantic Creoles, right?
White French that went to
all Creole means is Creole. You have the original Africans or black people, right? And the people who do not speak the original language and whatnot and mix the language, Creole just means mixed language.
Hey, Black said, talk about the Creole people, please. He's a Creole.
Creole.
He's in the chat. He's a Creole, and he knows about his people.
Creole and one thing, Neanderthal is one thing, right? But we also have Atlantic Creoles right here in the Chesapeake area. Atlantic Creoles, right?
Hey, Black said, can you come up, Black said? Come on, man. Let's hear from you. You're a Creole. Tell us what the Creoles are, what the history is.
Who?
The guy in the chat called Blake said the community. He said he's Creole and he has red bone cousins who are mixed.
That's stupid. Yo, Chris Rock is 30% white, you know? He got dark. That don't mean shit.
I mean, how do you know, Skyler? Do you do his ancestry or his 23andMe?
He did the genealogy with Louis Gates. That's why. He felt like he was 30% white.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can tell by his ancestry. You got like career, less courses here. It's possible. I'm down there. What percentage white are you, Kyle?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm about keeping track.
Kyle, you do know. You know you're 24%.
I really don't care.
54% Congo. You know that.
Really don't care. You know.
Did they say you're 22% white, Irish, Scottish?
Or whatever. What's that got to do with it? I'm not gonna put no more money in my pocket. Or anything, you know.
Why you ready to wait for your white DNA?
You Africans are so fucking obsessed with race, man, and shit like that. I don't understand.
There you go, Kyle. Rob Moyes got the correction here. He says Creole in America means multi-generational mixed person. That's exactly what it is.
Oh no, it's not race, but it's not about race. It's about language and culture. That's what Creole is. Gullah Geechee call it Creole people, you know, because they don't speak the original language. They mix English with the African language. That's Creole. That's language. It's more about language than race. You know.
Nah, her mama is Louisiana Creole.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, but there's a whole different. It's about right. That's right. Louisiana Creole. That means it's all about the cultures. Louisiana is a different culture than Alabama. Louisiana is a different culture.
Why you? I'm not even gonna call her name, but why do you think our friend says she's not black? Because she's a Creole from Louisiana.
No, bro. All she is a little bit light skinned and whatnot.
It's not a little bit. She has white blood. Just admit it. It's not a big deal to say that.
Every black person in a fucking America got white blood. And so what? She's no different than anybody else. She just probably has a little more percentage.
She's different than Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes black.
Wesley Snipes. He probably has a white.
Even Jonathan black.
Let's say, let's look it up. Let's look it up. You know, I'll look it up for you. You know, so let's see, Wesley Snipes DNA. God damn, man. When are we gonna get to the point where we don't have to need these stupid idiots telling us who we are? We know who the fuck we are. We're just gonna freaking one day decide. You know, Africans don't understand our racial makeup, so let's just basically disregard all our people who they don't approve of. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Hey, I told Kidola, your fucking your race is not ours, you know? And hey. Wesley Snipes DNA. Let's see what we get. Wesley Snipes fights DNA test. No, wait a minute. That's paternity. Let's see genealogy. That's paternity. Wow. Test proves Wesley Snipes ancestry. Well, let me put DNA ancestry. Let's see ancestry.
Hey, you gonna say Wesley Snipes is 40% white collar?
I don't know what it's gonna say, you know, if it's even public.
Bernie Mac, black.
Wesley Snipes is ethnically African American. That's right. Ancestry. Ancestry.com. This is the one that's accurate, you know. Family tree for Wesley Snipes. Columbia, his birthplace in California. No, his father was born in California. I didn't know that. Found 4 trees. Thomas was that's a different Snipes. That's a different Snipes. No, this is I don't know what this is. What the fuck am I doing?
You're doing that thing again where you're talking as you're typing.
So what?
It's an old man thing, man. Old people do that.
Individual records. Let's see. I can't find it. I gotta do a better research. I wonder, is it public? You know. I don't know. I can't find it. It's about his fucking paternity test he had. But the bottom line is this, Ross Boy, it's not about the one drop rule. Basically, the people in one drop rule is a very small percentage, Ross Boy said, in Haiti, they call her mulatto. Yeah, that's why, but we're not in Haiti, though, And we don't care what that piece of shit island does. We have a different rules in our culture here in America. We don't care. Nobody's gonna say, "Hey, Tina Knowles, Haitians consider you this or whatnot," because she's gonna be like, "Who the fuck are Haitians? Nobody give a fuck what Haitians think." Black
Hey,
America.
Kyla, do you realize that Haiti made a mistake with that dumb shit because they divided their whole island after defighting white people?
Like I said, we can't let these retards. But Black
They
America
just started clashing with each other.
Black America is more unified, than any other group. We're more homogeneous and unified than any other group of black people. These fucking people drive right over tribalism, colorism, and also like that. They kill each other over this shit. We may have our little differences and everything like that, but these motherfuckers kill each other over fucking tribe and color and shit like that when they want us to follow them. No, we're used to seeing all different types of black people and everything like that. And we're gonna stay like that. We're gonna stay like that. We're gonna redefine Black America for anybody. Black America is Black America, right? And also, Black America is only group of people where if a person's biracial, black and white, if they choose to identify with black, we accept them. Simple as that.
But wait a minute, Kyla. Have you noticed something?
What?
It's usually like the Caribbeans and the Africans. They're always Black America. We so concerned with race. And then they'll be talking about this ain't black, that ain't black, this black, da.
Yeah, they're the ones that concerned with race. They're obsessed with us, man. Like, goddamn. It's like, geez, man. It's like, it's like they worship us and shit, man. I'm like, damn.
The first time I ever heard Bob Marley wasn't considered a black person, I was just like, what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we just basically like,
what's wrong with you people?
In America, he's a black man, whatever, like that. But these people are like, no.
He's mixed, Jonathan. His daddy white. You probably didn't know that at that time, right? But his daddy's white. His mother's black.
It doesn't matter. In our
Does he look white? Does he look white? Do you think he's more white or he's more black?
You would look at him and assume that he might be 100% black, but he's literally 50% white. So that's the thing with that.
Look at this. Look at this Ross Boy, stupid idiot. Bob Marley is not black. See, that's what I'm saying. This is why
he's mixed. He's a mulatto. He's half and half. It's just like Obama, bro.
Black, man,
That's not the way DNA works.
Everything.
That's not the way DNA works.
His spirit is a fucking black man.
No, actually, in the African context, he'll be considered white because his daddy.
Elvis, you understand something? We don't give a flying fuck about the African context.
Your Y chromosome decides.
We don't give a flying.
His dad was an Irish white man. He's white, bro.
The African thinks whatnot. You guys are fucking backwards, man. You guys don't fucking know your ass from the elbow. You talking about what the African context is, man? Get the hell out of here.
You literally said you want to allow mixed people in the African. You literally said that.
No, I never said that. No, I said this is what I will say, right? I say, and I thought about this long and hard, right? Now, people ask me about what about mixed race people? What about gays? Whatnot? I can't humanly say you're mixed race. You can't come to a country. That's immoral. It's illegal. You can't do that, right? But I will say that the society has a right to exalt certain people over another people, and pure black people with all four probably your grandparents are going to be the most prized people in our society and our institutions. That is legitimate. If you're mixed race, you're welcome, but you're not going to be exalted over people who are more black. That's just being real. Gays, you're welcome. Whichever you do, keep it in the closet, whatever like that. But you're not going to have a TV special, You're not going to have a fucking rainbow painted on the streets or pride parade and shit like that. So there's ways of work around all this shit, you know. So therefore, you satisfy the human rights people. You're not excluding nobody because they're mixed race, right? But you're not basically honoring them because in Black America, we always had a problem where the racial tensions in Black America comes from when white America would exalt people who are mixed race over other Black people. That's where the problem came in. You know, they'll always look for people and define us by people who look more Caucasian. That's what white people did. You know,
But Carla, why give them less rights? I thought mixed race people were fully.
I didn't say to give them less rights. Hey, John, that's like I'm giving them less rights. I'm saying we're not going to exalt them. You know, like this, like in the mafia. When you join the mafia, right? Do you know you got to be 100% Italian?
Yeah, we know that. That's the thing that they made of us against the club. When you're saying somebody who's 50% black won't have the same expectation as somebody who's 100 or 90% black.
Hey, hold on.
That's colorism, bro.
No, it's not colorism. It's just basically protecting your bloodline. You know.
Yeah, but you think that Bob Marley was 50% white?
Jonathan, have you seen his father? I guess you haven't seen his father. His father is white, bro. He's white. No, I think Ireland or something like that. His dad is fairly white. Did you know that, Jonathan? I thought you didn't know that before.
I'm going based off the skin color because I know people who are lighter than Bob Marley, and they wouldn't be considered white. I would have considered them white.
Yeah, sometimes his dad was white, his mother was black. Yeah, his dad is white.
Man, y'all.
And the bottom line is this: this idea of transgender shit. No, that's not gonna fly. You know. And so the bottom line is that if you go gay, as long as I'm going back to don't ask, don't tell. You know, you don't ask, we won't ask if you don't tell us. You know, so man, keep it to yourself. Whatever like that. Whatever you do is whatever you do. You know. So you have people in the closet. Yeah, stay in the fucking closet with that shit. You know. Well, as far as like mixed race people, you know, if you basically, I believe people. Everything should be governed by institutions, social clause, everything, and people have the right.
Wait, hold on, Carla. I thought we were taught all this time that the African gene, the black gene, was the dominant gene.
Yeah, I know that, but
are they no longer saying that's true?
No, what I'm saying is this though: we have a problem where in America right now with mixed race people, they're breeding out. They're mixing with other mixed race people and white people. When that pretty soon, look at that Mahomes guy, right? Pretty soon. There ain't gonna be no more blacklist stuff in them, you know. You see that shit, you know. So we can't have that. Look at Muhammad Ali's grandkids, son. You see that guy? He's a white boy, you know. How is Muhammad Ali, the greatest fighter ever lived, and whatnot, you know? You know how is that? His grandsons are fucking look like they're Italian kids, you know. Look at Michael Jackson's family, Paris, whatnot. She's fucking blonde, blue eyed. We gotta preserve ourselves.
Those are not his biological children.
They go for his biological children. They say Mal Sharpton said, "Yeah,
that's not true. That's not true.
They raised the kids." And look at Muhammad Ali's grandsons. You don't tell me that's not his biological grandson. You know, Muhammad Ali's grandsons.
Is the kid mixed? Is his mother mixed?
His mother went with a white guy.
There you go. So he's mixed. That's what it is.
Well, the bottom line, hold on. But I'm saying this though. Why should be that encouraged? You know.
Oh, so I guess you're not in favor of mixed people, Carl? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the fact of the matter, it should not be encouraged. You know, or stuff like that.
Carl, you're a bigot for real, bro.
I'm not a bigot. Hey, John, did that sound like I'm a bigot?
Nah, we should not be doing that mixing.
Yeah, now that John just sounds like a bigot when he said that.
I'm a certified bigot.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not a bigot. I'm just saying, if you're going to talk about nation, this is another thing about the black agenda. How you got a black agenda where half of black women want a white man? How the fuck is that possible? You know?
Where do you come up with have a black woman want a white man? What are you coming with that statistic for?
Okay, because they right now, divestors are taking L's right now online. You know, they keep coming up with this one divestor recently talking about
50% of black women are not online, Tyler.
Barely even a percentage of black women are online.
Okay. Well, like I said, since you don't like what I say, let me go to the evidence. Let's go to the evidence. Divestor, the divestor movement. Divestor movement. Divestor. The fact that it's a freaking movement, movement. This is a shame and disgrace, man. It should be. It's just, if I had the power, this would be outlawed. Oh, this is funny. Oh, I love this chick, right? Six the goddess. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I oh man, even though I love this man. This is for fair use. I mean, Six of the Goddesses. She is so fucking lovely.
Peace and love, family. It's your girl, Six the Goddess. And keep in mind, I'm a goddess and I'm sensitive about my shift. Hope you all are doing well. I am doing well. I wanted to bring you this video today because there is certain components about this issue that I don't feel like are being talked about. This issue is a campaign that is being glorified and is being pushed so hard, and we tend to only see the positive sides of this. But in order to really be objective for something, you have to look at all sides. And it's very dangerous to encourage this divestment movement to other sisters. And then I notice there's crickets when it comes to speaking about the negative side of this, okay? You cannot glorify something, I call it the Prince Charming syndrome. You cannot glorify something with a Prince Charming syndrome and then totally ignore huge red flags, okay? Huge red flags, and then y'all get real quiet. So today we're going to go ahead and we are going to talk about the elephant in the room, the real dangers behind this divestment movement. Now, you have to understand this. They're women. I need y'all to bear with me on this video because I'm trying to keep it monetized. So I need you guys to bear with me on things I say. Their women are running from them in droves. Their women are running away. You are running towards them. I truly believe a big issue for a lot of people in our community is in your upbringing. You did not have a lot of real relationships with them. And y'all know who I'm talking about when I say them, okay? So you have this romantic view of them and how they get down and how they move in their everyday life. A lot of you are very ignorant to how psychotic and how sociopathic these men are. Men in general need systems in order to remain disciplined and in order to keep from killing themselves and killing one another. Okay, men need to have a system in place to deliver consequences to them. So if all men need that in general, imagine what happens when one specific group of men are given the privilege to rarely ever have to take accountability for their actions. And the privilege of that man is the man that you want to choose to go under his authority. So I have a client from some years back. She was from Russia and she had a discussion with me about DV. And she said, well, at least the women here in the United States, if you do have an incident, the police will come to the residence. They'll help you. She said in Russia, it's borderline legal. And when you try to contact the police, when you try to contact for help, they will tell their women it is a home issue, a family issue. So we sit here in our comfy spaces as sisters in the United States and point the fingers at our men as though they are the worst. Sadly, when you look at statistics and data, it will show our men have this amount of incidences of DV. The point that I think we don't understand is their men are not being convicted. When the police are called on them, it's y'all have a good night. This is a nice guy. And then y'all sit and say, see, it's our men doing it the worst. No, it's not. I challenge you right now, just pull up serial killers. Just Google serial killers. Click on images and look at who shows up. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for you right now. I want you guys to let's really look at this, because they're selling you guys this image of Prince Charming. And if you want all your problems solved, don't change your behavior. Just change the man. Change the color of the man. That will help you. When we look at who is the majority of serial killers, people who go around killing innocent people in masses, pay attention to what they look like. Pay attention to the nature of these men. You'll see one of us, then you'll see 50 of them. And you mean to tell me that it's our men in our community committing the most DV? No, it's them. And then everyone sitting here encouraging this divest movement leaves this part out of it. You are literally deciding to put yourself under jurisdiction of sociopathic, naturally sociopathic men. I want to make this very clear. Women of all nationalities, races, and creeds experience DV. Is it right? No. Has it always happened? Yes. Will it probably continue to happen? Yes. But what happens is we as sisters sit and villainize our men to a higher degree when women everywhere are dealing with the same issue from their men. And guess what? When they deal with it, their men are not getting locked up. You know, they can't wait to lock our men up. So you call them and say, one of our men did this, honey, they're on the way. They cannot wait to arrest ours. Okay? But do you know what's happening to their women? Do you know why their women are running from them in droves? I'm going to show you why. Let's watch.
Little support to the victims. 2 years ago, Natalia's partner beat her up so badly, she grabbed hold of a knife to defend herself. Lightly wounded, her partner phoned the ambulance and the police. He was taken to hospital. Natalia, covered in bruises, was taken into police custody.
I tried to speak to the paramedics. I told them, he hit me all over. I've got a headache. I don't feel well, and I can hardly stand up. They just said, look at what you've done.
Natalia was later diagnosed with traumatic brain injury and concussion. She's now under investigation for premeditated aggression and faces 10 years in prison. Her aggressor has never been convicted.
This your king? This where y'all want to go?
Imagine the possibilities. All of them. Now test them. Improve them. Make them real.
This is better. This is where we're supposed to divest to. Okay, so very recently there's been a beautiful sister. Okay, may this sister's transition be blessed. That was mingling with white zaddy. And I'm going to show you guys what happens when you take yourself from under your people and put yourself under them. I'm going to show you guys. This is recent. This happened a few days ago. I want to show you guys the risk that you're taking. Okay?
It's killing me inside. This might be.
The mother of 23-year-old Lauren Smith Fields of Bridgeport says her family's world came crashing down 10 days ago when her daughter was found dead inside her apartment on Plymouth Street under what the family describes as mysterious circumstances. The medical examiner has not yet released the cause of death, and investigators aren't commenting.
Without a doubt, we know that my daughter was not a drug user, and I had a second autopsy myself, paid out of pocket, because we felt so uncomfortable with the way it was handled.
It's Lauren. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel.
Lauren was a familiar face to YouTube audiences. Her family says she had been a track star at Stanford High School and was now studying physical therapy at Norwalk Community College. A sweet child, they say, who had blossomed into a beautiful young woman who had the whole world at her feet.
Look how beautiful she is. Pay attention. Just really pay attention to the details of the story. Notice the family said they got a second autopsy done because they were unhappy with how the police handled. Listen,
They
just
say
keep
Lauren
listening.
had met, quote, an older white man on the dating app Bumble, and it was he who alerted police to Lauren's death. The family says they are not satisfied with answers they got from an investigator.
I asked him about the guy. He just made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. There was nothing to investigate.
Oh. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if ever in life you have seen someone accuse one of our men of something so heinous. Name me one time where the police came in, looked at him and said, you know what? He's a nice guy. I'm sure there is no foul play here. You know what, sir? Let's get you some Chick-fil-A and get you home. Leave a comment if you've ever in the history of your life seen that happen with one of our men. If that was a sister with a brother and that happened, that they would have been on that brother behind faster than you could say banana, honey. Oh, they would have been on the way. Who was the last person seen with her? No, they did not have her mingling with White Zaddy. White Zaddy is the last person to see her living. White Zaddy calls the police, hey, Shawty is, she's out for the count. Okay, just want to let y'all know, all right? Now I'm going to go play water polo, and I'll see y'all a little bit later. What? This is the danger of this. Y'all want to live in this perfect world where DV never happened. Is DV terrible? Yes, I've been a victim of DV myself before, but I got up out of there. Do you hear me? I got up out of there so fast, make your head spin. I've been a victim myself. I'm with you ladies. I wish it wasn't a thing. I wish it was something that we did not have to deal with. But unfortunately, it is. And you would rather put yourself in this position where it's going to happen. It's happening to all women. And you'd rather put yourself up under men who can do whatever they want to you and walk away scot-free. Let's continue.
Only contact that we have had was from a very insensitive, condescending, and arrogant detective.
Lauren's dad reading a scathing statement saying police failed to extend the most basic courtesies and told his family to stop calling. Councilwoman Maria Pereira says police owe Lauren's mom an apology.
Watch this.
She sent a really well-written email, and I was shocked.
Did you guys hear what she said? This says her mother wrote a really well-written email. I'm sorry. Were you expecting something different? Oh, I forgot. This black shouldn't even know how to spell. Oh, wow. This a good. She knows how to spell. She wrote a well-written email. Pay attention. Pay attention. This is your king.
When just yesterday, she told me she had not even received a response.
A mom who's left to plan her daughter's funeral just days before Christmas says she's struggling to find a path forward.
Life is not the same. I don't know who I'm going to be.
Look at the face of this woman. This woman is hurting. And instead of there being a warrant out for this arrest, all they can tell this family is he was a nice guy. Based upon what? His skin color. Yeah. We feel like our men are kicking our behinds the worst. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to White Zaddy, where White Zaddy can do whatever he wants and it won't get reported. That way their numbers look lower and we'll be safer there.
Be after this.
In Bridgeport, Frank Recchia, News 12, Connecticut.
Absolutely not. Okay, my heart goes out to this sister. My heart goes out to, this family. But my God, at some point we have got to be smart here. This fantasy of flowers and lollipops, and none of us will ever have a problem with any of our men, is just that, a fantasy. Okay? It is not our men with the leading cases of DV. It is theirs. They're the highest serial killers, colonizers, committers of genocide, the most when it comes to DV against their women. It is the instance of a sister who has become deceased from this incident. And this man was made to go home and it was not reported. Do you all see why their numbers appear lower? And you buy into it. And you ladies allow yourselves to be a pawn to have these sociopaths continue to carry out their own agendas. Oh, there's more. Oh, baby, this can go all day. We can instances all day. This woman was attacked by her husband. Listen to her story.
Тыкал мне ножом в живот. Ну, видимо, не смог. Дал своему другу.
If you're not reading the subtitles, she doesn't speak English. It says they took me to the forest and tied me to a tree. Okay. Her husband was trying to stab her in the stomach. Talk about, oh, he did it, but he couldn't finish the job. Then she says he gave the knife to his friend. And his friend stabbed her in the chest.
Там 5-6 секунд, наверное, он мне сначала грудь. Они даже помнят там.
They even opened a basement door to try to get rid of her body.
Vika survived, but many do not. Government figures show 14,000 Russian women are killed every year.
14,000 Russian women are killed every year, and those are the ones that are reported as a homicide. Those are the ones where they don't cover up as an overdose or a self-annulment of your own life, if you know what I mean. 14,000 per year in one country. This your king?
And a new law reducing the penalty for many acts of domestic violence to a modest fine could make it worse.
Не, ну это бред. Так не должно быть. Просто у него будет уже понятие такое, что он дала ничего.
When they get their behind kicked, you know what their men get, if anything? A fine, a traffic ticket, as though women are a car parked in front of a fire hydrant. Oh, you kicked her ass? Here you go. Give you a little ticket. You all have got to be smart. You have to look at consistent patterns of a people. Our men have never oppressed us. Anytime you study us as a people, us as women have always been standing right next to our men, never behind them, never below them. We've always been right next to them. It's never been no oppression, and our men will be held accountable for their actions against us. They cannot wait. You cannot sit and glorify this Prince Charming divest movement to our women, and you're not warning them of the dark side to this. DV is going to happen in any woman for any man, regardless of race or whatever. But you have to look at, where are you positioning yourself to win or to lose? I cannot stand to see sister after sister being taken out by these men with no justice. These men able to go home scot-free, unreported. Your families are being torn apart by this, and it's sad to see. If you're going to be out here promoting this, promote all of it. You guys have got to stop glorifying something where every other woman is running for their life from them, and y'all are the only ones running towards them. Imagine a group of people running, and you're like, where are y'all going? And you're turning around, running towards them again. This is what is happening right now. It is sick. Y'all, be careful out there. Do not put yourself in position with privileged people who have the space to do anything to you without a consequence. Stop spreading false narratives. Let's work with each other through our flaws. Switching the color does not work for a Black man or a Black woman. You cannot say, I'm not going to change my behaviors, my consistent toxicity. What I'm going to do is just switch the color and all my problems will be solved. We have to be self-aware and accountable for ourselves to look at the part that we play in our interactions and in our relationships. If you're going to tell the story, tell the whole story. Y'all let me know what you think in the comments. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video. It could help someone else. Stop running from the fire. Stop running towards the fire when everyone else is running.
Kyle, where you find that intelligent woman?
You never heard of her, Six of Goddess?
Nah.
Dude, man, I've been following her for years, man. I'm like a loyal follower of hers, you know? I'm one of her children, man,
Oh, man.
Six of Goddess. I've been following her for years. I've been friends with her for years, man.
I'm proud of her. She makes sense. You're going to run to the people
I
that
remember
being
that
your
case.
ass anyway.
I was going to Rhode Island to my librarian friend's daughter's graduation when that happened, and that was in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The guy went out there jet skiing and he couldn't interrupt his white life. The white people in Connecticut got such a big life. She's just another thing. I think she's immigrant background too. A lot of stuff be happening with these black girls. They come from the island, stuff like that. They think the white man is God, whatever like that. She was a pretty little thing too.
Yeah, she was definitely immigrant.
Yeah, so bottom line is immigrants, they don't understand this country, That's why we try to keep them on the game, Ross Moyes has a thing for against Sister God. She must have rejected him, She's a fucking intelligent woman, Ross Moyes. She's beautiful, She's intelligent one. I could deal with her, Six of Guys is Tommy Sawyer. She ain't no way in the world something like Tommy Sawyer ever got near something like that. Please stop it. She probably just using him for his clout or whatever so you can get bigger subscribers. I can't see her with no Tommy Sawyer in my ear. I can't see that shit. No. No, I know she's African. I'm talking about the girl that got killed. But the girl that got killed by that white guy I know it's from the islands. You can tell by the way the family talks.
We sent the email. We sent them an email, and they responded rudely to our email. You thought they was gonna take it serious? You can't be African American and think that crazy shit.
Oh, black.
We know better.
These immigrants think they got courts, they got rights, and so like, nah. When it comes to a white guy, they not only do they don't want to arrest him, they only want to interrupt his day of outing, jet skiing and playing golf. He has a white life. He's entitled to that white life. You think a black woman's life matters when it comes to a white guy getting out there and doing it? When you talk about people in Connecticut, white people in Connecticut, a lot of them got trust funds and stuff like that. You see how they live. It'd be Tuesday afternoon, and they're freaking jet skiing and speedboating down the river and whatnot while everybody's at work and whatnot. These guys got so much money, they got time to do all that shit. On a Tuesday, they're coming back from Rhode Island on a Tuesday, and these motherfuckers are out there fucking boating, jet skiing. Monroe, Connecticut is a fuck with the dam is, and these guys are going right up to the dam and whatnot, freaking jets with their jet skis. I was saying, these motherfuckers gonna fall in, You got to cross over the dam. The dam has a bridge on it, so you go cross over the dam, and you look down on the water, dropping, and all of a sudden you see these guys jet skiing in the pit, where the water catches, where the water reserves at, and they're jet skiing. And I'm like, what the hell? And this was a Tuesday afternoon. I was like, what the hell are you doing on a Tuesday afternoon? Jet skiing. That's the life they live. All right, let me get it. What's up, Dave? What's going on, brother?
What's up, man? Good evening, Kyla. Good evening, Jonathan. Good evening, panel. How y'all doing?
Doing good. What do you think about the topic that I said? Ultimately, I was going at it. I said, I've come to the conclusion there really is there's people doing work out there. Don't get me wrong. But an agenda, there's no fucking agenda,
Yeah, there's no agenda. First thing first, agendas come from leadership.
We don't have leadership. Nobody wants to.
So,
everybody's social media. Everybody's a leader.
So there's no agenda.
Kyla, we got leadership, brother.
What leadership, bro?
Kyla. We look back at Martin Luther King, and Martin Luther King was the black leader.
Okay,
he was a black leader.
Kyla's talking about active leaders now. What
we got them now. We got them now.
Who?
We got you, Kyla.
Look. I'm like I said, I don't set the agenda.
Are you not an active leader?
You know what my thing is, but black people are hell bent on doing everything but what I'm saying that would actually work. I said we should have an agenda to build a black. First of all, creates a number of black people who are investors, right? That should be an agenda. And second of all, set of benchmarks where we can open our own stock exchange and initial investors, like thousands of them, are black and whatnot. That would give us imagine we had our own trading platform. Now we can invest and we can list businesses that we're going to do in Africa, around the world, on the stock exchange and stuff like that. You know, we got the security system in America, and we can open up offices on the African continent. We could even probably merge with African exchanges on the continent, right? Even buy up maybe Nigeria stock exchange or Uganda stock exchange. We could buy those fucking things up one day, you know?
No, the thing is, Tyler, I think the issue is that y'all looking for a national leader. We never had that.
I just want somebody that has an agenda right now. What I'm saying is this: fighting for reparations is not a fucking real agenda. You know, it sounds good, but it's not. Everybody knows it's
in
not.
the Bay Area. In the Bay Area, we got Brother Bobbitt, we got Bishop Jackson.
Well, that's good.
These are people who buy up properties, develop.
Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you. You got those leaders up out there. Why should I be obligated to listen to your leaders when they are only concerned or relevant to your region? Why should I listen to anything they got to say? I'm in Virginia.
They bought and developed places in Chicago.
That's good.
I mean, Kala. No. See, the thing is this, right? Most people, you know, the people that you are more familiar with, that you see more often. These aren't people that the national media is going to put out there. They're just not. And these are people who are so busy, they ain't got time to be hopping on YouTube. Hey guys, this is what I'm doing. This is what I got. They ain't Tariq Nasheed. They're not holding spaces. They're not Dr. Umar Johnson. That's not what they're doing. So we have leaders. It's just that they're just not national people. There is no national leadership. Malcolm X was not a national leader until white people put him on TV.
Media? The national media. We don't have a national media. So
exactly.
White people take you can have all the YouTube channels you want. White people will never have us control over national broadcast where we reach millions of people at one time. You know, that's what sets an agenda, you know? So bottom line, we don't have that because, you know, we whatever reason, we just think it wasn't important to have our own national. And then we did have that black-owned African so-called channel and flopped. You know,
now we got black media in the Bay Area now.
We don't have a national leader. Media.
You're talking about something national.
Like but that's the thing. That's the thing.
CBS, you know,
y'all want national people, right? And it's never really existed. Martin Luther King was more of a leader in the South.
No, Martin Luther King was known throughout the country because he was on.
Known throughout the country because they put him in the media throughout the country.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying this is when a white man takes his media away from him, what do we got? You know, so we ain't smart enough to have our own fucking media. You know, so that's us. You know, I mean, we have no agenda. You know, that's the first thing should have been. We need
no agenda, man. Just I don't
no fucking agenda. Just people talking.
You was talking about the Jews earlier. We shouldn't have followed we shouldn't have followed their blueprint.
Yeah, everybody else has successful blueprints. Just so we don't have leaders that want to actually do anything.
Carla, do y'all got that Black Messiah complex?
No.
We don't
need a Messiah. What we need is friggin' if we're gonna keep saying we have a black agenda. Other than that, you know what people need to do? They need to leave people alone. Let's say if you see a dude and he says, you know, fuck it, man. I got nothing in the black community, I got no leadership. I'm gonna go ahead and give me a snow bunny. Leave him the fuck alone. That's why I said I don't say nothing no more. Because I got nothing to offer this guy, you know, to say, okay, let's do it like this because we're trying to build this, you know. These motherfuckers like, man, leave me the fuck alone. I want to fucking
just leave it alone.
Leave it the fuck alone because you really have nothing to offer them, you know. And like I said, keep joking around people. Oh yeah, we are. People ain't stupid, you know.
like you said, you got to be the primary punisher and rewarder.
We have to be punished. We don't have we want to punish people. We have no reward. That's the problem. Like I said about executions in the Congo, you can't punish people
That's
and
crazy.
you don't have any reward.
Nah, Carla, if y'all say we don't have no leadership, then y'all step up to the plate.
Well, the bottom line.
Okay, Jonathan. Okay, let's say we do have. We do have leaders. Okay, let's say we do.
No. You already said we don't have leaders. I expect y'all to step up to the plate.
Let's say we do have leaders. Let's say if we do have leaders, what's the agenda?
All right.
What's the agenda, bro? Okay, we got leaders right now, but then what's the agenda? We'll be silent to the room.
There is no freaking agenda.
So, hold on a second. Since y'all like to play videos, now I'm on my phone. Unfortunately, I can't wiggle like y'all can. Let me see. Hold on now. Just a second. How the hell do I go?
A black agenda got to cover a lot of things, because for me, Black American crisis. Like right now, we're in a crisis.
We have no direction on that. People don't know right from wrong, up from down. But Black Americans are a serious problem right now. More than anything else, we have no direction. The one thing they did, right? We did have Bill Cosby as a role model, right? They had destroyed Mr. Cosby when I made him a mockery. The way they did Bill Cosby was like wrong. If anything else, they should have been like, yeah, okay, we know Bill's a piece of shit, but damn. He's he basically done so much for black people. He's a role model and whatnot. Why are we freaking why are we sending him to jail? What's the point of that?
Carla, play that video about the 1 million black businesses by 2030. That is a national agenda. Now, the only problem is it's a national agenda, and people in their own areas gotta chip in.
Man.
If y'all don't chip in, you can't complain about leadership.
Another thing too, man. We messed up with a platinum player. We should have got the platinum.
It's too late now, man. That's a whole thing. That whole platinum plan. The fact that
I'm looking back at that. We should have at least got that 500.
Check this out. Let me tell you something. The problem is this, right? Check this out.
Yeah.
This is David. This is what I hear from Negroes back then. Man, fuck. I don't care about no. He can keep his money. Blah blah blah. I don't make no racist, but and then now he's elected, right? And black people act. The other thing is this: black people now trying to act like they were actually serious about building something. When you had the platinum plan offered to you, you didn't want it, right? Because you don't care about building nothing, right? Just like you don't care about the HBC money that Trump gave to the colleges, right? You don't care nothing like that. But black people know that. They know there's no agenda. They don't care. All they
Carla, if there is no agenda in your life, in your area, just say we black people over here in this particular area, we ain't got no leadership. We ain't trying to do nothing.
Let me tell you something, bro. I'm going to talk about this. You don't seem to get it, right? You don't get it, like a much neutered dog. You just don't get it, neutered dog. Don't get it.
Carla. In our area, we have black tech businesses, black media companies, still got a black newspaper, black investment bank, black grocery stores.
I'm a businessman.
Just say y'all suck over there.
Look, I got successful business. I know tons of black people that got successful businesses, right?
I didn't say that. I just named every industry that black people are in over here.
Not anything about money. It's about how do we maintain an identity, our value, all that stuff's being destroyed. What's our agenda? How do you bring black people together?
Black people over here are together.
Do it, bro.
Carla, we put together $300 million to buy
I know
two of the biggest entertainment studios out here in the Bay Area.
It's always about money. That's not enough.
Carla.
Everything
we came together and we started building houses. Black people in this area own a good percentage of the land and the houses.
Let me ask you a question. Look it up. Okay. The only people that benefited from that project are the people who invested and got a stake in it. What does that do for the community?
That ain't true. So the people who put the project together also linked up with black companies, and then they also went out there and hired black
And now the
people.
black companies benefited. What's that doing?
Kyla, do you think it's strange? Hold on, Kyla. Do you think it's strange that me and my friend, and I could go and name a whole bunch of people, out of jail, out of prison, fucking up, game banging, we managed to become successful in the very same environment because black people looked out for us when we got out and decided to make a change.
So what I'm saying,
that means that opportunity is available to everybody else.
You don't seem to get it, right? When it comes down to politics, if black people got an agenda all the time, why are they always complaining on national media, complaining about if we got a so-called agenda, like you say, explain that Jasmine Crockett, hood rat.
I can give you the easiest explanation of this, right?
Okay, so
y'all went to the Million Man March. Y'all got one of the best speeches. I remember Louis Farrakhan gave a speech out there at the Madison Square Garden. Hold on, Kyla. You were instructed to do something and you didn't do it. And complaining about leadership. No.
I'm successful in my own life. I'm saying like this. You have the narrative is also, you gotta say something, Jonathan, which you don't seem to get, right? You can talk all you stuff like that, like you guys get mad about that chick that came on Mango or whatever like that. Why hasn't your perception of you changed?
What are you talking about? The perception of you hasn't changed.
All black people are ghetto, poor, black, don't got shit and whatnot. She said she was shocked.
Kyla. What that
tells me,
you know what ends up happening, right?
What that tells me is black people, no matter what you individual success you talk about, collectively, it's not there. There's no black agenda. You would see everybody would see that we made a come up together, but we're not doing it.
That's the problem, Kyla. You and a big old gigantic black American working together, unity Negro. That don't even happen with white people. No other people is doing that, Kyla.
Let's say that's true, right? Then stop asking black people for their vote then.
What are you talking about?
That's what them Negroes need to do. No, I'm talking about the way black people, Roland Martin, other people, browbeating black people who to vote for. Then if you can't basically have an agenda where everybody improves, whatever like that, and we see
Roland Martin is the dude trying to get his money, Kyla.
Stop shaming people into voting.
Why are you listening to Roland Martin?
I'm not listening to Roland Martin. I'm just telling that's who's out there. That's who's out there.
Kyla, anybody can be out there.
Hey, Dave, you understand where I'm coming from? These same
Dave,
people,
no.
these situations never changes for black people, but they always talk about what we got to do.
But John, there's no agenda, bro. There's no agenda.
There's an agenda. No, this is what happens, right? If you're not even attempting to really do anything, you wouldn't know that there was an agenda that existed or not.
There is no agenda, bro.
You wouldn't know that, Kyla. Are there any black investment banks that you've been talking about? Black coming together, having a black.
That I think that's worthy of me investing in. No, I checked them out. I don't trust them.
You checked them all out.
I checked them out. We're black. One thing about black people, we do a lot of stuff, but somehow in banking we just don't got. You know what I think the problem with black banking is? They have the virtual signaling. We got try to save a community. That's one thing. I think black banks, for the most part, I separate them from black organizations. I don't think black banks should be in the social justice movement. I think they should be getting money and accumulating assets. Then they're going to be a benefit to the black community. Right now,
I realize, Tyler,
a lot of losses because they're trying to subsidize projects, in the black community. Like, you can't get what?
A lot of our people suffer from this very wicked disease that we got. That if you're not the biggest and the most well-known, then at that point we just ain't got nothing.
Yeah,
and that's just not true. You want black banks to be Wells Fargo and Bank of America. Really?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like this. If you
want us to be Fox News?
Check us out. Look, you can't guilt trip me, bro. I do business for a living. And I don't basically go to somebody and be like, hey, give me your employee group plan because I'm black,
There's
you're black,
there's
we're
no
black.
black
Trust me,
agenda.
when I know it don't work like that. I know I gotta be in my business. I don't know what you do for a living. I gotta be top and completely thorough and the best of what I do. You know, I don't
Really?
expect black people to buy from me or come to me if I was just because I'm black. You know, that's what I do. So I don't go to somebody in business just because they're black. You know, I don't expect it from me, and I don't do it to nobody else. Yeah, simple. That's the way I am.
Kala,
It's all
About being
about
the best.
customer service.
after
That's
attending the Million Man March, do you think that all the black people that went there went back to their communities and started building?
No, because know why? Because after that Million Man
So
March,
that means the
look, check
people
this out.
didn't
Hold on,
obey the leadership that they had.
Check this out. After the Million Man March, right? I don't know what happened, right? Did we experience a crime wave, murder, like you never, the gang violence, everything? That was a few months after the Million Man March. Biggie Smalls, Tupac, and Biggie Smalls was murdered. You know, set up all the stuff like that. Black America went into chaos after the Million Man March. I mean, utter chaos. It got worse. Black America got worse after the Million Man March because there were forces out there destroying black community that was bigger than the Million Man March. So that's we learned that shit, you know. So we don't have an agenda. We're not really serious about fighting the system and everything like that. We just want to play games with it, placate it. And what happened was after the Million Man March, man, all hell broke loose in Black America, and we still suffer from this to this day. From all the chaos.
You think that was because of black people, or you think that
I have no
why
idea.
do you
All
think
I
that
know,
happened?
we were not ready. We were not ready. The whole thing is about everyone tell you the Million Man March was a great day, and we're not, but nothing came of it. Nothing, you know. So
And that's because
there was no agenda.
even though you guys had leadership,
Those of us,
you didn't follow through on the leadership.
those of us in that
You didn't
black
obey.
community supported the Million Man March because Farrakhan did a speech called "The Torchlight for America." Right, that was in '94. He did a speech called "Torchlight for America," which he basically said, "We need to build a new nation, a reality on the African continent." That's what started me. You know, he said this nation could be funded by black people. Then after the Million Man March, Farrakhan completely reversed it and said, no, we don't need a nation. Nationalism is evil and all sorts of that. So I was like, threw my hand up like, there's no job. Ever since then, man, I just quit the fucking movement. You know, I thought we were going to talk about he had all of us amped up. Yeah, we're going to build a new nation, new reality. He said he called it a new reality, Torchlight for America. Look at the speech. Go look it up. You can find it on YouTube, the Torchlight for America speech. He said we're going to start a new reality. He said he wanted to use prisoners and give them a shot. You know, people coming out of jail. He said they'll be able to build roads, build infrastructure, farm. See, these are black nationalists like myself that was part of the Nation of Islam back then, you know? And then he just completely threw us under the bus for rappers, and he was hanging out with Suge Knight and Diddy and Snoop and all this kind of shit like that. So fuck him, you know? So
Wait, fuck who?
Back then. What?
Fuck who?
Farrakhan, you know?
Nigga, God damn, Kala.
I'm dead serious, bro.
What is wrong with you?
Hold on. The reason what's wrong with me is the fact that I wasted 35 years of my life, you know, thinking something going, and I realize now that's all been a joke, man. I should have fucking got out of shit back when I was young, man. I could have had a fucking, I sacrificed a lot of shit for this stuff. And now it's like, I look at it and I just wasted my fucking life, man. Because I know
Minister Farrakhan, he didn't mean that. Thank you for all the work that you've done on behalf of our
please,
people.
yeah, thank you for
Don't
doing
say
that.
that,
Nothing,
Kala.
you know?
Don't say that, Kala. Come on. You're
What?
a soldier, man. Don't say that, Kala.
You wildin',
That's how I
Kala.
feel. Well, hold up.
Well, Kala, get your feelings out of this.
I'll be honest with you. That's how. If you really want to know how I really feel, even though that's disrespectful, I'll never. You know, I shouldn't say that, but that's how I feel. You know,
I know, Kala. I know, man.
It takes up because it's not just Farrakhan. Al Sharpton. When I see that nigga up there,
and I know, and Colin in that speech, I know, it was just so sweet. It was like, damn, like it's building you up. Like, I'm going to school for this. Everything I'm doing right now is for this. I'm going to school, learning, and everything is just for this. And then nothing happened. Nothing go through.
And in fact, it feels like they weren't even serious. You know.
Yeah, that's
what
I
angers me. You know.
Colin. Even me, that's how, I grew up in the movement, my father and all of them, but they never quit their day jobs for the movement.
I ain't quitting my day job for the shit. You know,
but you know,
that's what
they
some
always
Negroes
have
want
me
you to do. They
surrounded
want me
by,
to be.
you know.
They want to be on this full time asking for a cash out for like Umar Johnson. No, that ain't happening to me, folks. I got a real business, a real career, and stuff like that. That's my bread and butter. That's my real. This is the black matrix I'm in. You know, my real life. I deal with all kinds of fucking people. I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. I got business partners that are white, Filipino, Chinese, Latin, whatever the fuck it is. You know,
that's the way, and that's the way it's supposed
that's
to
the way
be.
the fucking is in real life. You know.
The way it's
And
supposed
so the
to
bottom line, all this fucking fantasy black shit, get the fuck out of here. I tried that for years. You know, as soon as you start talking about money for real, black people, oh no, yeah, that's a good idea. You know, well, you gonna put some money down? We're gonna do this shit. Nah, see, I gotta talk to the wife. Yeah, you know, after years of doing that shit, man, you know, trust me, I've been out there. I ain't somebody just came out of nowhere, Dave. I've been out here for fucking years, you know.
Oh, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's why I said I got much respect for you. Sound like, what about uncles, Colin? What about uncles?
And it gets
I
frustrating. I'm not really
respect
fake
you
ass
too, Carl. It's
people.
be wild.
Look at all this black,
Mahat,
what we're doing.
the
Shit.
Nation of Islam got so many
That's
businesses.
what business.
They
Yo,
got
look. I can
schools.
tell you. Look.
They
Yeah,
got
that's a
farms,
bunch of bullshit. But look, check
restaurants.
this out. The Nation of Islam in Norfolk, right? The building that they in right there. I got a picture. Right, the old building we used to go meet at on Lafayette Boulevard, Norfolk. Right, a real nice building. It was like built. It looked like one of those. It was built like in the 1930s, right? But it has a glass storefront right there. Real nice, right? Last time I've been up there, right, Lafayette Boulevard, there was a fucking homeless white guy taking a piss right in front of it. It's all boarded up. I'm like, what the fuck? How far we came, man?
Yeah.
So they lost everything in this area, you know?
Yeah.
Man, but Kyla, what that tells me is that y'all wasn't handling y'all business in that area.
Oh, whatever, Jonathan. Okay, whatever.
That's what that means,
All right,
Kyla.
whatever. Yeah, whatever.
You see that? Now you want to blame all the Nation of Islam because y'all wasn't on business in y'all area. That's bad news, Kyla.
If you do see you do see some success in Nation of Islam, it's because one of the members basically that were already successful joined the Nation of Islam. It didn't happen organically with the Nation of Islam. They already were successful. They're a business person. They had something.
That's how the nation too. They always do that. They always recruiting. They'll
recruit somebody.
I mean, just out of curiosity,
people that already got money. They do that. You're right. You're right.
That's common sense. Churches
I
do that. My bad. APAC does that. APAC don't go looking for the poorest Jews and the poorest people to contribute. They go looking for the people that's established already. That's common sense shit.
The thing about the Nation of Islam is, if you do got a good business one that day, you're gonna have somebody come my former partner in the BAO, Minister Daoud, right? He was had a Nation of Islam chapter. He's from Brooklyn, but he had a Nation of Islam chapter in Montreal, Canada, right? And he said he grew the group and everything like that. And he said, yeah, and one of the Farrakhan's group came in there and took it. I said, you serious? He said they just simply came in, right? We had a packed house one night, and they just came here, busted in, and just took over one night. You know, I said, he said, yeah, man, they came in FOI. That's just came in and just freaking take a man down there.
You know what I mean?
But Kyla,
right?
We had some very prominent Nation of Islam people out here.
Oh, whatever.
Now, unfortunately, the older ones, they were cool, and then the Kala Muhammad types, the younger types, they were destructing up the streets. I remember they were just going around destroying all the Arab stores. They'll walk in, bust out all the liquor, destroy everything. Then they killed the dude, supposedly.
Check this out. Dr. Clark.
They were going out there.
Sat Kali down, right? And he sunned Kali. He said, you are stupid. You a fool. And he said, you're going to sit here and listen to what I said. And Dr. Kali just sat there. Dr. Clark was just like, Kali, you a fool. You so smart, brilliant, but you act like a fool. The stuff you say and do is you're a foolish brother, Kali had to take heed to that. That's why he could calm down a little bit. He said, you out here acting like a freaking fool. You could be so much further. He did at the same time. He said, they said, what does he think about Farrakhan and the Million Man March? Dr. Clark said, Farrakhan's acting like running around like a misbehaved schoolboy, And And Farrakhan was 63 at the time. He said, Farrakhan is nothing but acting like a misbehaved schoolboy, all his antics in the media and stuff like that, So Dr. Clark had the son Farrakhan and fucking Khalid Muhammad, and the son, both of them. I was like, damn, man, y'all got sunned when by the
elders. They were obedient to leadership.
No, well, he just basically Farrakhan said Clark called Farrakhan a faker.
He was against the Million Man March. He was against the Million Man March.
He said, "Man, it's a fucking joke, man." He said, "If you're not talking about nationhood," he said, "You have a Million Man March in Africa wasn't mentioned one time. Building a nation." He said Farrakhan didn't mention his Africa program in the Million Man March. He was talking about all that time, right? That's where he got that momentum from. People thought we're gonna have a chance to have a nation, right? Because he had representative from Charles Taylor's government there, saying we're ready to take black people in Liberia. Charles Taylor's people.
So
the bottom line, that's what we were looking at. That's what we were looking at. Then
y'all wanted to jump straight into nation building.
Check this out. A couple of years later, right? And where I live at, right, in Virginia Beach, we have a church called Rock Church, right, with this pastor named Jimenez. He basically, people told him about the idea of Liberia building settlement, and he did something. He went to Liberia, and this was like in 97, 98, whatever, like Pastor late Dr. Jimenez, and he went there with Pat Robertson, of CBN, and they was like basically getting into mining. They was building electricity, and there was an African. They wanted to redo the African American repatriation, and that was big because Farrakhan dropped the ball, and a lot of people, Liberia offered Farrakhan land and said, "You come there, build one out of the million." That's what Gaddafi was like. He wanted to put money in it. Farrakhan dropped the ball.
Wait, Liberia offered Farrakhan land while they were going through war?
No, what you call Gaddafi wasn't going through war. Gaddafi had
Libya offered Farrakhan land.
He said Gaddafi said he was going to give Farrakhan $1 billion, and he said he was going to give them land.
And the U.S. government blocked it. You know that, right?
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Oh, Lord.
Jonathan, you really want to know what happened? I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, go for it.
What happened?
Okay, let me tell you what happened, right? Farrakhan said that Gaddafi was going to give him money, right? And then what happened was Bill Clinton, right, let Farrakhan off the hook, right? He said Farrakhan had misread what Gaddafi said. He said, "I put the wealth of my nation behind your country at valued at $1 billion." That's what Libya total was worth. Farrakhan misinterpreted it and just quickly said Gaddafi was going to give him $1 billion. But Gaddafi, a few years before that, had gave Farrakhan them $5 million alone, And so he said, "I'm going to put the wealth of my behind your movement, $1 billion, right?" And said, but that was basically, he was talking about land. And also at the time, Farrakhan went over there, they was building these new aqueducts in the desert that was green in the desert. They'll say, "Yeah, this is going to be inhabitable. This is good land for your people to settle here and build." Farrakhan didn't take him up on it, He didn't take him up on it. He said Gaddafi offered him land, in Libya, because they had these new projects where they was building waterworks under the desert. You know how much water, probably the greatest potential for Africa besides human resources is water resources. Do you know how much water is in the Kalahari and Sahara Desert? Billions of cubic feet of water that could freaking supply water to a whole entire globe, Gaddafi,
they're not tapping into it, man. They don't got
Gaddafi tapped into that, right? It was like green in the desert when that green grass crops were growing in the desert, because of irrigation that Gaddafi built, waterways and whatnot. You got to see this. They built whole little river systems and whatnot out of water from the in the Sahara Desert. Farrakhan went over there to see it. So he said, "You could build right here. You can bring your people here. We could build this and whatnot." Farrakhan ain't interested in that shit, man. Come on. Look, I said, people younger, like people like Jonathan, he wasn't around then. I remember all this shit, bro. We were taken for a ride, man, with this whole shit, man. We're taking a lot of time and effort, because there were a lot of black nationalists who were ready for this movement, right? And we thought we put our faith behind Farrakhan, and we was let down, That's why I say you say college create an organization. Look, I am basically very careful because I don't want to be the place where if I can't deliver and letting people know. I have a conscience, you know. That's why I don't overpromise. I said this is what I do right now. If it grows, it grows. Whatnot, but it's on people if they want to come in and be involved with this movement, you know. But if I can't, I ain't gonna be like Farrakhan said. I could do all this and have people believe I'm some Superman and I can't deliver, you know. And they got a nerve to stick around the community and still be giving advice, you know. So I'm not trying to make people hate Farrakhan, but something got to give, man. We got too many people that come around and too much disappointment, you know.
Yeah.
Until our spirit, Black America's spirit is broken, you know.
Yeah. That's true.
That's what you see right now. People's spirit is broken, you know. And I don't want to do that to my people.
They spirit about to get broken with this FBA and ADOS.
The reparations. That's gonna be another letdown.
And the
that's
Dean
gonna be
Callaways,
another Mean March letdown.
And the Dean Callaways, they all about to break down.
When people realize, man, I made a fool out of myself when I followed the shit when that's what it is, man. There is no black agenda. Everybody.
Carla, put together a black agenda and then.
Look. The bottom line is, I don't have a black agenda, but I have a black nationalist agenda. If black people want to become
that's the black agenda, Carla.
Hold on. If you're interested in nationhood, you believe nationhood is a long-term thing. What we need for nationhood is we need more engineers, we need more scientists, we need all sort of construction, stuff like that. If you want to get geared toward nationhood, then join the BAIO and let's do it. That's the only agenda I can say. If you don't want to do that,
I joined the Carla. I'm gonna actually start posting content.
If you don't join the BAIO,
I'm gonna find a way to get it done.
Then link with people in your area. Link with people in your area, meet people and whatnot, have local meetings and stuff like that. Get this shit started. If I don't know what else to tell you, create a social network by which people could incubate their own social clubs, everything like that, right? And meet and start building together. I don't know what else to do, So if people don't want to do anything, all they want to do is sit around listening to Tariq Nashi and Omar Johnson.
Carla, we listen to you.
You know what I'm saying? So look, what you listen to me is if you join the BAO, you join your local chapter, right? Start having meeting and greeting. It's like a Chicago people did. The Chicago people, I don't even see them no more. They're over in my Chicago near BAO chapter. You know where they're at right now? They're in Tanzania. They're doing their own shit, they came together under the BAO me. I go out Liberia chapter, man. They're doing real well. So it is what it is, man. People want to get involved and do shit. That's the only agenda I can talk about. We need people. I need people in every last single African country. I need people in every last single state, and we put it all together. We need people all over. I need people in Japan. I need people in China. I need people in Russia. I need people in Europe.
What do you need people in Japan for?
Because business. That's why. The Japanese
have
$1 trillion economy. We need everything. They got technology. We need. This is the way I see it. I am not turning down on nobody. Don't tell me about what Negroes can do. Negroes ain't got shit. I need the people that got the technology that can help build this shit. Yes, I want to do it. I want to make my case in Japan, China, Australia, Russia, whatever like that. I want to go around the world promoting this African thing. And we get friends and people that want to help us out. Yeah, still happen. But any other way, you're gonna be just like another Farrakhan when I just sitting back, nothing. His whole life, really nothing accomplished.
Carla,
I'm determined to do this shit.
Carla, they maintain farms, open up a university.
Whatever. Yeah, okay.
You can't say that nothing was accomplished.
Okay.
That doesn't even make sense.
All right. Let's go look at their farm. I know all about the
nation. Yeah, let's look at it.
In Georgia, when that, let's look at some of their farms. Let's look at.
Now, Carla, where's your farm in Georgia? Did you follow through on your part?
I'm not a farmer.
Okay.
I'm not a farmer, so I would say I have no interest in farming. But if you're gonna say you're gonna do it right. Y'all
gotta learn to contribute and actually put in the work.
Whatever. Yeah, right.
A
Yeah, well, the
lot of
bottom
times
line,
that
hold on. Yo,
we want the leader to do everything.
Hold on. You can hold me to accountable if I'm taking people's money. Nation of Islam taking millions and millions of people's money. They got very little.
They put it to good use.
Or whatever. Okay, good use. Okay.
Tyler, let's say in Africa where you can get something done, where you can get something major done with $1 million. This is not Africa.
They must see you coming down the road, you know? They must see you coming down
the road. Nation of Islam.
That's it. That's it. Nation.
I mean, a Muhammad Speaks newspaper right here.
Yeah, all right. Like I said, I all know about the Nation of Islam.
Certified supporter.
Subscribe to the Final Call. Muhammad Speaks. Muhammad Speaks not even Farrakhan's organization. That's some other group.
Muhammad Speaks was started by Malcolm X.
Yeah, but the bottom line is Muhammad Speaks was basically right now is not affiliated with Farrakhan. Final Call is.
I said I support the Nation of Islam.
All right, so it's like a different group. All right, let's see like this.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Like I said, for Black Muslims. Like I said, back in the days, if you like just like stuff like when they do the Muslim, the Fruit of Islam dancing and stuff like that, that's all beautiful. You know. So, how to pick watermelon. Nation of Islam, how to pick watermelon. Let's see. Let's see how to pick watermelon.
By the 20th of 21st.
Oh, you know the problem with the Nature of Islam back in the days when there was basically Farrakhan had trucks and everything back in the 90s. The thing is, a lot of their produce went rotting because what they should have did was their farms. They should have friggin' learned how to do cannering and stuff like that. You know, add value to the crops and whatnot. You know, what happened was they tried to farm and all the farm produce went bad. You know, it's like the fishing thing they did. They should have got into the frozen fish and freezer industry. They were just carrying fish, selling fish door to door, you know? So, it's like I said, you live and you learn.
Should have opened up a supermarket chain.
Yeah, well, that you can't tell them that. You know, they should have fish freezers and everything like that. They should have been supplying restaurants and stuff like that. That's how you do marketing, you know? They should have been supplying fish to restaurants and putting them on menus and stuff like that, you know? Because everybody needs fish. It's hardly to find a good place where you got good fresh fish. You know, you ever notice that?
Yeah.
And I live in an area with by the sea, Chesapeake. We got no fucking fish. You know, what the hell is all the fish go to? You know, the stocks of fish in our air waters are depleted. But Nation of Islam suddenly got a lot of fish from the Pacific Ocean in Peru. You know, nice fish. You know, they'll sell them door to door. They should have had markets set up. You know, freezers.
Yeah,
and stuff like that, you know, and stuff like that. But they didn't do that, you know. So
they wasn't thinking big.
And they also had these power products, you know, these power products. They launched in 1985. Remember that, right? That flopped, you know. Power products, you know. It was like, he said, black people are gonna buy all these soaps and everything like that. You know, it was a good idea, man. But after a while, man, this thing just fell apart, man. You know. And nobody.
You know why it fell apart? Because they started infighting, Colin.
Oh yeah, but the bottom line is, you know, like I said, the bottom line. This is what happens, Jonathan. Right? Somebody that had power products probably had an idea, right? Probably put up all the money, right? And then some people in Nation of Islam, they have this idea. Like my brother Black, I'm gonna try to get my brother Black Achievement on one night. You know, him and I used to have battles back on Block Talk Radio every day, right? But anyway, he told me that this guy's a lawyer. He said he joined the Nation of Islam because he wanted to be a guy. He said, man, they looked at his law degree, whatever like that. Instead of him learning how to use him as a lawyer, he could educate people out this. He said, man, they gave him a bunch of final calls, said you better sell a certain amount of papers when I, a lawyer. So like I said, man, so Jonathan, man, please stop telling me about
that's the black agenda right there.
Yeah, man, get out there and sell newspapers. He said he kept missing his quota, a final call. He said, I mean, tell you, you're a lawyer.
You're a lawyer. They ain't say, yo, work on this case, man.
They said they stuck some final calls in his paper and said, you guys tell him more about papers. He's like,
Tyler, this is true. This is true. I don't
yes,
believe
it's
that.
True.
That sounds crazy.
Hold on, when I have my boy Robert Holland, his name is Black Achievement. His tag is Black Achievement because he's a lawyer. He's the most. I call him the most overachieving nigga in the world. They got like 4 degrees. Me and him used to battle about pan. He didn't see the thing, the view of it. And then after a while, you know what? He found out he got fucking a business opportunity where Africa. He would call, you were right, man. I didn't know Africans had computers and everything. I didn't know Africans had computers and whatnot. He got some opportunity for something in Ghana, right? Some corporation wanted some information about how to do coding and license and whatnot. He said, "Man, I'm doing good, man." He's like, okay, there's opportunity in Africa, right? Because he got a contract, he was mainly handling a contract. He does like software engineer. That's really complicated. You got to know all that stuff when you're a lawyer. You got to know how all the different code. You know what I'm saying? Software copyrights and stuff like that. That's what he does. We joined the Nation of Islam, man. He's an ad you out the street.
Tyler, did you sell a newspaper on the corner?
No. Hell no.
So that means you didn't do it.
Only thing I did with Nation of Islam, I used to attend their Sunday services. That was it, And sometimes I would hang out with the Nation of Islam down at Oceanfront, Virginia Beach. Let them sell their newspapers or wherever like that. I used to hang out with them.
Did you ever try to date your NOI girl?
No.
Why not?
No, because I didn't. Like I said, first of all, the fucking guy, the minister thing, man, he was lustful when that. He was sitting there, the whole service was like, talking about, look at these beautiful sisters. You ain't gonna get that unless you do this one night, He go, he kept saying, Look at these fine ass women. Nigga had a heart on when I knew one guy, Nation of Islam guy. Nation of Islam guy, he was a fat dude too, right? The Nation of Islam guy came to me, right? He was like, I met him in the Charlotte Science Institute meeting one night. He said, yeah. I said, yeah, wasn't he? Yeah, that guy wasn't what a thing like that because the Nation of Islam is supposed to be slim. That guy's all fat and whatnot, and he was lustful and always hanging on the women and whatnot. So we got rid of him. That shit was so funny, man. I've been through and then check us out across the street, right? These Jewish guys had run an abandoned building, right? Where they were spying, right? You could see them. They're watching out who went up to the Nation of Islam, stuff like that, right? And also they had a camera. You can see the camera through a curtain, right? And they were taking pictures. These are young Jewish
spying.
What? Yeah, that was at the time where Farrakhan was on the march, like '94 up to the Million Man March. Yeah, everybody thought Farrakhan was this big anti-Semite, and I looked at these motherfuckers like, dude, it ain't all that serious, man. You should be going after these white supremacists, But they were out there. But you gotta see how Jews are, right? They have time and money, like the Jewish, the JDO. JDO, right?
No.
JDL. It was the JDL types. Imagine Jewish punks. They go around fucking spying. They're probably watching the show right now, making sure I don't say nothing anti-Semitic. They come after you, man. With JDL, Brene Briffs, and Anti-Defamation League come after you. They're coming after you. But they'll fucking taking pictures of license plates and everything. Everybody pulling up to the mosque and whatnot, I was like, man, dude, I looked at these motherfuckers doing it. And we all knew they were there, too. They were sitting there. You can see them in the window, like peeping out when they're taking pictures and shit. Fucking funny.
Nah, Colin, now I believe that they actually did follow you at that gas station. It was the Jews that was doing it though. And it wasn't the
I don't know
FBI.
what I don't know what that was. It could have been. I don't know what the fuck that. It could have been
They
somebody.
were trying to warn you. Don't you join this organization,
I was
Colin.
just fucking. I don't know what that fucking was, but it was just strange. I just came out of nowhere. It was like no IP address, no nothing. Just hey, what's up, Collar? You know what I'm saying? And it was my picture of me pumping gas and whatnot. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? It was scary. You know? I was like, what the fuck? You know? How you know my name's Collar? What the fuck you doing following me around? You know, I was like, what the fuck? So,
Man, Colin, he was about to get assassinated. He was really the real deal back in the day.
They assassinate me. Fuck them.
That's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
gonna keep saying what the fuck I gotta say till the day I leave this earth. You know,
that shit.
Okay, fuck these motherfuckers. I know what I do is legit, it's real, and like I said, as soon as these people fucking understand that shit, man. Like I said, everything I do is because I've been through trial and error with all these groups: the Nation of Islam, Black Panther Party. I've been involved with all this. You know, me and Malik, I was gonna join the new Black Panther Party. Me and Malik don't see eye to eye though, man. You know, we don't see eye to eye about a lot of shit. You know?
Malik Zulu Shabazz.
Yeah, he thinks I'm cocky. You know. He told my boy African Warlord, he said, "Your boy Collar's cocky, man." You know. He said he's cocky. That was back in the
Colin,
day.
why are you so cocky?
I'm not cocky. He says he's cocky. I'm just basically because he had that dude. What's his name? King Samir. That nigga called my show one night, man. I made that dude like a fool. Called my show one night talking shit. And then I did a 2-part show. I'm gonna publish that show I did on Block Talk Radio. Just look me up on Block Talk Radio, Collar Nation, right? You can look at it and put in New Black Panther Party. You can see like 2 like 5-hour episodes. I did. Friggin' Malik wouldn't come on. He's fucking scared, man. I said I want to debate these guys. And so Sean Kweli came on for me and whatnot, man. I had to son that kid, man, So I said, I really want to debate your boss, Malik. He said, no, he can't come on, man, Carla.
But he was watching though. He definitely was watching.
Of course he was, That's what he told my boy African Warlord X. He said, your boy Colin, he's fucking cocky as hell, man,
Yeah, he was watching. He was like, nah, I'm not. I'm like this guy.
You don't want that smoke, man. But I have no problem with Malik, but he needs to give the 1960s back their decade, man. I think it's like, yo, dude, man, this ain't 1965, bro. He comes up with this old school shit. Okay, that sounds good, man, but trying to act tough and whatnot, that ain't gonna do nothing, man. You gotta have a plan. So, but I remember with Malik, he's a lawyer, right? I remember when he bought a fucking a sports car or whatever like that. Everybody's coming at him like, "What the hell are you doing? You so not?" He said, "Well, I ain't supposed to have nothing when that, That shit was funny. That shit was funny, man. He got some new car or whatever like that. And motherfucker crazy, man. What about the struggle, man? I was like, man.
Let him enjoy. Let him enjoy, man.
Get struggling ass the fuck out of here, The struggling ass. So the struggling ass or what we ought to do, niggas, It's like if you don't think you're what we ought to be doing, niggas, ass out of the fuck out of here, Niggas either struggling or what we ought to do, Crack me the fuck up. So enough of that, man. We don't have a black agenda. Like I said, I have a Nation of Islam, not a black nationalist agenda and a nationhood agenda. I just came to one conclusion. Based on the fact, one of the things that I was battling back in the 90s, right? And I don't think Farrakhan, all of them addresses enough. I believe that there was a definite conspiracy of people promoting the worst type of music to because think about it. If you have how do you get black people to think a certain way and act a certain way, like violent, belligerent, untrustworthy? When you get to what they hear every day, the music,
The music.
The music is the most dangerous. And I had a lot of battles with people. No, it's just music. No, look, let me tell you something. You study history, right? Nothing's just music. You ever, Dave? You ever read the Iliad and the Odyssey?
No.
Okay, the Iliad and Odyssey is a good thing by Homer, Anyway, the one part of Odyssey when they were basically Homer sailing his ship and the sirens. You ever heard about that? The sirens. These were women that were when you approached their islands, right? They were basically they would have to put things in the ear so they wouldn't hear the beautiful music and something they were singing that would cause men to desire them so much or whatnot that they would sail their ships right into the rocks and sink. They said it was so bad that when you kept near the sirens, right? Look it up, the sirens, right? You had to put something in your ear so you wouldn't hear them singing.
Yeah.
And then I learned that during Roman times and African times, right? Certain beats and stuff like that signalize war.
Yeah.
Certain beats and rhythms signalize joy, happiness, and disarming. You know what I'm saying? You know? So you said, what is this network? So African, matter of fact, most of my people in the BAO are actually continental Africans, you know, that's what I'm saying. That's the strike. People think I'm just African American. Most of my BAO members are Africans, you know, because they get it. They be linking up with other Africans on the social network. That's a social network right there, African guys, if you want to join. You know,
African goddess, please join the social network so we can work together.
Yeah, stay away from Jonathan, though. Yeah. But so that's a social network, Black African Infrastructure. Well, it says BAO Africstan5.ning.com, or you can download the app at BAO Global Pipeline. That's the app. You know, that's a social network. Sign up. All you need is an email just to sign up and make an account, a free account, whatever like that.
Is the app on Play Store?
It's on the Play Store and App Store.
BAIBL Global Pipeline.
Global Pipeline.
Global Pipeline.
So if you got an app, you got everything. Like I said, there's nothing in that app that can't do. The social network that you can't do with Facebook and Twitter and everything. Just that people, I create a social network. I pay for it and I maintain it. You know, and all I ask for people to join and just make it like your own. You know, contribute content, get to know each other. You know, you do whatever you want. This thing, except for put blogs on the main page, but you can put blogs on your own page. You create your own groups, everything, you know. You can make that group public or secret. Same thing as Facebook, you know. So social networks are the way to go. You know, social network joins people together, and the end game of this movement is an African. You know, that's the end game, right? So to that end, you know, I need anybody that's Black could join. When I don't know if I was thinking about pondering. When it gets to a certain level, should I open up to other races, you know? Because one of the questions they ask you, are you Black, are you African American, or Black African descent, you know?
Open up to other races?
Well, no, if we're going to basically expand to the point where we start having real money and investment and stuff like that, I don't know. Maybe I might create another social network for that, you know? And leave this one like it is, you know, just all Black, you know? Create another social network. I got to reach the world, you know. You know, this if we're gonna do this stuff or not, you're gonna need the support of high level governments and the halls of government around the world. You know, got to make this because you're making a case, Billy, against the United States. And the way I see it right now, the United States is trying to buy a whole new continent, Greenland. You know, so the white man could basically say, "I want Greenland."
Oh, that's not real.
What? Yes, it is real.
No, it's not.
It's not real. Of course,
they ain't buying no damn
not real. Oh, but these people are dead serious. The United States could use Greenland. It only has like 10,000 people there. You know, why wouldn't they want that shit as a military base and stuff like that? You know, do you remember when the United States purchased? It said the same thing about Alaska. You know where Alaska is?
Greenland got a population of 60,000 people.
Hold up. You know where Alaska is?
Yeah.
Okay, Greenland is actually closer than Alaska.
Remember, I can see Russia from my house.
Okay, hold up.
Crazy Black woman.
Hold up. Where's Hawaii at? Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific, right? The United States acquired that. What makes you think the United States can't acquire it? The United States have been acquiring territory for.
They acquired that and took that, Kyle.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
You mean Guam is what you're talking about.
Hold on. What do you think? What makes you think that they want the Panama Canal back and also like that? What makes you think the United States got a base in Cuba called Guantanamo Bay? You know, what makes you think the United States is not capable of doing this shit? You know, they can. The was like, well, you and me is we don't have no power. You know,
Kala, this ain't the world that they had back then where you could just.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I think it is. I think it is. The United States is a nuclear power. When it could do what the fuck it wants to do. You know.
Except going to North Korea or Russia or anywhere else.
I said within reason, but you got a country like Greenland. Yeah, that's on the menu. You know,
Greenland is owned by a European Union country, a NATO ally.
Denmark claims it, but the bottom line is this: if the people in Greenland say, "Yeah, whatever," like that, or they purchase from Denmark, that's it, and the United States got it. You know, and they're gonna get it. They want that shit. You know. And what you got a lot of Canadians who are seriously thinking about joining the United States as a 51st state. You don't know what the hell we're. Only thing I do know is the only group of people ain't getting shit are the black man in America because we have
we ain't a part of none of those deals.
That's what I'm saying. We're just sitting there. That's why I said
none of those.
Now why y'all hold on now, Kyla, why you not leading us to get that stuff?
Everybody in this chat room, whatnot, they mock me. They tell me I'm a fool, whatever like that, because I talk about it in Afghanistan, but I know I am telling the truth. This is the way the future of Black America as a nation of our own, our manifest destiny. You know, I don't know what it's going to take for this to go viral and catch on, but the bottom line, where the writing should be on the wall. You know, the Americas are going to bring millions of these people from Central America in here to replace your ass. They're going to be all these people are going to come in. And even the black people that bring from overseas, they're going to redefine what it is black to be black in America. You're already starting to see that with more and more black immigrants and roles on TV. In other words, white people are tired of the slave history of America. They're ready to friggin' replace us with people who came here voluntarily and want to be here, voluntarily, And that's what.
All right, so Kyla, what do we need to do to counter what they're trying to do? What do we do?
Well, say, hey, you can have this country. We want our own nation. When you do that, that balances everything out. It does. It balances everything out. When I have,
how do we approach it, Kyla?
I would love to have one of these people. Like next time that girl Mango calls in, I'm going to basically ask her opinion about nation for Black America. Right? She'll be, oh yeah. But I say, you know what the implication of that? Now, white people will be like this. There's some very implications of that, right? Because what implications is
you're gonna ask somebody that had a father who illegally came to the country.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to make is,
was on welfare all her life. About nation building.
The point I'm trying to make is everybody think they got black people boxed in, and I'm trying to show people you don't. The power is in our hands. Why? Because we could take the friggin' our destiny in our hands. Right now, our destiny is in everybody else's hands. Where they think about us, where they judge us, where they limit us, whatnot.
Our destiny is not in other people's hands.
Yes, it is in other people's hands.
You gotta stop that crazy shit.
Oh, look, how are you gonna get your reparations, Jonathan?
Yep. I already told you what we plan to do over here in California. We got this initiative project. Let me finish talking, Kyla. Let me finish talking, Kyla. This was the plan. So in California, we have this initiative process in which the voters can themselves create a law or create a rule, right? And so you only need 10,000 signatures to take it to the Secretary of State to go ahead and certify before we can try to get what's about 2.5% of the electorate to go ahead and file a petition. That way everyone can vote on it. We can do that alone with just black people in California. We don't need anybody else.
The bottom line is,
Wait, Kyla. Now, the argument has always been with the California Democrats is that the politicians, they can't get nothing done. And in other states where the Republicans can't get nothing done. If Californians are as liberal and progressive and are sorry for what they did to black people.
Like I said.
But Kyla, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
White people feeling sorry for you.
Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
It's not going to happen.
Let me finish talking.
Go ahead.
Put the ballot before the voters. If they say no, then they like to say to that wherever California goes, the rest of the nation goes. Cool, perfect. If we can't get it done by the voters, then that means the liberals is point blank clear. They're not for us. The Democrats are
They
not
never
for
said
us.
they were. They
Republicans,
never. Oh, but they
they're
never
not
said
for.
they
Hold
were.
on, Colin. Damn. What that would do is then go ahead and say, well, since we can't do this, if they don't respect us and don't care about us, let's go and do our own nation building. If the
Oh,
goal
well,
is
I
just
tell
to
you what,
get people
well,
riled
I
up,
can tell
happy
you.
about it.
Check this
If
out.
if it doesn't
skip
pass,
you
then
the
we push
process.
towards the nationhood
I
shit.
check this out. I could skip you the process, man, because they don't give a shit about you. They never have.
No,
California
no,
is like
no,
the most racist
Colin.
state.
There's a difference
Hold on,
between you saying
You
they
all,
don't give a
you
shit.
say something about liberals and whatnot. Do you know California is a state that had the O.J. Simpson trial? They had that Officer Dornan, whatnot, shoot an incident, whatnot.
Yeah.
Where the hell you get this idea of California is so liberal? Where does this come from? You could be liberal.
Damn, Colin, do you not understand the strategy in this?
Yeah, I understand the strategy. What I'm saying is this.
Okay, well.
I'm saying no. Look,
we got until next year to get this shit qualified for the ballot. We're working on it.
Look.
Let us be disappointed in the voters of California.
Your strategy is to basically throw mud in white people's face and say "fuck you" because you're like that. I get that, and you're gonna go like this. But I asked you the question, like, how are you going to actually? And I didn't say about the Afghanistan as an alternative. I said, how are you and people like you that really seriously think about reparations, going to get fucking reparations from white liberals? It's not going to happen, Simple as that. It's not going to happen.
Carla, I just gave you the. I actually just explained it to you.
Yeah, I understand. Look, I understand.
This is being used as a tool, as a recruitment to get black people to go ahead and push for independence.
Look, bro, I agree with that. But I'm saying is this is facto remains though, is that a lot of people still believe that they have power and they're gonna basically force reparations check out of white people,
Yeah, but those people are dumb. Those people are dumb. Now we have seen that the California government is not going to do it. They won't do it. And they'll come up with tricky ways to do it. Now, it's another thing for the California government to do so. But now we're saying, okay, voters, here you go, the ones who care about being progressive, and we need to fight mass incarceration, and everything that we did to black people is wrong, and we're not a racist state, and blah, blah, blah. You niggas are going to go vote. You guys, you overwhelmingly run the state. Let's see where you vote on this issue.
I seen not too long ago, right, on TikTok, right? There's this fucking Asian. Now, Asian is supposed to be proximity to white. They moved into this neighborhood right near out of San Francisco. Forgot what name, right? Exclusive neighborhood, right? The friggin' people there, like, call them, these are educated Chinese, whatever they call them, chink, blah, 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 blah. And there's other incident, right? Where the lady was, she had a Mexican lady that was a cleaning lady, and the lady came, and the people were coming there, and they were abusing her cleaning lady because she was like, "What the hell are you doing here?" So I work with such and such one. She couldn't really speak English, and the lady come out there and said, "Leave my worker alone." She had to come in and see. I'm saying that's California, bro. So the bottom line is this: please don't tell me about California. Man. That's not going to happen. That state is something else. They're liberal.
Do you not understand? The actual objective is to get black people pissed and want to depart from this country and build their own nation. That is the objective.
You might as well just go ahead and just depart from the country because this fucking shit's not happening, bro. Yeah,
Carla, that's not the way that this world works. That's not the way that
I'll
works.
save you the expense.
You gotta do things in a certain way. Unfortunately, with our people, they're not just going to just pile up and get the fuck out of here.
People say stupid stuff like this. Black Americans are a separate land, a state. And why the fuck I want to be living in the United States under these people rule? I'd rather live in there just regular like I am to be confined. It was like being in prison, confined to a black state inside of America. You can't do shit. Get the hell out of here. These Captain American Negroes, man. I swear to God, man. They love themselves on some America. You know, so
Kyler,
right, Elvis, Elvis, what's on your
you
mind?
have to start doing some strategy shit now.
Okay, strategy. Okay,
We ain't gonna just get it, just hoping
whatever.
that they change. They ain't
Hey,
changing.
go ahead. There's a guy who asked me why I'm going to Japan. You know, all right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
What's up?
You ain't
Nah,
ready for
bro.
Japan.
I mean, I kind of left the show for a little bit there. What's been going on? I know you sound like you're irritated with Jonathan. What happened?
I don't know. Who knows? What else is
I
there?
told him.
Jonathan,
I told him about our California reparations
Yo, look,
initiative.
hell, let me
And he like, it ain't never
let
gonna
me say
happen.
this once and for all.
And
Let me tell you what this all for all, right? This guy with this African American. An African is an African American, African diaspora slave territory in Africa for descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. It's not in the fucking America. If you want to be American, be American. You know, we don't want no damn separate state in America. If that was going to happen, it would have happened 100 years ago. You know, white people said they don't want to like this. See, I'm pulling that card.
Kyle, you sure you want to be in Africa? Some of our primitive ways, my rubber from you, man.
Guys, but we definitely want our own territory. I would like to hear
But our primitive ways, it permeates the air, Kyle.
We did it before. We kept you people away. You know what I'm saying? Liberia was heaven on earth.
Oh, so you admit now you kept the natives away and you did an apartheid state.
I'd say the uncivilized ones. You know.
Yeah. You were running an apartheid state.
Man, get the hell out of here. You know.
Everything reminds me of that coup, Kyle. You see something happening in Congo, you equate it to the coup.
you gotta get over the coup at some point.
You gotta get over that shit, bro.
I've gotten over the coup. I realized, you know,
you haven't.
I'm dealing with
You bring it up once a show every night.
I don't expect anything better, you know. So what the hell?
You bring it up all the time, Carla. I mean, it's a tragedy, it's a terrible thing, but you bring it up every day, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Especially when Dave is on the platform. Oh man, it's a thing with Carla and Dave.
Look, the coup happened, man. Look, so I'm like this.
Jamaican uncle. Let's hear from Jamaican uncle, man. I think he was on the other show.
What I would like to do.
I have a question for Color Genesis. Color Genesis, what about us from the Caribbean? Can we be part of this nation?
That's Kazo Big Banana Head. That's the man with the peanut head. What's up, Kazo?
I would accept Jamaicans. Yeah, they're part of us. You know,
bumble clock, you rascal. But boy.
Then you must make a fine distinction between the FBA and what you're talking about, because
dude, stop cosplaying. Carla, tell this dude to stop cosplaying. It's cringy. Stop it, man.
Yeah, Kaizo, man. Humor is not one of your strong points, man.
It's not humor. It's true.
Let me be a comedian, bro. I'm funny.
Carla, you didn't be laughing at. You said something that was dying laughing in the back. I forgot what it was, but you said something that actually generally made me laugh, and I couldn't hold it in. I forgot what it was, but I think you saying something crazy about. I think you're talking about. Okay, it was what Jonathan said. You allow you wear the symbol to a white person's house, and you said some shit that made me laugh. I was dying, bro.
Oh yeah. Bottom line, Jonathan, man. Yeah, I had a normal life, man. You know, I'm very typical.
You got a normal Black America is not laying up in white people's houses.
I had a normal life.
I've never slept in a white person's house ever in my lifetime. Never.
Whatnot, you know, the neighborhood I grew up in.
But you actually slept in a white person's house, Tyler?
So
I believe him now.
You seen that Lavelle Crawford bit? This fan was talking shit to. You know who Lavelle Crawford is, right?
Kala, I got a question for you. Kala, who invented the
Or is my
atmosphere?
mic bad or is it good?
Yeah, you sound like an idiot. Go ahead, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, Kala, who invented the atmosphere? Was it me or Uhuru? Which one invented it?
What's the Afrosphere? What's that?
This space, right? Specifically, this channel, my channel, any channel that has some level of intellectual non-barbalism content, right?
Actually, I was on Blog Talk Radio years ago, like 17, 18 years ago, and I had a huge following. You know, I was before Umar Johnson, Tariq, all of it, man. Okay. You know, College Genesis has been on this longer than all of them put together. You know, And so basically, I was like,
Tyler, I would say one thing, right? You took one L that was almost irredeemable.
What?
And I listened to that debate you had with Nakmeezy, that 5-hour debate. I think IC3 was hosting, or somebody was hosting.
I would never want no debate with no IC3 hosting. You know what are you talking about?
Oh, well, somebody was hosting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did cook you on that debate.
Nakmeezy never cooked me a debate. You know what Nakmeezy does? Let me tell you something, because people who are not intelligent.
And your premise was a losing premise. You have to admit that. I think you were trying to say you're African. He was saying, nah, you're different people now.
Hold on. Let me say this, Elvis. Let me say, calm down, right? First of all, I'm the king of the debate. I've never been defeated, right? This is what Nakmeezy does, right? Okay. If you don't look very careful, right? What he does is this. He's very clever, right? And building straw man arguments, right? He'll create a straw man argument, right? Then he'll take a shot at you, right? And he'll put words in your mouth, blah, blah, blah. And then he'll say, don't let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, right? So he's getting all his points out.
You do the same thing.
He gets all his points out, right? While you're sitting there, right? And you're just dying. Usually in a debate, right? When you make a point, right? The moderator should say, "Oh, let me give him a chance to respond to that, right?" And then you can
no, that's not how it works, Carla. You gotta get a time,
right? And that's what I told.
No, you get 5 minutes, and then you get a rebuttal.
No, that's bullshit, Elvis. That's not a debate. You know, that's filibuster.
That's why debates are done. Professional debates are done that way.
And also, people who come to a friggin' conclusion that they want somebody to win, they basically will go along with that stuff. But you know why I know that, Elvis? Because I used to be the king of that shit, you know?
Oh, God.
And then I basically realized, man, that people look at some old stuff and said, yeah, man, I was being a fucking jerk, man, you know?
Tyler, you said something about debate that is completely wrong and it's almost laughable.
No, look, if somebody filibusters, make ad hominem attacks, right? You should be able to stop them right there. Let me deal with that, what you just said, right? And then you go on.
Part of debating is being able to control your emotions.
Hold up.
Tyler, you gotta let me speak, bro. We're having a conversation.
Let me speak for a second, bro. Let me speak for a second. You're talking bullshit, you know? This is what happens. When you time to get to speak, right? He doesn't give you the same thing and let you speak, right? He'll keep interrupting you and saying stuff or whatnot, this and the other thing. So all those points he made, you didn't get a chance to clarify because he's out trying to move on to another topic while you're trying to make your point. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. You know, that's fucking weak, man. You know, that Nakmeezy can't fucking debate me. You know, is he smart? Is he clever? Yeah, he's clever. But the bottom line is that if you know his tactics, right? That's why last time he was on my show, he don't want to come back on here because I fucking caught him.
Tyler, we watched the debate. There's nothing wrong with it. Nakmeezy won that debate. Most people said
I didn't lose no debate. You know, you cannot lose a debate. You know, with somebody who's filibustering. You know,
Tyler, you lost the debate. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
What was the debate about? On the next debate.
Hold on. What was the debate about?
I didn't watch it. I said if you lost the debate, it's okay.
You didn't say it was a debate.
Listen, I ain't about to be sitting up here watching all y'all niggas debate.
Okay, Elvis, what was the topic about?
It was a while ago, but I listened.
Okay. So you don't even know what the topic was. So how do you know I lost?
I listened to the debate, Colin, and I heard his points. I heard your points.
Look, if I
and I made that judgment. It's not that I'm against you. I like you more than I like Nakmeezy.
I've heard debates. Look, I've heard debates from like 20 years ago, right? And you say somebody lost the debate. I could tell you everything they said, why they lost it, and the other thing.
Yeah, hindsight, Colin. It's 2020, right?
So therefore, if you don't know what you heard, how can you defend say
I listened to it and I heard the points that were being deliberated.
Hold on. If you really listened to the debate, then you should be able to know what was the topic.
Like I said, you think if I go back and listen,
I know what I know.
Tyler, you asked me a question, I can't even answer you.
I know you're just talking.
Carl, you getting upset because he said you lost the debate?
No, it's not that. It's the fact that he's talking shit. You know.
I'm not. I'm being honest with you. You think everything I say to you when I'm being honest, you think I'm insulting you? I'm not.
Hold on. Look, when I'm talking to somebody and whatnot, and I know for a fact of the matter that, like with Nakmeezy, I don't even bother. I say, look, go ahead, whatever, like that, because he's not going to have an honest debate. You know, he's not going to have an honest debate.
So that's what the debate was about, Carl. Let me tell you. You know, Nakmeezy was doing the whole FBA thing, and one of his talking points, which you can agree or disagree with, is that African Americans have an ethnogenesis. They're different people now. They're no longer African, But he
but
does
hold on,
acknowledge his.
hold on.
Hold on, let me tell you. I mean, Carla, give me 30 seconds, brother. He did acknowledge that he does have African descent, especially sub-Saharan, specifically West African. But he thinks that African American are the premium black, the A1 black, the best black people on the planet.
All right.
To
Now
give some
you
of their
shut up for a
accomplishment
second.
and
You gonna
why
shut
they're
up for a
better than
second.
the continent of Africa.
Hold up.
So he made a compelling argument.
Hold up. Okay, if that's the case, right? Where we disagree? That's what I'm saying.
You said that.
Argument. I never said that we Africans. In other words, in order for you to say that, right? I have to be like, oh, we're all one race of people. There's no distinction. I always tell you, yeah, we're different from Africans on the continent all the time. So
that was when you were staunchly opposed to FBA. I think you've come to more
I'm saying,
of an alignment with them on certain things.
No, hold up. I say FBA is different than so he calls himself African American. Like I did a show, so FBA versus the African American nation is two different things. FBA is just an online hate cult, right? Their whole purpose is anti-immigrant and anti-African. That's all the FBA is, right? If you say I'm proud to be African American, I'm a distinct culture, ethno group, whatever like that, that's one thing. FBA is nothing but an online cult that loves white people.
And he criticized Pan-Africanism.
Okay, I'm not a Pan-Africanist.
I'm just saying that was some of the points he was putting forth in the debate.
He makes a point. Like I said, that's a straw man argument. If you can't criticize me for something I'm not, so he didn't make no point. That's why I say he don't want to debate me because he says Pan-African. I did a show a couple months ago said Pan-African is a mental illness.
So are you welcome to a debate with Nagmizi if we schedule it?
Go ahead, bring him up here. You know?
No, he can't be up here. You got to be on a neutral platform because you have the button.
I don't want to talk to that idiot.
Yeah, but Color, just a slight correction, right? The winner of the debate is not the one who's right. It's actually the one who gets the crowd going. That's why I don't debate.
That's the black mentality. You know, loads of crowds say like. And the bottom line is this, Kaizo. If somebody basically says his whole thing, like Meezy, is Pan-African was dead, blah blah blah, and he's trying to make me out to be a Pan-African. I told him, I never said I was a Pan-Africanist. You know, why does he always put this shit on me? He's like, well, Afro think tank is the number one Pan-African. He can have the title. I never said I was a fucking Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanism was just a means to an end to me. You know,
Kaiser, you watched that debate, Kaiser?
Yeah, but I can't comment, right? Meezy is my boy. Kala is also my boy, so can't comment.
So
I mean, you can be objective. You don't have to be show favoritism.
Debate me, right? And make
I can't be objective.
Of course, he's gonna fucking sound like he won. When I'm not.
You have some implicit biases, huh?
What?
I'm talking to Kaiser. I think you have some implicit bias.
Look, I am not a Pan-Africanist, right? So miss me with that fucking. Well, he cooked you up Pan. I don't give a fuck.
Kala is fine. Everybody take a loss. Muhammad Ali lost before, bro.
I did not lose, Elvis. You know,
okay.
there was no discussion. A debate is if you basically take what I believe and you can tell what I believe.
Nagmizi really impressed me in that debate. He's a sharp dude.
Right now, you cannot take somebody and put words in their mouth and make a straw man about them, right? A fictitious person about them, and destroy the straw man that you're creating. You know, he debated a straw man of me.
It's not just a straw man. It's like Gish Gollop. You know what a Gish Gollop is, Colin?
Hold on. What he said was, it's not my points to begin with. So he was arguing against something that don't exist. I'm not a Pan-Africanist. What is he talking about? If he says he's FBA, whatever, I just say I'm African American. You know, I don't believe in FBA, ADOS logic and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid shit. I'm not foundational to America. You know, that's all I am. You know, if he wants to believe he's foundational to America, that's fine. You know, I'm not a foundation of America. You know, I believe I'm a black African who happens to be in America. That's all I am. You know, so when somebody
that's not what you believe, Colin.
Yes, I is. I'm a black African who lives in. I say it all the time. What am I?
You say you're different. You guys have a different culture. You're more civilized.
Yeah, look,
you're not just a black African. You're
like
different.
I'm not a black African like you, Elvis.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So don't just say I'm a black African. You're different, right?
I'm still a black African. There's tens of thousands of us. You know, millions of us. You know. So the bottom line is this: you're African from the whatever tribe you hell you're from or not.
You don't know my tribe now, Colin?
What?
You don't know my tribe?
Or whatever you call yourself, you know. the bottom line is this.
Gotta get mad so easily, bro. Relax.
No, I'm saying I'm African American. Like, look, I always say, if you look at my titles of my show and that, it's African American this, African American that. I never said I was a fucking pan-Africanist, you know? Never said that.
Carla.
What?
You gotta look at your YouTube banner.
Show me in YouTube where I said I was a pan-Africanist.
Hold on, Carla, I got you.
Show me.
I'm nice enough to show you. Hold on.
Jonathan, stop it, bro. Don't make Carla any more mad. Carla, but you held your own, bro. It's not like you completely got washed.
Shut up, Elvis. You know.
Yeah, shut
up.
No,
for real. I mean, I'm giving you props and you take it as an insult.
Hold on. In order for you to beat somebody to debate, you got to debate what they believe in, not what you think they believe.
Carla, that was a long debate. It was like a 4 or 5 hour debate. It was a long debate.
Like I said, hey, look. The whole thing is this: he debates. That means he rambles, and when that debate shouldn't even be that long.
No, he was a sharp dude. I really listened to it. I was surprised. I thought he was an idiot, but he's really smart.
He checks out. He rambles, whatnot, and then when he doesn't want to be cut off when that. Then when your turn to talk, he cuts you off when that interjects and everything like that. So you don't get to address. And then when you try to address his points, he said, "Why are you talking about that? Why are you talking?" No, you made a point, right? That's why. Last time he was on my show, he made a point. I said, "You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop you right here." I put him in the back chat. Let me address what the fuck.
Of course, and that's what you do, and that's the wrong thing to do when you're debating, Carla.
He's not used to that shit.
And that because it's not a level playing field.
Because the bottom line is this: because that's what you do to people who filibuster. Like
no, that's if they're on your turf, you have the power. You can do that. You think you win the debate.
That's what you do with the people who filibuster you. You know.
Carla, can you see this?
Yeah, what does it say?
Pan-African unity.
Yeah, Pan-African unity.
That is not about hate.
Look, let me tell you something. Right? I only care about Pan-African as a point to what I'm trying to do. If I could do this, what I'm trying to do without Pan-African, that's fine. If Pan-African would get me to what I'm going to do, fine. But I am not. Look, you don't understand something, right? I'm not one. When he's talking about Pan-African, that means I just believe that Black America doesn't exist and we're all Africans and we're all just one people and all that. I never believe that shit. What are you talking about? I believe I'm African American.
Let me go further back in the day.
You're Kenyan. Let's talk about Kenyan stuff and let's see what we can work out. If you're Nigerian, we can talk about this or that. But I never said.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
You know?
You see, Carla, the issue of Pan-Africanism is that they always ignore the nation states and they talk about this large kumbaya, right? Like they're always coming against Indians in Kenya. And I'm like, I like Indians in Kenya. They help our economy. So I'm not going to join a racist organization that hates Indians when they actually improve my country. So shout out to the Indians.
My whole thing is, I got what you call Jonathan, right? Jonathan, like I said, yeah, I do business with white people. I grew up with people. I'm not like that, but I do believe Black people should, based on our African heritage, should work together to build Africa. And part of building Africa is Black people in America need their own independent nation state. Now, if you take that away, then we have nothing to talk about. I don't care about Pan-Africa. Like Black people who oppose the African, we have nothing to fucking talk about after that. You know. Now, I only got into the Pan-African world is because I believe that that's probably a thing. Now, I'm feeling now that even though people call themselves Pan-Africanists in Africa, they don't want us having any part of our legitimate.
But Carla, are you not on a battlefield of ideas to try to convince and dissuade people from their point of views rather than just throwing them away because they disagree?
Look, I'm saying that this is my end game. You know, if you don't believe in my end game and whatnot, then we can't be brothers. We can't be there, and I don't want to know you. You know, that's how I'm telling Africa. That's why
you got to be persuasive, Carla. You like any kind of persuasion, brother.
I am persuasive. Look,
you're dismissive.
Look, we're gonna do this regardless, whether you agree or not. We ain't asking you for your permission. You know, that's one thing me and David agree on. We're not asking nobody for their fucking permission. You know.
Yeah, but that's the impossibility. You can't go on a continent and take land forcefully. It's impossible.
We're saying if you guys were halfway savages instead of act like a bunch of fucking monkeys, you understand Black America is the most powerful, richest Black people on the planet. If you
we get out of that, Carla. Fine.
Africa, look, Africa would be well off, like the Ghana figured out that yeah, we need Black America. When that's why they reached
Sure, but I'm saying all of those are sweet and kind.
Look, so that's why
People are not going to Ghana with guns coming from a gunship and trying to kill the people and take the land.
Ghana got to go. Ghana got smart.
They're going there as tourists, and people who buy their plane ticket and try to, benefit from the country.
So the bottom line is this: it's up to them what they do with the money and whatnot. But the bottom line is this: some Black people wanted a place to go to. Ghana was there, and they benefited. Now Kenya's doing the same thing. These other countries are doing the same.
Yeah, but that's the difference. Those people went there willingly and with humility. They didn't go there trying to kill people and take land like your professor.
Hold up. People basically are doing that, right? So in other words, basically, there's a lot of help. Like African American guy who built a world-class surgical center in Ghana. So the bottom line, we're contributing to the continent.
He did, but it was a consortium. It wasn't just one person. It was multiple people.
But he built it. The Lucas Group.
Yeah, did you hear what you said? The Lucas Group.
Yeah, but here's a group of Black people,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't just one individual.
Elvis, just sit down and be quiet,
What do you mean? Cause we're having a conversation. Why you get so angry, bro? You don't like any kind of pushback, man.
The point I'm trying to make is there's Black people in America going to the continent, contributing and building. Can we agree?
Am I your nemesis, Carla? Do I just?
So what I'm saying is this, though. That's part of what we call Pan-African. But my ulterior motives is that I am trying to make the case for a nation. I've been like that for all my life. I believe that Black people, it's not some fairy tale shit like that. I believe Black people in America have a right to have what they lost in this transatlantic slave trade, which is their own land. That's just righting and wrong. As simple as that. Whether I go there or not, like that, but I think that needs to happen. That's what I believe, and that's what I believe.
You're going to buy homes together in Liberia.
I'm not. I have no interest in buying a
It'll
home.
Be me, you.
I have no interest.
Elvis will pay trade back to Liberia.
Look, Liberia is just a place to rest my head. I have no interest in being part of Liberian society and culture or whatever like that,
So Liberia is just a pillow for your collar. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a freaking, just a temporary thing to use, So what,
Okay, Colin.
And so the bottom line is, I don't know if you thought I was just, like this, just like Pan-African.
So you're telling me you don't have genuine love for Liberia, Colin? It's been all a joke to you? Is that what you're telling me?
Let me find out that Liberia is against the African, and that's going to change.
Oh my God! What are you going to do to them, Colin? What are you going to do to them?
I know. Look. The bottom line is, it's not doing nothing. I'm just saying.
Right, but what do you mean? Let me find out. Like you find out you're going to be so disappointed, or
I just pull out. Hey, look. Like I got all these people inboxing me and whatnot. Colin, what do you think about this? I got like 50
people like Elvis gonna make white people citizens in Liberia one day.
Oh, yeah, that's what they're gonna end up doing.
Dave.
Carla, we gotta do our thing in Liberia.
Well, go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
No. Ain't no go ahead.
When's the last time you ate cassava leaf, Dave?
I'll take anybody seriously that's going on this tour next year.
White people citizens in Liberia one day.
Dave, when the last time you ate cassava leaf, dude?
Can't we all just get along?
No.
Just actually Dave. Dave like to attack me, man. You think he's some kind of special Liberian?
We are going to do this, Carla. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. We're
going to revoke Dave's citizenship from Liberia and ban Carla for life.
Oh, look, check this out. Wani's saying if you guys are, he needs people to start
citizenship. I don't have Liberian.
You said what happened?
I said I don't have Liberian citizenship, but
you don't have it.
Nah.
Don't worry, I'm helping you get Liberian citizenship.
I can do everything I need to do there.
Like I could go to Liberia and freaking own the fucking country when I have been a citizen.
I mean, Carla, you haven't owned a zinc shack in Liberia. What are you talking about?
I don't want anything like that in Liberia because I want Liberians to own their country and whatnot. And I'm like, I could go there and fucking dominate if I wanted to.
I mean, what?
You know what I'm saying? No, look, I'm just saying I'm not going over there and whatnot trying to freaking outdo Liberians. Let them do that shit. I'm just here to help out.
Tyler, we have multi-millionaires. We got people who are doing great things on the continent. You can compete, go there and compete, bro. There's money there to be had.
Do business with Japan.
We got a new person.
Oh, he said you want to do business with Japan?
I was gonna do it. I want to do
typical
business real that get shit done. I don't want to be talking to a bunch of fucking people that don't do shit in life with that. You know, the Japanese got technology. You know, I would like to tap into that shit.
Yeah, but what do you have to offer them, Carla? What do you have to offer?
You know,
what do you have to offer Japanese people?
I got a new person on.
That we don't have.
Yo, look, okay, bearded conversation. Go ahead.
What's the topic? Well, I just tuned in, man. I've been hearing y'all talk
about. Why you come on here? You don't know what the topic?
Tyler, don't get mad at the new guests, man. Show some.
Hold on. I don't think he ever been on this show before, Carla. You better give him the Mexicano treatment.
Mango, potato.
Hold on. You see the topic up top? It says, "What exactly is a black agenda?"
Okay, well, I don't see that, but that's what I'm saying. So I don't see that nowhere.
It's right there on the top of the screen.
Okay, brother. It says, just what exactly is the black agenda? That's the question.
Oh, so what is the black agenda? As a president, I don't think black. Well, I don't like using that term, black folk, but you know, because it's a social construct term. But
man, got it. You already know, bro.
You say what happened?
Are you a black Indian?
No, but let's see. No.
You gotta turn your playback back off, brother. You turn the YouTube off, please. We're getting an echo in the back.
No, I ain't got my YouTube. I'm on stream, y'all, brother.
All right.
Yeah, but no, I'm not an Aboriginal. I'm not an Indian or none of that, brother. I don't necessarily subscribe to that. You know what I'm saying? So as like I was saying, as a current, as a present, I don't think melanated brothers and sisters have an agenda.
They don't.
I disagree with that premise, and I told Kyle why I disagree with it.
Okay, so why do you disagree with it? See, so you're gonna come at me from an FBA or ADOS standpoint, all these factions that we're trying to get together to so-called unify to claim us as a so-called that's I don't know if that's the going to come from. But
I'll come at you from African American Sports and Entertainment Group. Black Americans put together $300 million, bought the Oracle Arena, bought the A's Arena, and now every concert that takes place, Black Americans in the Bay Area, we get a portion of that money. We open up parks, we build recreation places for people to go out there, you know, learn some shit, tutoring programs. Marshawn Lynch, NBA players came together. They put together the Black Exchange Network and the Black Business Fund, and we got an objective. So if y'all don't have one,
Jonathan, you're just making my point, bro. And that's what I'm saying. A black agenda doesn't have to be on a national level. There are groups. If you were talking about a black agenda politically in a subgroup, there are people, you know, there are black organizations that have an agenda to gain political relevance in their community, or to gain economic relevance in their community. Like Jonathan just gave you an example.
Does anybody have a right to speak? And what about Barack Obama? He came to black men and said, "Now is not the time to be straying away. We gotta vote for Kamala and all this kind of shit like that." You know.
That you're talking politics. Black people, agenda for black people is not just political; it's economics, it's social, it's political.
Tell me what the agenda was that Obama was pushing that black people should have voted for Kamala for.
That's a
political agenda.
So
don't tell me you debate people, but you can't separate the black agenda from a political agenda that's based on the Democratic Party.
Hold on. If you don't have politics is how things get done.
You run back to that clutch again, Colin. Jonathan just gave you an example of what the black agenda is in Oakland.
I just gave you the full-scale black agenda. Hold on, Kyla. I'm gonna be a jackass. I'm gonna be a jackass today. The black agenda in Memphis is for the Church of God in Christ leadership. They're going to go ahead and develop $500 million in apartment complexes for the black community. And in Detroit, there's a black agenda to go ahead and restore all of those lands and those houses that was, abandoned and just turned into straight up dope houses. People have been buying them up and then making them. Kyla, the question is, hold on, Kyla. The black agenda in Detroit, the brothers and sisters that you call it, the black man that you show in Detroit that get out there and try to keep the peace in them streets, the one that you showed on your platform, that's a part of the black agenda. Tyler, if you're not a part of the black agenda, of course you wouldn't think there's a black agenda.
Is that a black agenda or is that just certain generation? I'm talking
about no, Colin. There's
no,
a bunch
you
of
talking about it on a national level,
people.
but there are states and people who are achieving things who are black people who came together as a group and have the agenda to accomplish certain things, and they're doing it.
Hey, you know what the problem is, Elvis?
Ross Boyce right about something. Black agenda are all talk, no action.
Not true. Jonathan is a part of a black agenda that is actual.
I just disproved you, Kyla. I just disproved you, Kyla.
Wow, man, that makes a world of a difference.
Kyla, what you're showing right now is that you are a black nationalist with no action.
So are any of these so-called small black agendas effective? Now I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree.
Brother, I just said we put together $300 million, borrowed the state. Look this shit up, bro. You say, are they effective? And we're actually doing things in action. Can y'all come up with $300 million where y'all at?
Okay, listen, brother, because you're doing a lot of talking and not a lot of listening. I'm not disagreeing with you, brother, so tone down the hostility. All I'm saying is, of course, as a collective, do you know how much money we spend? Of course, we spend like the second or third most amount of money in the fucking world. I know all these statistics and numbers and shit, but as a collective, you know, like the brother said, okay, well, I might be speaking national. I don't disagree with there are smaller levels of people coming together and forming certain communities and things of that nature. I agree with that. We also doing that here in my state and where I am. And I help folks, you know what I'm saying? I started a non-for-profit youth organization. So I'm building and I'm out here fundraising and doing it. So I know what we're doing.
Cool. Put your nonprofit in the back so I can donate. Go ahead, keep talking.
It's called Helping Build. Well, it was originally called
Put
Helping
it in the
Black
back chat, brother, so I can donate. Put the link.
I got you because I'm here in Chicago, you know what I'm saying, and I coach youth football as well. But anyway, like I was saying though, I get that, and I try to start that, you know, for us to come together and stay committed and convicted for a commonality, because unity as a whole, as a collective. That's the reason why I said the black agenda. I don't see it right now. Us having the black agenda as a collective. It ain't necessarily got to be nationally or globally, even in our communities right now. Now I get it. We got so-called people, you know, doing, you know, small things or donating money. Man, fucking Elon Musk is worth $412 billion. You think that 300 million? Where's the churches? Where's the banks? Where's the hospitals? You know what I'm saying? We got Lupe Fiasco.
Stock exchange.
We got thank you. We got Lupe Fiasco teaching in Johns Hopkins University, at Peabody Institute, and at MIT as a rap professor teaching the history of hip hop. But nobody, and I ain't saying I fuck with Dr. Umar Johnson all the way fully, but ain't nobody trying to help him get that school off the ground and go help teach our communities like how he's saying. Like, where are institutions to do that?
Let me push back for a second, brother. 1 second, Jonathan.
I can walk down the street right now and go to a black school.
Right. First of all, the thing with Umar is a lack of trust. People don't trust him enough. He doesn't have the pedigree. He doesn't have the proven track record for people to trust him enough. He's just a talking head who hasn't done anything substantial, and people don't trust him. That's the thing with him. It's a trust issue. But second of all, black people are not a monolith. The things that are pressing for people in Oakland, California, is not the same thing that's pressing for people in Mississippi, right? So on a local level, you're more effective when you can pinpoint a problem and come together as a collective to try to find solutions to solve those problems. You can't have a black national agenda that's going to affect everybody on a national level and be effective. It has to start from the local level. So politics is what you see mostly, because politics is usually on a national level when it comes to national politics. But even locally, your politics locally that affects you directly is probably more important than national politics. So having a black agenda shouldn't be something that you should see on the national level. It should be done by state and maybe by counties or provinces or whatever it is. And like what they're doing in Oakland is very successful. Like Jonathan is saying, you have a lot of people from Oakland, like Marshawn Lynch, who's from that area, and they've put together a lot of athletes who are already wealthy, and they put some money together to do something great for their community. And people like Jonathan and other people who have engaged with it has been very successful. That's an agenda that these guys put together
Check us
and
out.
that transformed a lot of lives and made a positive change in their
Stop
community.
voting Black agenda could stop voting Democrat down ballot for decades. Yeah, you're right. I agree with that, but that's not happening. Bearded conversation. Let me ask you a question. Okay, in the video I played, right, there was basically showed Martin Luther King going out to California, right, and he was basically almost attacked. Where people said, "Keep your friggin' marching. We want jobs."
Tyler, that white dude said that was not seen in that video.
Look, and also, Jonathan, you don't know this, right? Do you know the FBI, the CIA, the FBI, one of them had a whole bunch of tapes, right, of people who expressed how they really felt about Martin Luther King. They hit him. I don't know why.
Yeah, they hated him, but Kyla, don't disrespect the Black people down there and say that they were going to attack Martin Luther King.
It wasn't this. You know, right after that, you know what Martin Luther King did? He stopped the march about civil rights, and you know what he did?
And with the economic struggles,
he joined the struggle for workers' rights and stuff like that. He changed his message.
Yeah, because he's a leader. That's what leaders do. They listen to their people. They listen to the plight of their people, and they try to help them accomplish it. That's what he did.
It was marching for
hold on, Elvis. Kyla, I want you to admit that the civil rights shit was getting done, so he started focusing on other stuff.
Right.
I don't think the civil rights movement. I don't think the civil rights movement did any fucking thing.
You see, that's why. I mean, brother, I don't know you, but I know people like you who have this kind of mindset.
Wait, hold on, brother. So you don't think that? Do you think integration was a bad thing, sir?
Do I think
integration
was a bad thing. Opposite of segregation.
Integration or immigration. Which one did he say?
Integration, sir.
Integration.
The thing that Martin Luther King was fighting for.
Oh yeah. No, he wasn't, because you ain't hear his last speech when he said, "I think I led y'all into a burning down building." Yeah, integration was most definitely a bad thing.
That was. Come on, bro.
That's what I just said when I said, Jonathan.
I mean, what mindset is that, though? Tell me the mindset.
The mindset that civil rights was bad and Black people had it separated and stay segregated, they would have been better.
Elvis.
When in fact that's actually not true.
It's not true.
People fight. They don't fight for no damn civil rights. When people come over here, Asians come over here, they fight for their Asian.
We're not talking about that, brother. I'm asking you, Dr. Martin Luther King fought for integration. Do you think it was a bad thing? Yes or no?
But y'all telling me about Dr. Martin Luther King, who fought for civil rights. When any other group of people come over here, they don't fight for no damn civil rights.
Brother, we're not talking about
We're not talking about that. We're just asking your opinion on the civil rights, movement.
Well, we had civil rights long before Martin Luther King was even born. We had all that shit like that. So what was that do with us? What Black
where was your civil rights when they burned down the Black Wall Street and you had no recourse?
That wasn't where I come from.
Oh no, so it only matters where you come from.
Hold on, Elvis. Kyla, you're trying to say that Black people had it good in New York? Because I would show you a video that completely destroys that bullshit narrative.
I just played video earlier tonight, and you saw Harlem and this is 1939. People look like they were at peace.
People look like they were at peace.
Man, that's crazy.
White people can call you the N-word up and down. You had nothing. You couldn't do nothing about it, bro. Come on, man.
The white people going around back. Kyla, you said to yourself, your Black friend got killed for just talking to a white girl.
Let's go to
you talk about y'all had it good. It's into part 5, but y'all had it good. Come on, Kyla.
Let's go to evidence. You guys just run your
Y'all
mouth.
be winging it. Y'all just this revisionist old ideology of this is how it really was back in the days when the people before you said that ain't what it was.
I don't know. Look, outside of this,
hey, can I respond?
Talking about civil rights movement one night.
We got a new person on the panel that wants to come in too. Mr. Al Morris. Welcome to the panel, bro. What's up? What do you want to say?
Well, no, I wanted to speak on Stalin generation's brand of civil rights. It's a topic that's very close to me that I've studied. I think that where people get confused, where people get confused in regards to those who are have enmity against the I guess you say like Bayard Rustin, A. Philip Randolph, James Farmer, Dorothy Hyde. That generation of civil rights existed way before of that generation. You know, all the way back to like a William Steele, Alexander Walters, Alexander Cromwell, that generation. It went all the way back to the color convention movement. The issue was it was not about Jim Crow. Like, we understand that Jim Crow needed to be ended. A lot of those laws need to come off the books. You did need a reform of the taxes and the different type of things. But the argument that was then with people like Manning Johnson, Elijah Muhammad, Stokely Carmichael, and these different guys was, it's not about getting the Jim Crow removed. It's about, okay, what do you want to replace it with? Because if I replace the system of Jim Crow with I have to give you something of equal or greater value. So if I replace one political time with something else that will eventually run your culture and your community into the ground and make you a nothing burger as a culture,
respectfully, brother.
It's a
Respectfully,
pyrrhic
brother.
victory.
I think he wanted to replace it with equality, having the same rights as white people and the same protection. I think that's what it was.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond, huh? Well, see, the thing about it, before we come up with conclusions, we can't reason unless we have all the facts. And I think that sometimes when you just look at what's presented, because we all, you know, grew up going to the same schools, reading the same books, seeing the same CBS programs, seeing the same Black History Month programs that all give you the same narrative. But if you go,
let me ask you this, right?
If you go and read
right
something
now,
like the Freedom
if you
Budget,
have a degree.
Elvis, let this gentleman talk. I'm not gonna tell you it again.
I mean, Carla, you want to kick me off, man? We're having a conversation. What's wrong with you, man?
You're being rude.
No, I'm not being rude. We're having a conversation with the guys. What do you mean?
Finish what he's saying.
I mean, you're so fucking power hungry, man. Relax.
When he's done, you can ask him whatever you want. So let him finish what he's saying. Go ahead, brother.
Well, yeah. I just was saying, like, okay, before people, I would suggest you read the Freedom Budget, and also To Be Equal by Whitney, because really, even though Martin Luther King, he's the front guy, really Whitney Young Jr., as far as on paper and as far as initiative, had just as much clout, and also Bayard Rustin. And if you read like the Freedom Initiative, the Freedom Budget that he wrote, the actual civil rights, their actual brand of civil rights was never about building or continuing to cultivate the brand of Black America or building up Black America as an independent people. It was never about that. It was about bringing us together as one group of people, white people, tearing down, and really even people like Roy Wilkins, they wanted to tear down the Black church. They wanted to tear down like the Negro school, tear down a lot of our institutions. They wanted a full integration with where we wouldn't have like certain things that we have. I mean, like, things change, but they wanted to tear down the institutions that we had built just to move into with white society and to completely integrate, completely be one with them. And then they would use socialist policy, you know, from government to uplift poor, underprivileged people as a whole. So if you look at true original civil rights, their brand, it wasn't about even standing up Black America as a group of people. That's why with Martin Luther King, because see, a lot of people don't know, like John Jackson, his grandfather Eddie Williams, these different guys, their brand of civil rights was about building us up, continue entrepreneurship, but giving political rights, getting voting rights, but also building us up independently. So it wouldn't just be equality on paper, but it would be equal responsibility. So we could come together, but we keep what we have. We continue to cultivate culture. We continue to cultivate entrepreneurship and ownership and grow as a people. But we can work together to push society forward as equals, not as, okay, my continued relationship that I had in the antebellum with you. So that's what I'm saying. Let's get all the facts before people, because people, they keep saying about Jim Crow. We know Jim Crow is unfair. We know that system had to come down. But if you replace it with something worse, and then like King and them, they went into the church. Something that was our anchor as a group of people, as a premature new culture. He went and introduced Marxism. He introduced free thought. That's why the moral decline happened. It's a lot of things that if people go and study, you'll see the truth. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
Okay, let me just make this comment real quick, right?
Yo, brother, thank you for that. Thank you.
Right. Let me just make the comment real quick.
Intelligent people on here. Jeez. I can't.
So you take segregation, for example, where right now in this 2025 or 2024, 2023, where historical black colleges had to beg the federal government for funding. They didn't have enough money to run historical black colleges. You think being separate was going to allow black people to industrialize on their own, have their own banks, have enough money to build the infrastructures in their community, and not have the hindrance of the dominant white society?
Yes,
Integration is important because if they're harming you, they're harming themselves.
Build America
Because
out
you
of
become an integral part of their society, so they can't harm you because that will be self-inflicting harm on themselves. But when you're separate, you're seen as an outsider, and that's why they were bombing communities and thriving communities of black people because they knew they wasn't benefiting from their community, so they didn't have no problem going in and destroying it. So that's the thing. You got to think about it right now. Even up to this day, a person who went to a HBCU, respectfully, and a person who went to Harvard, black person who went to HBCU, and a black person who went to Harvard, usually one is a quote unquote white institute, the other one is a historical black college or university. The person that went to Harvard would probably get the job before the person that went to the HBCUs, and respectfully. So now, if you got two black people who went to Harvard or one white that went to, both went to Harvard, they have the same education, they're on the same level playing field. So that's the thing. You have to realize that if you separate people, somebody's always going to think the ice on the other side is better. So if a black man can go to Harvard, get the same education as a white man, and go in the job market, has the same degree, he doesn't come from a lesser college, went to the same college, they might try to discriminate against him for his skin color, but they can't discriminate him for having a lesser education.
So why is it a lesser education because you went to an HBCU? Because originally, I don't know if you know, Harvard, Yale, and all those Ivy League schools, they didn't let all white folks in either. You do know that, right? Those schools are only pristine for a certain group of people. You do know that, right?
Oh, so you're telling what are you saying exactly?
Never. If you don't understand.
No. If you're saying that they were prejudiced against certain group of white people like the Jews or other group of white people, fine, I accept it. But it's a prestigious college that black people wasn't even allowed to be in. For my country, Liberia, there was a guy called Samuel Coble, who was the first Liberian to study at Harvard. He had to sit in the hallways of the university to learn, and they cracked their door open so he could learn. But now,
well, can I respond?
People can go there freely, sit amongst white students, black students, Asian students, and have the same education and have the same career path that white people could have by having a Harvard degree. So it's a net positive, brother. I think.
But can I respond though? Because you said and I think again that's where we have to get all the facts and all the information, because see, this is the same argument that they made at the time of Booker T. Washington and W. Du Bois, and people still have a misunderstanding of Booker T. Washington. That at the end of the day, we have to look how long it took. It was a 200-year process for slavery to end. First, the Crown, they had the people start questioning. Then they went to saying, well, you have to limit the amount of people that you can have on board. Then they said, okay, no more taking people from Africa, period. Then so again, it was a process for things to stop. So to bring it back to my point about Booker T. Washington, 1890s America was not 1950s America. So even though the change was slow, it wasn't the viral moment that the civil rights movement was. It wasn't this microwave change of society. Things were progressing. Like you understand, like in the 1890s, a march in 1890s Selma wasn't gonna go over as well as it was in 1950. So things were progressing, but they were progressing slowly. So we're not saying that okay, we understand that era need to end, but again, when you try to microwave a situation and then you microwave and you end up cooking what works about what you have going on, whatever rights you might get are going to be null and void in the long run. So you just said, okay, to think about Yale and these different institutions, but what we're saying is that, okay, we want to cultivate and build and continue to improve our own institutions, can continue to cultivate human capitalism, continue to be fast moving at the horse of STEM technology and these different type of things. It's not always about looking what another man has. It's just like any other free group of people that say, okay, what does that man have and what does he do better than me? So then I take those skills and I take those skills and I go to my own institutions and I build them up. See, people try to get stuck on this thing that, okay, the society was just this the black man could never do nothing, or that you said that they can't destroy us. But if you look at those people that were committing those mobs, those were judges. I mean, if you look at the actual interviews that the federal government did, they would know these people. Okay, that's Judge such and such. That's Sheriff such and such that came and shot.
But I'm saying, if you were separate, right? You think these people would leave you alone? You think they would have left you alone,
sir?
If you were separate,
sir. I'm saying. No, I'm saying, sir, go. I'm saying, if you go and you go to the Freedom Bureau, they just digitized a lot of those Freedom Bureau documents from Texas, from Louisiana, South Carolina.
It's in the library.
You have to understand that you have to understand that people try to make it like white people did this, but the leaders at that time in your black clergy, they chose to be separate. That wasn't something that this was something that the leadership at that time chose to happen. The people, if you read the interviews, these people
you said they chose. Like what was Jim Crow, brother? What was Jim Crow? What did it state in Jim Crow?
No,
Jim Crow?
let me explain that in deeper. I'm saying, if you look at Special Order 15, if you look at the black, at that time the leadership of the black community was heavily black pastors. We at that time we worshipped and went to the same churches. Part of the AME, Morris Brown and I forget the gentleman that was the archbishop at that time, but the AME leadership, they decided to separate into leadership that would eventually become the NBC. So just to be away from the watchful eye of white people, to be from up under that, and just all the tension that followed post Civil War and the post Civil War South. So that was something, if you go and actually do the research, that was something that the black leadership chose to be separate. And then when the economics begin to build, you have people like Booker T. Washington, Isaiah Thomas Montgomery, and other guys that said, okay, we can develop our entrepreneurship, we can develop different companies, we can develop our business sense without the competition of white merchants and different people that were coming from Germany and these different type of places. So the beginnings of it weren't like how they trying to make it. That what happened was, okay, you have now somebody that is competing with you and have put in laws to keep you as close to slavery as possible. But we're saying, okay, that's going to change over time. That's gonna. It just was what it was. You had to wait. I mean, a lot of people don't want to accept that. But in the 1890s, the 1910s, if you go to any Tuskegee, they kept different records of the lynchings. They kept different records of all the different things that happened. So things were getting better slowly. So when you go and again you try to microwave a situation, and then you go and say, well, okay, we want to integrate, but we're going to tear down everything that we have. You go. It's a pure victory, because now you gutted all responsibility, personal responsibility. You gutted what work was industrious, what worked about your values, your morals, your principles. So, like I said,
are there historical Asian colleges in this country?
No,
sir. This is not an Asian homeland, sir.
That's what I'm saying. So black people they integrated, but they have certain privileges and certain special treatment when it comes to their lineage and their history in this country.
Okay, so if you
agree with that?
let me say this. So if you get the special privilege, right? If you get the special privilege, but you don't have values, you don't have morals, you don't have a culture that you have a culture that's beginning to implode. What does that matter at the end of the day?
So you think the white man integrating you took away your cultural mores?
Of course it did, because it integrated theirs, and so basically what they did was created an environment for you to evolve in, which they fucking control.
That's why we have all the.
So they mind F you into becoming degenerate. Is that what you're saying? White people are not man enough to have a social structure.
In this case, black people don't want to take no fucking responsibility for our own damn actions.
Thank you. That too.
Take that. I looked at a video from the 1980s, and this black woman was trying to get the drug dealer out of the area, and the drug dealers would shoot up to her house. What the fuck does that got to do with white people?
Well, how did the drug dealer and why was she put in that situation where the drug dealers selling drugs and feel like he got impunity in the first place? A white man.
The white man did it, Colin?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm saying that if you take away, hold on, okay, you guys understand. People is like confused about everything that was the whole thing of keeping up your community. Like if I go and I say, okay, I'm gonna put a stigma that anything that is negative about my community, about my institutions, that it's all about these perceived superiorities. So then it's no longer about keeping your black community up. It's no, I mean, what's the last community of values and morals that the black man has built since that time? Like all of that came in the package of their brand of civil rights.
You know what's embarrassing, brother?
If you look at any,
what's embarrassing is that we think that white people don't have degenerate in their community. They have a large amount of the white people who are degenerate, who does drugs, who went to prison,
what does that have to do?
who does a lot of degenerate shit.
Okay.
We had
And we don't look at their social construct to be degenerate as a whole.
Value in our
you're making
our role models and our community and whatnot. We had to be in that world to survive. That's what we're talking. It was basically genocide, you know.
No, Carla. At the end of the day,
y'all understand what I'm saying, right?
It was black niggly bears.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Al Morris. Don't be a stranger, bro. You know, I need more education like that. You know,
anybody that bows to Carla, so sorry, I heard it wrong. Carla, at the end of the day, y'all need to start accepting responsibility. Y'all voluntarily left the black church and ain't been to church since. But y'all want to talk about morality.
Yeah, well.
Y'all
can stay on.
Take
I'm in the live.
responsibility.
I'm falling asleep. You know, it's been a long day. I'm in the live. Y'all can stay on as long as y'all want. Y'all have talk, discuss. Don't kill each other. Well, anyway, it's off the air. Y'all take care. Good night.
Hey, brother.